If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 161, ch 155, The Anger of the Devil. How about no? Although Thomas is shocked that Martha is alive, what does that entail? The movie didn't fully explain Martha's story. Which means she's not that important in the story and probably not strong enough to stop him and his subordinates. Although I don't know how you got in here, but I'll know soon enough. Just like most vampires, Martha's eyes glowed in a flash of red light before the nearby candle holder floated off the wood plank and quickly stabbed one of the vampires in the esophagus in a quick manner. Hey! Thomas could only mutter a confused sound before the blood splashed over him and his subordinates. Splash! Tons of blood gushed out of the entire neck of the vampire that was attacked by Martha as Martha herself stays still in her position, maintaining a calm posture that instills fear on Thomas and his vampire subordinates. Seeing how weak you are, I'm guessing you don't belong to any clan, do you? Carmilla won't take male vampires since I used to be part of them, and you belong to Dracula's clan, because if you do, then this won't happen, which only leaves the option that you're a very ambitious vampire that wants to build his own clan. Martha squinted her eyes while shaking her head in disappointment. Throughout her life, she has seen several vampires trying to make their own family or clans, but only some managed to stand out while the rest either broke out or were destroyed by other clans. Meanwhile, Thomas was sweating heavily from having his secrets being casually displayed right in front of him. It was as if Martha was reading him like a book. Attack her! Thomas didn't hesitate to attack her. Sure, at first when he thought that he was the only vampire in this world, he was thinking of building his own clan of vampires and even calling himself the legendary Dracula. But after discovering the other side of the world, he has long abandoned that idea, but the desire is still there, hard to erase. Several vampires in different angles all jumped towards Martha, their claw strengths and canines shining under the light of the candle, showing their indication to kill the woman in front of them under the order of their master. The moment they became unaging vampires, they abandoned all of their humanity and emotions. The only thing that has remained is their unending loyalty towards Thomas. How filthy! Martha can't imagine that such a vampire would even dare to kidnap someone in the castle. What's worse is the person he's kidnapped. Just so you know, almost every monster has already regarded Jinn as their god and savior. And now imagine what would happen to Thomas if the monsters were to know what he just did. He would become the #1 enemy of the entire monster population. Touching Jinn's women is akin to touching the monsters' dicks. They would obviously be fired up and angered. Now what if Jinn were to know this? Martha shook her head and time resumed back to normal. Yes, she has just used her time-stopping powers without Thomas even noticing something wrong. Which clearly shows how weak and pathetic he is. However, just as Martha mentioned Jinn in her mind, the said person has already arrived outside the castle, his face as cold as the coldest snow, pointing out how angry he is right now. Sometimes, a noisy person going silent is much scarier than a silent person going noisy. Scanning his eyes on the battlefield, Jinn saw that Tigress and Rapunzel were fine, so he shouldn't worry about them for now. Elsa. Jinn's eyes glowed and his chi penetrated through every nook and cranny of the entire castle before eventually locating Elsa's current location. From sensing other kais around her gives Jinn an idea that Elsa either was being guarded by monsters or she was ambushed and taken hostage. Either way, Jinn leans more on the latter, as this is the first time he felt these kais around here, which means they're not originally from here. Just as Jinn was about to fly through the wall and destroy the entire upper part of the castle, his senses suddenly picked up Martha's chi among them. He could tell that Martha was fighting off these intruders, which made him relieved. However, that doesn't diminish his anger at them at the slightest. If he would be guessing, these intruders must be the President Reincarnator. It's too obvious after seeing that the main gate of the wall is being attacked by several white and black men, all wearing US flags patches on their uniforms. And here I was thinking of keeping you alive for my entertainment. Looks like you have outlived your usefulness. Jinn smiled coldly as he teleported inside the castle. Meanwhile, Martha was having a hard time fending off the vampires coming at her. Although she's strong for being a granddaughter of the legendary Carmilla. However, the sheer numbers of the vampires were proving to be a trouble for her. If it wasn't for her time-stopping abilities, which gives her enough space to breathe, perhaps she would have long fallen on the ground. She's just a single person. Once she's down, I could also take her with me. This time, I'm sure Dracula would 100% take the bait. Due to his excitement, he has failed to notice the pair of glowing red eyes that are looming behind Thomas. Even the vampires didn't notice Jinn's presence. This is him. He doesn't seem that special. Jin's face scrunched up after assessing Thomas's strength. It's a miracle that he managed to live this long considering his plans of conquering the monster world, not to mention, how he wants to do nothing but pleasure himself by Mavis. Yes, he has just read this pathetic vampire's mind, and which is also the reason why he called him weak due to how weak his telepathy defenses are. Jin has even scoured Thomas's entire memories like an open book and he didn't even detect him. That's also why he managed to see some interesting things in Thomas's mind. A god who calls himself Rob, is the person who reincarnated Thomas with boons. However, Thomas's wishes just disappointed him further. Just how weak could this man take? Who the fuck uses a wish just for a dick enlargement? You can increase the size of your dick in many different ways. Is there really a need to use such a heaven-defying wish for a simple thing? Aside from that, Jin also discovered Thomas's purpose for coming here. I guess after seeing that Mavis wasn't here, he decided to take Elsa instead. Thankfully, Elsa was fine and slept like a log on the ground. If Jin didn't know that she was knocked unconscious, he would have thought that Elsa got drunk and slept in the hallway accidentally. Silently taking her away, Jin teleported her to his room and gently laid her on the bed before kissing her on her forehead. I swear this won't happen again. Jin whispered, this is the second time his woman is kidnapped by someone. He doesn't want a third time, so he'll be taking measures after this. As soon as Jin teleported back to the hallway, he didn't bother hiding his presence anymore. Martha was the first one to notice him and sighed in relief. Thomas also sensed his presence, but before he could turn around to face him, Jin's feet already came in contact with his chin. Boom! The sheer strength and force of Jin's kick shoots Thomas's body to an unoccupied room like a bullet. The vampires were already too late to react to their master's pathetic display, but before they could make a move, a certain someone soon appeared behind Martha. Martha, you should rest now. Dracula smiled warmly before holding Martha's shoulders. Feeling the warmth of her husband, Martha sighed and allowed her body to limp naturally backwards so Dracula would carry her. I'm a bit tired, Drac. Can you take over for a sec? Martha smiled warmly and said before dozing off, albeit being surrounded by the vampires she just fought earlier. From the looks of it, Dracula's presence is enough to ensure Martha that nothing bad would happen to her even if she sleeps here completely. Of course, darling. Let me handle all this, okay? Dracula kissed Martha's forehead before glaring at the vampires with red eyes. His previous calm and loving expression was completely replaced with an angry one. How dare you take on my wife like that? While Dracula took care of the miscellaneous vampires, Jin entered the broken room where Thomas's body landed from his kick. Seeing his broken down jaw that will fall off any moment now, gives Jin a weird satisfaction. It's like he was born to do this to people. Emerge high. With his broken down jaw, Thomas was having a hard time speaking as he stared at Jin with a huge amount of fear in his eyes. A single kick of him was enough to make Thomas quickly surrender to mercy and regret his choices. Tears were threatening to burst out of his eyes. Jin ignored his pleas of mercy and continued walking calmly towards him. Seeing this approach, Thomas realized that Jin won't be showing any mercy to him, so he could only turn his body around and crawl away from Jin's walking figure. He was regretting why he even bothered coming here himself, he was regretting why he was born this week, he was regretting why he wished for a dick enlargement when he could have wished for something more useful and important. Chapter 162, ch 156, Facing Rob. FVC. Thomas tried to beg, but no matter how pitiful he looked, Jin never stopped in his march. Thomas felt like Jin's march was his countdown to doom. Where are you going? Don't go, we ain't done yet. As soon as Jin's walking pace reached him, he tilted his head and said before stomping on Thomas's knee. Crack! Gag! Thomas screamed out in pain. His scream reached the other floors of the castle. This is actually the first time he has experienced this kind of pain in his entire life in this world. As a vampire, he has a very high durability compared to humans, so knives could barely hurt him. But now, a single stomp from the devil is enough to cause him 1,000 pain along with a broken beyond repair knee. If it wasn't for his skin keeping his knee to his body, Thomas is sure that without that skin, his knee would have long separated from his body after that kind of stomp from Jin. Seriously, so much ambition but you have a very weak will. Jin shook his head in disappointment. He was expecting more of Thomas as being the first reincarnator that he encountered beside him. However, after seeing what he did to his wishes and the pathetic appearance he has now, if Jin could travel back in time, he would have alerted his past self to not expect anything from Thomas. FVC. Can't understand the words coming out of your mouth. Jin crouched in front of Thomas before grabbing a handful of his hair and forced his head to face him. He then deeply pronounced each word as if he was talking to a child who has just started learning how to speak. Give me a f-ance. Although it's hard to understand Thomas's words, Jin could tell that he's asking for some kind of chance. I'm sorry, but I'm not your ex. Jin smiled and said before slapping his cheek with the back of his hand. Smack. Fwah. The strong slap coming from Jin's backhand caused Thomas to spit out a mouthful of blood along with several of his teeth. You must be expecting his cheeks to be reddened after the slap, right? Well, it is indeed red. I mean, the flesh in our cheeks are red, right? We're not yet done. Come here. Jin's evil smile is slowly showing on his face, an expression that neither he nor his woman has ever seen before. It's like Jin is turning into an entirely different evil person. It. Thomas held Jin's hand that was holding a handful of his hair and tried to remove it. He was feeling a lot of pain from being held like this in his hair. Jin then walked towards the window while dragging Thomas along. Let's play outside. Jin smashed the window and looked down outside. Seeing the war between humans and monsters is about to subside with the humans slowly retreating and losing. Jin jumped outside and flew in the air. At the same time, Thomas screamed and tried to turn into his bat form. However, he was unable to do so. Either Jin is doing something to prevent him from doing so, or he's in so much pain that he can't focus enough to transform in his bat form. Nonetheless, Jin ignored his attempts and flew towards the battlefield, showing his presence to everyone, including Tigress, who was licking her paws from the blood of her enemies. Seeing Jin in the air, Tigress smiled and waved her hand, shocking the soldiers who were busy fighting her, more like being herded by her like a sheep. So they also looked at Jin and wondered who this person is, for having such an intimidating presence. Fortunately for them, their curiosities won't last long, as Jin has just landed on the ground and thrown Thomas in front of him, for everyone to see. Hey, why does that guy kinda look like Mr. President? One of the soldiers pointed at the guy that Jin threw in front of them to see. Listening to his words, everyone quickly squinted their eyes and stared closely at the president's look-alike. Wait, that's indeed the president. What's the president doing in a place like this? One of the soldiers were shocked and quickly exclaimed. Seeing so many stares at him, Thomas felt his dignity crushing. That's when he remembered that he left about 50 vampires back in that secret tunnel, so he quickly used his telepathic connection over them to call them to rescue him. However, after a few seconds, he got no responses, which immediately gave Thomas a dread in his heart. Sensing the telepathic call that Thomas is trying to establish to his minions in the secret tunnel, Jin smirked and intercepted the telepathy and connected to him instead. They won't be coming to you anytime soon. Jin's sudden voice in Thomas's head shocked him greatly. How come Jin managed to enter his mind without having sensed him? They're a bit busy now, after all. Sensing his predicament, Jin added oil to the already raging flame. Why is everything going wrong? Did he do something wrong? Isn't it normal for a man to have ambitions? If Jin were to hear his deep thoughts right now, he would have laughed and said that nothing is wrong for having ambitions. What's wrong is that his ambition, unfortunately, has him in it. Jin is just like him, he also has ambitions. So, what would happen if two men with great ambitions were to collide with each other? That's simple. Only one will remain, and from the looks of the current situation right now, Jin would be the one remaining, not Thomas. You must be wondering why Thomas couldn't get any response from the vampires that he left in the tunnel, right? Gentlemen, I wonder how you didn't think that triggering a trap would also alert the person who set up that trap, right? While waiting for their master, the vampires were surprised to hear a voice behind them. Looking towards the source, they saw a pale old man clad in black robes that has a logo of a certain organization in this world. Who are you? A vampire stepped forward without fear and asked. You're that guy who attacked Master a few days ago. Although most of them can't recognize Vlad, however some of them, especially those who helped Thomas when he was attacked by Vlad, managed to recognize him. Hearing the claims, Vlad laughed his ass off. While this just confirms the vampires' claim, and they quickly attack Vlad. Since Vlad attacked their master a few days ago, that means he's their enemy. Geez, that Thomas really fails in educating his clan members. You guys don't even know how to greet an old man with respect. Vlad shook his head and leisurely deflected one of the vampire's attacks. Vlad then delivered a devastating kick towards the first vampire that attacked him. Boom! Similar to what happened to their master when kicked by Jin, the vampire received a much worse treatment as Vlad never held back in a fight, unlike Jin who held back his kick on Thomas. So what happened when you got kicked in the stomach by Vlad without holding back? You'll be split in half like being cut by a cleaver. Seeing one of them dying such a death, they all hesitated for a moment, and that hesitation will become their doom, because once Vlad sets his eyes on killing, he won't stop unless he's done. Back to Jin. Once everyone recognized Thomas, it was finally time to kill him. His purpose of bringing him here was to show Thomas to everyone, and once he was recognized by them, he would then kill him in front of everyone. Gripping his head tightly, everyone watched as Jin raised him in the air by holding his head like a pig. Garg! Thomas yelled in pain as the grip on his head is becoming tighter and tighter, to the point that his eyeballs were threatening to pop out. Bad blood was trickling out of all his orifices in the face. Blurg! One of the soldiers held his mouth closed as vomit was threatening to come out. Just as Thomas was about to be killed, he remembered that he still has one last trump card that might help his in this situation. Rob! Help me! As soon as he shouted, time stopped everywhere aside from 3 people. The 2 of them were obviously Jin and Thomas, while the other one is surprisingly Rapunzel, who was still busy tending to an injured monster's wound. Jin was surprised by this sudden turn of events while Thomas was cackling madly. You're dead. Rob is here and you won't be able to live any longer while I'll do it. Wahahaha. Thanks to his vampiric healing powers, Thomas's jaw was finally healed and he was able to speak clearly this time. Just in time as he said those words, the dark night sky was pierced by sunlight where a being is slowly descending. The being doesn't have any facial or bodily features. It's like an outline of a human figure. Godd. Please help me. I found the person you're looking for. Thomas shouted again, afraid that his god would not find him among the crowd. The god looked down on them, and although Jins can't tell if it's looking at them, however he has this feeling that their eyes just locked on each other. Good. Then you're no longer useful to me. Just as God mentioned those words, Thomas got confused. Wah! Boom! Before he could finish his confusion, his entire body suddenly exploded in pieces of flesh and blood all over the battlefield. Chapter 163, ch 157, Fighting Rob. Even Jin was shocked to see Rob casually killing Thomas without any hesitation. As expected, hey! The moment we have lived our usefulness, gods would just kill us straight off the bat as if we're indispensable. I wonder if God is also like that. Food for thought later. Jin rubbed his chin and said to himself before shifting his focus back to Rob. I heard you're looking for me. I'm handsome, but I don't think I'm handsome enough to attract someone like you. Jin teased with a sly smile, however Rob doesn't seem to be amused by his teasing as Rob was just floating still, staring at him as if it was assessing him. No reaction? How boring. Before Jin could finish his mocking words, his eyes widened in surprise when he suddenly saw Rob moving his hand, and the earth where he was standing on moved and locked him in place. Although Jin could escape whenever he wanted, and from the looks of it, Rob doesn't know how strong he is. So he could use this to his advantage and let Rob divulge into thinking that he's the strongest. Unfortunately for Jin, this same strategy also goes the same for him, as this is the first time he met Rob, which also means he doesn't know the full extent of its powers. I have been looking for you, yes. But do you think that makes you special? You're just an average human who also seeked a god's help to reincarnate. But you and whoever the god behind you is, made a fatal mistake. That is by reincarnating you here in my world. For the first time since they met, Rob finally responded to him. So, he doesn't actually know about me entirely, hey? Jin said to himself before Rob continues in his monologue. Rob slowly descended over him and looked down at him as if it was looking at an ant. But now that I found you, it is time to erase you from this world and reset it back. As soon as Rob finished his words, Jin felt his soul being pulled out of his body. Feeling the incoming crisis, Jin decided to make his move and smashed the earth that was locking him in place into pieces. Bam! Taking advantage of the element of surprise, Jin ascended over to meet Rob face to face before eventually interrupting it by manipulating the air through telekinesis and pushing Rob's figure. Feeling the disturbance, Rob stopped in pulling Jin's soul and confusedly looked at him. You managed to fight back? Extracting a person's soul should have rendered them unable to think in consciousness and move their body. Rob simply tilted its head before Jin felt his soul being extracted again. From the looks of it, Rob is attempting to take his soul again. However, would Jin stay idle and let Rob take his soul for free? The answer to that is obviously no. Rushing forward, Jin approached Rob in the front and delivered a devastating kick towards its chest. Bam! Rob flew and flipped backward before stabilizing himself in the air. Shocked by the fact that Jin could still move and fight back during the extraction. You're not a normal human. Tell me, who is the god behind you and what did you wish for? Rob asked in a passive tone. Sorry to tell you this, but I didn't get to decide my wish. It was kinda given to me. Jin answered with a shrug of his shoulders. He doesn't know the reason why Rob can't take his soul, or perhaps it's just taking a long time, but he was thankful for that. Maybe, I should delve later into the soul, perhaps I will discover something good. Jin made a note to himself before focusing back on the fight. Given? It doesn't seem to be the case, as no one in the entire universe except gods can repel God's verdict. Rob shook its head and explained. God's verdict? Is that some kind of ability that is only accessible by gods? And if you're a god of this world, is Xing also a god's verdict? Jin slacked off in the air and asked, engaging in a conversation as if he was talking to a friend, not an enemy. You shouldn't know too much, mortal. Just know that the cause of your death is because you interfered in my world. Rob shook his head again and didn't speak anymore. Hey, it's not my fault. Who told you to create a gothic goddess that almost no man can resist? Jin said. Nonsense. Rob scoffed before waving his hand, and the world surprisingly tilted, similar to how Doctor Strange does in the mirror dimension. The castle, the rocks, the bodies, and the environment all tilted and folded as if it was being manipulated by God himself. Are all gods and universes this strong? How come those two gods I encountered are not like him? Jin flew in the air after the ground he's stepping on is folded. Hiding behind a rock, Rapunzel yelped in surprise after the rock folded and floated away, along with the other objects in the vicinity. Sensing the danger, Rapunzel could only run and try to find places to hide. However, where could she hide when everything in her sight is folding and moving? So, she could only leave her fate to Jin, who seems to be doing okay. I shall show you the powers of a god, you ignorant mortal. After making several gang cough, hand signs, the world came to follow Rob's will as the several folded plates were smashed against him, with the middle of it being Jin himself. Boom! The rock plates were smashed into pieces. However, Jin was fine. No injury, even a scratch can be seen on his body. I knew it, you're no normal human. Even your smell is different from humans. Although Rob doesn't have any facial features, but from the content of his words and the tone of his voice, Jin could tell from afar that Rob's eyes are squinted on him. Really? If it is, then that Versace Eros cologne is really doing a great job of a god, like you can smell it from this distance. Even at such times of facing a god, Jin's character didn't fail to falter and still could make jokes at this critical moment. First disrespectful and now arrogant. It's as if humankind's sins are fused into you. Even though Rob is only making sarcastic comments, unknown to him, his words are more than just a sarcastic comment. Not my fault. I'm only making this show interesting. Jin shrugged his shoulders and responded before his instincts took over this body, and he quickly dodged to his side. At the same time, a red lightning bolt passes by him, and even though he successfully dodged, the red bolt still managed to graze his skin. And that's his first mistake in this battle, because as soon as he felt the pain, he almost got paralyzed and all his stamina exhausted. Tisk! I'm surprised you dodged that. Rob clicked his tongue even though he doesn't seem to have one. What was that? Jin wiped his sweat off his forehead. He felt his death almost looming over him just from the red lightning bolt. Even though your soul is special and an unknown force is protecting it from being extracted, that doesn't mean you have a means to protect it from soul-powered attacks. Rob surprisingly revealed Jin's weakness, a weakness that Jin just discovered now. Does he mean any soul-powered attacks can kill me in an instant? Jin's back was full of sweat as he realized that his idol and arrogance had almost brought him to death. Back to God's space, Callias, Illyria, and God himself was watching the fight with serious expressions. Damn, your blessing is the reason why he's still alive, Illyria. I'm afraid if it wasn't for your blessing, Jin would have had his soul extracted the moment they met. Callias smiled awkwardly while inadvertently praising Illyria. It's just a simple blessing, unlike yours. Illyria stayed humble, but she didn't forget to tease Callias for the blessing he gave. We're still at that? Oh come on! Callias complained while Illyria chuckled slightly under the cover of her loose robe. Unnoticed to the both of them, God was looking at this with a warm smile on his face. He missed the times when he first created the Genesis universe, the first universe before the multiverse. The small gods would play at his place and create their own playgrounds, or in other words, their own universes, and play there. Unfortunately, he gave them free will to the point that they grew tired of their father's love and wanted to replace him. Thankfully, Ilaria and Callias, one of his first children, were still the same. Perhaps, it is also the reason why their universe is one of the softest and safest universes compared to other universes full of corruption and betrayals. I should be more cautious. This time, Jin decided to take the fight seriously. He quickly transformed into his devil form, but this devil form is different. There are more tattoos on his body, and his skin was slightly red, as if it was being hit up. A demon? How dare you enter my universe and dirty it with your filth? As soon as Rob saw his appearance, he surprisingly got angry and directly attacked Jin with the previous red lightning bolts. Instead of one bolt, there are now tens of lightning bolts rushing towards him. Maybe transforming into this form is a mistake. Chapter 164, ch 158, Angry Rob. You vile demon! Father should have eradicated your filthy race long ago. Rob yelled in anger, unconsciously mentioning his father through his mouth. Who else could this father be but God himself? Not my problem. Jin cracked his neck for a small warm-up before using his enhanced senses to their full extent and tried his best to dodge all the dangerous soul-ripping lightning bolts using either his flexible body or teleportation. Nonetheless, Jin was successful in dodging everything and keeping his ass from having his soul ripped apart. How did you avoid it all? From the shocked tone of Rob's voice, Jin could once again stimulate that his eyes probably widened in surprise. Skill issue. Jin shrugged his shoulders and teased, though that's his mistake, as Rob got more angry at his nonchalant attitude and wished to change it by punching his stomach as soon as he appeared in front of him. Even though Jin managed to react, he failed to dodge in time. So he could only harden the muscles on his stomach and wished for the best that his physical endurance would help him this time. Boom. Unfortunately, Jin is fighting a literal universal god here, and their strength isn't the same as his previous enemies. The entire area behind Jin was blown away into pieces just from the sheer force of Rob's punch that traveled from his body across the air, hence why the area suddenly exploded by an unknown force. As for Jin, his eyes were red in surprise and pain as his regenerative properties were doing its job to ensure he would be able to regenerate back to his peak so he could continue to fight. But for some reason, his regenerative properties don't seem to respond, as if it was shut down like Microsoft Windows. Confused? Fear? Do you know why devils are the weakest race? Because all of them have natural weaknesses unlike the other race. While Jin was standing in his place, Rob patted his shoulder and came close to his ear as he whispered before continuing. Devils have a natural weakness to holy light. A power that can be easily replicated by us, gods. I just sent a minuscule of holy light energy inside your body to stop your body from healing. I know devils have the most incredible regenerative abilities. You're finished, devil. After Rob was finished, he was about to send one last blow to finish him off when suddenly, his fist stopped just a few inches away from Jin's shocked face. Before Rob could contemplate what was happening, Jin's shocked face slowly morphed into a smirking one as he says. That would seem to be the case if I was a normal devil. Jin said after flashing the smirk. Jin then floated backwards while spreading his arms forward. I admit, first I was impressed by your abilities as a god, and then after that, I realized that your abilities are just simple. It's like a child holding the powers of a god. Jin thoroughly explained his observations. But that's it. The red lightning bolts might be impressive, but come on, as a god of a universe, lightning bolts are already overused. I was expecting more of an invisible force that would sweep me away and kill me immediately. But no, you decided to monologue like a common villain and even went as far as explaining my weakness as a demon, which I already know. And last but not the least, you underestimated me. Jin then finished and stopped talking as his psychokinesis powers started to come to life. I'll show you what real power looks like. Jin muttered to himself, which was loud enough for Rob to hear. What? I can't control them anymore. Just as Rob was confused on what Jin is about to do, he suddenly realized that his control over the folded blocks and world disappeared. In return, Jin was now manipulating it instead of him. The folded ground then tilted and floated off the ground, or whatever it can be called anymore, as everything in the surroundings is almost as if Minecraft has taken over the world. Seeing everything floating off from the ground, Rob was shocked and tried to use his god's authority to seize back his control over the surroundings. But would Jin let him do that? He unleashed the full force of his psychokinesis, using sheer force in order to fight over the control of the surroundings. At the same time, he looked at his template system, which shows the current percentage he already has with Tatsumaki. Tatsumaki, 97%. The constant use and practice of his template has raised it to a whopping 97%. It wasn't that hard to be honest, as Tatsumaki is a simple character and almost shares the same characteristics as Jin, which is to become the very best in the world. Or in layman's terms, have a mindset that you are the strongest in the world. With that simple mindset, which is truly the same as Jin, he only needs to practice his psychokinesis skills and think of being the very best to increase the percentage. How are you doing this? Rob's hands were shaking as he exploded his god's authority to forcefully take back his control over the surroundings, and although he was successful, that doesn't mean he can fully control it, unless Jin stops fighting for control. Simple really, Jin said before stopping, letting the intense emotion swirl on Rob's chest. I'm stronger and I'm better, Jin answered with a smirk. Tatsumaki, 98%. Tatsumaki, 99%. Tatsumaki, 100%. As soon as the percentage reached 100%, Jin could feel the overwhelming psychic power inside him, threatening to burst out, and if held any longer, it could possibly explode like a nuclear. This is what power looks like. Jin then laughed maniacally. He looks insane and borderline devil if you add his current looks. As soon as Jin yelled, Rob's control over the surroundings was fully cut off, leaving the control entirely to Jin himself. Fwoosh! Just like what Jin said, he really showed Rob what power looks like by lifting the entire continent, including the seabed itself. Holy moly! Although Rapunzel can't see what Jin was doing and how he lifted the entire continent including the seabed, but feeling the tilting of the ground she's stepping on, she was amazed, as there was only one answer in her mind on who was doing this. Jin! Rapunzel unconsciously yelled his name, making Jin turn his attention to her. Rapunzel! Taking the chance of this distraction, Rob quickly jumped towards Jin and smashed his fist towards his chest. Boom! Rob might have lost his god's authority over the surroundings, he still has his sheer strength. As a matter of fact, if Jin was only a resident of his universe, which means he was born here, Rob could have used his god's authority to directly kill him on the spot, similar to what he did to Thomas. By reincarnating him in this world, his soul has already been recognized by his universe as a resident in this universe, hence he was able to pop off his entire body with a mere glance. Unfortunately, Jin is not a resident in this universe, so he can't do anything to him except use his powers to physically eliminate Jin by himself. Which is also the reason why Rob has to use a reincarnated person to locate Jin, because Jin is not under the scope of his eyes, therefore Rob has been blind to whatever Jin was doing in his world. And mind you, this is the first time he has used his powers like this. Rob was used to fixing problems by killing them using his god's authority. But the problem this time is out of his universe. Jin coughed out blood as soon as the fist connected on his chest. Rob might not be on the same level such as one above all and other gods, but he's still a force to be reckoned with as long as he's in his own universe. Die! You're destroying everything. First, I can't get into the alliance, and now, you're ruining my universe. Just when will my bad luck end? Rob kept punching Jin's chest, barraging it with blows after blows, as Jin allowed him to do it. That's because Jin was occupied with his thoughts about what Rob just revealed to him. First, about the alliance, which he guessed is somehow related to the alliance of the gods where they will overthrow God from his seat. While the other one is about being unlucky. Which reminded Jin of Jeff, who he left in the human world. Bam! X20. Seeing that Jin was being punched several times, Rapunzel got worried and wanted to help him out when she heard Jin's voice. I'm fine. Stay in your position. Rapunzel froze and abided by his order, staying in her position. Bam! Giving Jin a one last punch on the chest, Jin suddenly went and caught it as if his chest wasn't caved in by now. You're done now, right? Jin smirked and asked. Before Rob could respond, he suddenly saw a red blade with chains appear on Jin's hand. Rob reacted too late as the blades of havoc had already stabbed him on his chest. Siphon! With one simple command, Jin used the blade's siphoning ability to absorb his energy and used it to heal his caved-in chest. My turn. Chapter 165, ch 159, Killing a Rob. Gaia. Feeling his energy leaving his body, Rob tried to pull the blade away from his chest, however the more he tried to resist, the more painful the siphoning became. And eventually, Jin's body finally recovered and he's now back to his previous form. Without any injuries, as if he wasn't fighting in the first place. How does it feel, now? I'm not even done. Jin grinned and placed his head close to Rob's ears, or what he assumed to be his ears, before whispering in a cold tone. Rob's eyes widened in surprise and pain as the blade that is struck on his chest was pushed deeper and even rotating it inside. Sometimes I question myself. Do gods bleed? Jin whispered again with the same cold tone before looking down on Rob's stabbed and bleeding chest. And now the answer is in front of me. Jin grinned before pulling back his blade from Rob by kicking him on the chest. What surprised Jin was the fact that Rob's blood was red, similar to humans, unlike what he expected for them to have golden blood since they're gods. RRRGGGHH. Rob growled in both pain and anger. Without any facial features, it would be hard to determine his expressions, but after the sound he makes and his body shivering in anger, makes it easy for Jin to determine what he's feeling right now. At first, when God told me to put you gods in your place, I thought he was talking about giving you advice and correcting your paths. But now that we're in this kind of position, I realized that he meant something else. Jin intentionally revealed, wanting to see what Rob's reaction would be. Gee, God? Why, you mean father? Rob's voice shivered slightly as he guessed who Jin was referring to. God himself. Oh, you know him? That's a surprise. Jin made a fake surprise expression before returning back to normal. But now that you know it, I can't let you live. You know too much. Jin's eyes went dark and cold, having a sinister aura over his body. He's scary. Kallias shivered while watching Jin fight, which is more like torture to a universe's god. Father, are you sure you won't stop him? Can he bear the consequence of killing a universe god? Illyria worriedly looked at God and asked with the same worried tone on her voice. He can. I'm sure of it. He's my son, after all. What do you expect, Loria? I mean, Jin used to do this kind of thing. Just because he's reincarnated and lost his memories doesn't mean it will erase his past. Kallias said with a shrug, all while casting a victory smile on Illyria. Humph. Illyria looked away and huffed, her cheeks puffing up. Seriously, you're still mad at me? After Jin assumed control over the surroundings, he had long returned it back to normal. However, that doesn't say the same to those who have died under it. Imagine your body is frozen in time and folded like papers. There's no way you can get out of that alive. Unless you turn back time. You won't get away with this. Rob glared at Jin with pure anger. He has lost most of his strength due to Jin's Blades of Havoc siphoning abilities. Thanks to this, Rob was left with little to no strength, and he can only use this remaining strength to talk properly. His god's authority power is truly useless against outside forces like Jin. Actually, yes, I will. Jin cracked his neck and joints before saying. I won't stay much longer in your world. So, thank you for your hospitality. Jin revealed before saying that last sentence mixed with sarcasm. When I say you won't get away with this, I wasn't referring to myself. Rob slowly spoke after a moment of stillness, catching Jin's attention to him, thinking that he was speaking his last words. I have already sent everything about you to all the others in the Alliance. They'll hunt you and you will have no place to hide. It's only a matter of time before they kill you. It would be better for you to go back to your world and stay there. Rob yelled with anger and victory in his voice. That sounds racist, I'm not gonna lie. Jin said with a monotone voice. I don't care. The gods are already onto you. What are you gonna do, hey? You are a dead man. Rob then finished his last words before Jin grinned. To be honest, that would be much better for me. Thank you actually. Jin's words shocked Rob and caught him off guard. He was expecting him to be scared and run out of fear, but instead, he was thanking him as if he did him a good job. Is there something wrong with this man's head? You see, I have a mission given to me, and by letting the other gods know about me would make my job easier. In fact, you can consider it done already if you describe me as more terrifying to them. Jin crouched down and said before continuing. Now, you have really served your purpose and you know too much. As soon as Jin finished his words, his hand quickly grabbed Rob's bald head and held it very tight before a blade of havoc twirled around his fingers and stabbed right through Rob's chest. Your last purpose is to become a battery of mine. Jin whispered before using his blade of havoc's siphoning ability. You. Rob tried to fight back, however, as time passed, his last remaining strength was slowly leaving his body, rendering him unable to move and talk anymore. This feels like... It's like sex. Jin breathed in euphoria, feeling satisfied by the energy that he's getting from Rob. Unfortunately, I can't store everything inside lest I explode. You just have one hell of an energy, are you? Is it because of God's authority that you require an immense energy level? Nonetheless, it's a win for me anyway. Jin shrugged his shoulders before storing the remaining energy of Rob inside his blades of havoc. Their tinge of red slowly got deeper and darker as more energy was being stored. Curseyuu. Rob used his last remaining strength to speak his very last words before his body went limp. Devoid of energy. I have long been cursed. Jin muttered before pulling his blade back and allowing Rob's body to limp and fall down on the ground like a ragdoll. It didn't take long before Rob's body crumbled into light motes as if a certain titan had snapped his finger again. At the same time, the time of the world finally resumed and everyone went back to their senses. However, the humans were the first ones to notice that almost all of their army is gone, turned into folded bodies like papers. Dread took over their minds as they looked at Jin and assumed that he was the one who did it. After all, this only happened when he entered the battlefield, which means Jin did something that killed almost every single one of them. The last one to notice were the monsters. Although they were overjoyed that the humans were dead and only a few were remaining, they also noticed that several monsters also laid dead on the ground, their faces quite similar to the folded humans on the ground. So they could only look at Jin, asking for answers. I want to satiate their curiosities. Jin ignored them first and looked at the humans in the battlefield. Their scared and exhausted expressions clearly show that this war has brought nothing but death and sadness to the families and friends of the casualties. Leave. Jin calmly said, however the cold tone of his voice cannot go unnoticed to everyone. Seeing that they're still frozen from either shock or other myriad of emotions, Jin sighed and a fierce look appeared on his face before repeating his words. Leave. Feeling the pressure and scary aura coming out of Jin, the soldiers all pissed their pants and quickly dropped their weapons before running away. Just the scared look on their faces are already guaranteed that they will have PTSD after this. Seeing them run away like headless chickens, the monsters raised their arms and cheered at the same time, chanting their main motto. Monster, together, strong. Monster, together, strong. Monster, together, strong. Aren't we going to chase them? Wayne walked forward and approached Jin before asking in a whisper. What if they discovered about us? What about our peaceful lives? Wayne continued, with melancholy on his face. He clearly doesn't want any war and only wants peace. Wayne, listen to me. War is inevitable, no matter how long we hide, we will be exposed soon. It would be better to expose ourselves while humans haven't grown their technology to space travels yet. Because by that time, monsters would have no chance against them. So you mean there would be a never-ending war? Thousands of monsters and humans would die every day. Is there any way for this? Wayne was very worried for his fellow friends and race. Do you know who would be able to stop this war, Wayne? Jin asked while Wayne shook his head, allowing Jin to continue. Humans, once they learn to accept us, only then will the war cease. Just as Wayne was about to sigh in relief, Jin poured cold water over his head. But that doesn't mean war will completely cease to exist. Sooner or later, peace on both sides would be broken and war will ensue again. Peace was never an option. Jin finished his words with pat on Wayne's shoulders, who seemed to have been enlightened by his words. Chapter 166, ch 160, Humans as Reactions. While the monsters were fixing their home after the aftermath of the battle, the soldiers who ran away were breathing and sweating heavily, but never once did they stop running as they felt like the moment they did, the monsters would catch up to them and kill them like how they killed their comrades. Mom, Dad. I need to go back to my family. The only thing that occupied their thoughts were the thoughts of going back to their loved ones sound and safe. Meanwhile, some were having different thoughts. The world needs to know this. The monsters won't get away with this. As they traced back their steps through the haunted forest and finally the cave of the spiders, they suddenly stopped in front of its entrance. They all gulped their saliva in fear as they remembered what resides inside this cave. Either they enter and die or they wait out here and also die. What do we do? A soldier fearfully asked. But no one answered him. Not because they couldn't but because there's no answer to his question. Helicopter blades whirring. What's that? The soldiers were confused and shocked at the familiar sound of the choppers before looking up in the sky. Much to their surprise, they saw the 4 choppers that they left before entering the cave were now flying towards them. Seeing their chance of leaving this hellish place, they quickly flailed their arms up in the sky, quickly gathering the attention of the pilots. Over here! We're here! After a few seconds of calling, the choppers finally took notice of them and slowly landed on the ground one by one. The soldiers all took a sigh in relief and entered the choppers. Thanks to their current small numbers due to many deaths of their fellow soldiers, they all managed to fit just fine inside the 4 choppers without any problems. A certain soldier looked at the horizon where the sun is slowly rising, relief and a sense of accomplishment rose from his chest. He just felt like a main character who had escaped from a hellish war and came back alive to see his family. Maybe I should write a book about this experience. I might get a little easy cash. Unknown to him, his book would become one of the best-selling non-fiction books and would kickstart the inevitable war between monsters and humans. What are we gonna do next? After cleaning up the battlefield, Dracula went forward and asked Jin, while looking at the dead bodies of the monsters on the ground. We'll first ta. Just as Jin was about to answer, the time stopped once again, shocking him and making him think that there's another Rob that he doesn't know of. Damn it, who is it this time? Jin cursed under his breath before looking around. But instead of seeing another faceless being, he was surprised to see God instead. God? What are you do? Is it because I killed that Rob? Jin was about to ask a question until he realized what he just did earlier and connected the dots for the reason why God is here. Yes, you are right, son. And his name is not Rob. Let's just refer to him as Robert. God replied before snapping his fingers. Snap. Jin only blinked once and they're now back to God's white space. This time, he was more shocked to see both Callias and Illyria along with them. Hey, kid. Hello, venerable devil. While Callias's greeting was like a friend reuniting for a long time, Illyria was more formal with even a bow. Hey. Jin waved his hand at them to return back their greeting before turning to God. So, why am I here exactly? He asked. Do you know what you just did, son? God sat on his usual reclining chair and asked. No. Is it bad? Jin fidgeted slightly. He was nervous if killing Rob gave trouble to God. Ever since he entered that world and took on the persona of the devil, Jin noticed some slight changes to himself, like his personality and mindset. Jin ignored these changes at first, obviously, since he thought that it was normal. Not only that, his view towards God has also changed. He felt like a child in front of him. Jin thought it was probably because God gave him a second chance in life and he felt in debt towards him. Jin doesn't have any idea how, but it started when he saw that memory. It's not that bad, there are just consequences for doing it. God shrugged his shoulders and said. And what are those consequences? Jin raised an eyebrow and asked. Well, killing a god of a universe is a taboo among other gods, but just because it's a taboo doesn't mean it's not allowed to be done. Do you know the reason why killing a Rob is a taboo? God explained before throwing another question. What? Once you killed a god of a universe, their god's authority over that universe will belong to you. As soon as God dropped this nuke over Jin's head, he froze in shock. Why you re-saying? Jin can't believe the words that came out of God's mouth, so he looked at Callias and Illyria, and after seeing them not only then did he gasp in shock. It is true. That's why I said it's not bad, but there's still a consequence. God nodded his head. He doesn't feel offended that Jin didn't believe his words at first, but he could understand his reaction. After all, not every day you kill a god and take over his world. Does that mean I can do anything I want as long as I'm inside that world? Jin asked just for further confirmation. Yes, but just to remind you. Outside of your universe, your god's authority would be powerless because it only works inside your universe. Alright, let's go back to God's authority. Can I use it to create life? Of course. It is God's duty to bring life to his universe. Without life, where do you think they would get their celestial energies? God answered with a nod of his head. Celestial energy. Jin was curious about the new term that he just heard. Celestial energy is the energy that gods of universes use to power up their god's authority. God then continued. Normally for you, it would take large amounts of energy just to use God's authority, not to mention create life. But thanks to your blade's unique ability that you invented, which can siphon someone's energy, you managed to absorb most of Robert's energy. Now your energy levels are very high, enough to power up your God's authority and create life. God finished. You said that without life I wouldn't get celestial energy. Do you mean that the lives of the universe are like my farm for celestial energy? Jin slowly got the gist of being a universal God. Yes. The more they worship you and the more they are, the stronger and more celestial energy you would get. In fact, you don't need to do anything as you've already amassed quite a lot of worshippers in your world. God's words slightly confused Jin. Worshippers? He asked. There's a religion that worships you back on earth and they're very dedicated for you. Now, you just need to show yourself up so they would know that you're real and not worshipping a false god. Once you do that, I'm sure many would fall to their knees and like a domino, more people would start worshipping you. I see. Thanks for giving me this information, Father. Jin nodded his head and unconsciously called him Father instead of God like he used to. Before Jin could correct himself, God smirked and snapped his fingers while saying, "Off you go then." Way. Back to Earth, the soldiers successfully got back to their base where the higher UPS quickly asked for reports. And since the army general that was leading them died in battle, all the soldiers were required to write a report individually. After reading the reports, the council quickly called up a meeting to discuss the events that happened. Is this true? They witnessed Mr. President's death. Yes, we've done a whole search throughout America and there's no sign of Mr. President anywhere. So I think this is the real deal. As soon as these words dropped, greed quickly consumed everyone's eyes, as they realized that this is a great opportunity for them to swoop in the position of the president. America is the greatest country in the world at the moment after Thomas conquered several countries and colonized them. We'll announce this to the masses. But first, let's discuss what to do now that the president is gone. After speaking those words, everyone looked at one another, assessing their allies and enemies. Unfortunately, almost everyone in the council wanted to run for president. Their greed is overwhelming. I suggest we make an election for the next president. As for now, we need to focus on these monsters that appear out of nowhere. How come only the president and several of his close associates know about these? Perhaps he has some motive for them, but it's useless to think about it now, he's gone and dead. Good. Let's adjourn this meeting. As soon as the meeting was finished, news outlets and social media were in an uproar after an announcement and a post emerged from several government channels and profiles. Monsters are real. And they're living among us. Alongside these text was a video that consists of the videos that were caught through the installed cameras on the soldiers during the battle. Chapter 167, ch 161, Uproar. As soon as the news spread, it didn't take long before it took over the entire whole. Topics all around people's mouths were nothing but the monsters and anything related to them. Hashtags and the most searched word of the week are monsters and Dracula. Governments around the world were sending their representatives to America, wanting to confirm the validity of the news. And after receiving that the news is true and real, it made their bloods cold as they realized how big of a situation this is. Theorists and religious individuals took this chance to step up and spread their beliefs to everyone. Several theories including the existence of mythical gods also emerged and made everyone think that if monsters exist, then mythical gods must have been too. And so, not only did the almost forgotten gods were remembered again, but religions who were almost extinct rose to power again, even the governments were having a hard time trying to suppress their rise. All of these were happening thanks to a certain government who spread it. However, out of all the religions and theorists that came back and rose to fame, there's a certain religion that gained the most in this chaos. Order of the Lucifer. A religion that worships the one and only devil, Lucifer himself. Due to the video showcasing the monster's abilities to fight and finally, Jin's appearance attracted everyone's attention over him with his large black wings that extend an average car length per wing. Along with the tattoos and the horns on his body. Which is the exact same appearance as the statue that the members of the Order of the Lucifer are worshipping. Although they still can't be sure if what they saw in the video is the real deal, the humans got hooked by him and can't help but try to join the religion out of interest and curiosity. Not knowing that everyone who joins would soon become a loyal worshipper and subordinate. While the humans were in an uproar, Jin has been practicing his god's authority powers and finally got the gist of it. Well, he hasn't totally mastered it yet, but at least he won't be a dummy when it comes to using it. Which is why he asked Dracula and preserved all the dead bodies of the monsters, because he wanted to try something. Now that he finally familiarized himself with God's authority, it's time to test its power. Can you really do it? Obviously, Jin told his women about it and they were excited to see it in action, while at the same time, they were worried that it would not work and might disappoint the monsters who were waiting for a whole week just to see their friends and families standing again. "Don't worry, it will," Jin said to them with an assuring smile. His women might not be confident in the validity of its power, but he is. Not because of God's words but because he could feel it, and he has already tested it on a dead rat. As for what happened? The rat got revived. Obviously. And not only that, he only felt an ounce of energy being consumed when he revived the rat. He wouldn't have noticed that if he wasn't paying attention to his energy, which means that to revive a dead being, it would only take a little of his energy. Therefore, he's confident that he would be able to revive every dead monster without any hassle. Alongside Jin and his women were Dracula and Vlad, who were fidgeting and hoping that what Jin told them about reviving the monsters would be true. Outside the room where the dead bodies of monsters were being kept, all monsters who survived the disaster were looking at Jin's figure with large expectations. Some were even kneeling, hoping that Jin would be successful in resurrecting their dead friends and families. Jin ignored their cries for him and swiftly entered the room along with the others. As soon as Jin entered the room, everyone who was crying for his name quickly quieted down and no one made a noise, afraid that making a noise would disrupt Jin's ritual of resurrecting the dead. Inside the room, the stench of the dead bodies quickly invaded their noise, making them scrunch their face from the smell, especially Tigress, who has the most sensitive nose in the room. If it wasn't for her sheer will, she would have been on her knees right now, puking her insides out. "Are you okay, Tigress?" While covering her face with her long hair, Rapunzel asked Tigress in worry after seeing the pain on her face. "I'm not slightly okay," Tigress answered while trying to cover her face with her hands, but the gaps between her fingers were letting the smell slip through. "You can use my hair. They're quite magical, so they could block the smell," Rapunzel replied while grabbing a handful of her golden hair and offering them to Tigress. Looking at the golden hair, Tigress decided to trust Rapunzel and took her hair to cover her mouth and nose. As soon as she did, Tigress knew she made the right decision in her life. What is this smell? Her eyes widened in surprise as she smelled Rapunzel's hair. She could smell the most addictive smell she has ever smelled. It has a mix of a flower's pollen and a scent that she can't determine. Not only the smell is addictive, but she could also feel the smell rejuvenating herself. Seeing Tigress's reaction, Rapunzel smiled in joy before looking at Elsa, wanting to offer her hair to her. However, seeing the face mask made of ice covering her mouth and nose, Rapunzel cutely pouted and decided to abandon that thought. "Can I use it? I would prefer the smell of your hair than this." Turning around, Rapunzel was faced with Jin's smiling face as he asked for permission to use her hair. "Here." Beaming up with a smile, Rapunzel offered her hair and Jin quickly grabbed it before taking a deep inhale once he covered his mouth with it. "It smells good. Really good, actually," Jin complimented after closing his eyes, to better feel the relaxing sensation that he's getting once he took a sniff on her hair. "Thanks." Rapunzel twirled a piece of her hair in her finger while squeaking a reply. She can't deny that Jin could still make her heart beat even though they're already past the courting stage and have already crossed the forbidden fruit. Seeing the two of them, Dracula and Vlad who are behind them felt like they shouldn't even be here. They're here to revive their friends and families. Why the hell are you two flirting with each other? Not to mention, there are hundreds of dead bodies all around you and here you both are flirting as if you're not surrounded by corpses. After flirting against each other, Jin and the rest finally arrived in the middle of the room, corpses surrounding them all from all sides. Looking at a certain corpse, Dracula tried his best to hold back his tears. "Drac. Everything will be fine. I'm sure Frank will be back anytime soon." Vlad came forward and patted his son's back, comforting him after seeing the folded and dead corpse of his best friend, Frankenstein. Only when they were cleaning up the battlefield they discovered that Frankenstein was found dead with several burns on his body and bullet holes. Normally, that would only give him an injury at best since Frankenstein is almost immortal as long as his heart is not destroyed, but seeing his folded body, one can already tell how he died and who killed him. Jin was also shocked to see that Frankenstein actually died when he's supposed to be immortal like how he's depicted in some of his versions, but Jin could understand that this version of Frankenstein could die by destroying his heart. Jin could now confirm that not everything he read about the monsters is true. For example, Dracula is the first vampire when the actual first vampire in this world is his dad, Vlad. "Everything will be fine, Drac. Just stay back and let me do my job." Jin comforted Dracula and patted his other shoulder. Dracula nodded his head and wiped the tears off his face. If his daughter were to see this, he would definitely find a grave to bury himself into, even though he has already done that a long time ago. Jin also turned to his women and nodded his head, gesturing them to also step back. Rapunzel grabbed Tigress and Elsa's shoulders before smiling and stepping back. Once the coast is clear, Jin breathed in and out before spreading his hands and closing his eyes, in order to fully focus. Since this is the first time he would mass resurrect, Jin is afraid that he might make some mistakes. I should have practiced mass resurrecting dead bodies all at once before this. Jin's face contorted into regret before shaking his head. There's no need to dwell on a mistake. He should focus on resurrection right now. It didn't take long before large amounts of energy quickly left his body and was confused by God's authority. All the while, Jin was chanting the word resurrection inside his mind. Everyone besides Jin was watching this with bated breaths. If Jin was indeed able to resurrect dead people, this would flip their views of the world and they might actually regard Jin as an actual god. But first, Jin must resurrect the dead monsters first. Chapter 168, ch 162, Resurrection. I'm feeling the chills. Rapunzel whispered to Tigress and Elsa after shivering. Me too. Elsa spoke through her ice mask, making her voice sound muffled like a certain Mortal Kombat character with the same ice powers as her. Behind them, Dracula and Vlad watched with bated breaths and wide eyes. Not wanting to blink lest they miss the most important part, which is seeing how resurrection works with their own eyes. Sure, they also resurrect humans through vampirism, but that process can only be called partial resurrection as the victim needs at least one heartbeat left to resurrect. The only reason it's called resurrection in the first place is because having a single heartbeat can be declared as dead, hence the name resurrection. After getting the feel of his god's authority spreading across the room, right towards the dead corpses, Jin breathed in and out before opening his eyes slowly while muttering the magic word. Arise. Everyone alive in the room felt chills in their spine the moment they heard that word. It's like a cold embrace touched their bodies and covered them with ice. What is this feeling? Vlad, who has long forgotten what fear is like, once again found himself shivering in fear. It's like standing in front of a natural predator in the universe. Someone that should and must be feared by lowly beings like them. The first one to sit up was a zombie who looked as confused as his other fellow zombies. So he simply scratched his head and stood up before walking on his own way, ignoring the looks that Jin and the others are giving him. It definitely worked, all right. Rapunzel chuckled slightly at the simple behavior of the zombie. Though it is understandable, as although the zombies used to be humans, their intelligence of a zombie has significantly decreased once they turn into the undead zombies. Now that I think about it, how did that guy even die? I mean, zombies are already dead and can't be killed anymore, right? Rapunzel raised a question that baffled their minds slightly. As much as they want to think over this matter, but there are more important things to pay attention to. Dracula looked over at Frankenstein, his folded body like a paper slowly unfolded like unfolding a paper plane before his body was finally back to its former appearance. Will he be revived? Dracula bit on his nails and whispered to himself. He felt accountable for Frankenstein's death. Not only Frankenstein, but all of the other monsters' death. If only he was strong enough. If only he had the strength to end it all once and for all without having any casualties, then perhaps his best friend wouldn't have died. He's strong, yes. But not strong enough like a god who can finish his problems with a mere snap of his fingers. He's only a monster after all. A monster who is slightly above the others but can only be a monster. Soon, other monsters who are supposed to be dead started to rise from the ground, and they're just as confused as the zombie earlier, but unlike the zombie who was confused in the end, they had a look of realizations on their faces. I'm back. A witch with a green face and long nose was the first one to realize that she's back from the dead and kept touching her body. The second one to realize was of the same species as Wayne, a wolf. I'm alive? A woo-woo. The wolf first gasped in shock before howling in excitement or some kind of celebration. The third one was a skeleton who was just as shocked as the others are. Oh my! Wait, where's my arm? Just as the skeleton would celebrate being back to life, he noticed that he was missing his arm and quickly looked left and right. Only to see that the wolf who got resurrected earlier has already been chewing on his arm. Hey! That's my arm! Soon, the rest finally started to stand up and have various reactions. Mama, I'm back! Is this hell or heaven? Wait, can monsters even go to those places? Seeing their reactions, Jin doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. This is so touching. Rapunzel wiped off a tear from her eyes and said. Meanwhile, Tigress and Elsa were having different but same reactions. Tigress was shocked but more proud of her husband, while Elsa was also shocked but felt relief that Jin could revive a dead person. So, if I somehow die, I don't have to worry about anything. This is currently what Elsa is feeling. It's like having a second or more chances at life. Faire. Soon, focus shifted to a certain big guy who yelled on the top of his lungs before standing up and jumping around as if there was a burning flame on his ass. The other monster who just got revived was shocked to see this reaction and quickly stepped aside to avoid him as if he was some kind of plague. Out of all of them, Dracula was the only one who had a large smile on his face. Frank. Dracula appeared in front of Frankenstein before engulfing him in a hug. Frankenstein soon calmed down after feeling the hug and looked down on Dracula. Oh, hey Drac. What's going on? Frankenstein scratched the back of his head and asked. Nothing, I just miss my best friend. Dracula answered with closed eyes. Oh, okay then. Frankenstein looked left and right before awkwardly hugging Dracula back. He's feeling very weird right now. That's so sweet. Rapunzel fawned over their friendship and couldn't help but hug Tigress and Elsa. But ours are more sweet, right? I mean, we share the same man. She continued. Looking at the three beautiful women, Vlad can't help but scratch his small goatee and raises a thumbs up towards Jin. Oblivious to this, Jin continued watching Dracula and Frankenstein's awkward hug. My job here is done. Jin smiled and said, feeling quite proud of himself. That's when he suddenly noticed an anomaly among the newly revived monsters. Is that a human? Jin raised an eyebrow and stared at the human who looked scared and pissed by seeing several monsters surrounding him. You there? Jin pointed his finger at the soldier and called out to him. The human squealed in fear and quickly covered his face. Not wanting to be discovered. I see you there, human. Jin said before slowly walking towards the human. Seeing him approaching, the human gulped his saliva and started looking around for ways to escape. Unfortunately for him, this is a very secluded room and aside from the main entrance, there's no other way to get out of this room. Spare me. The human shivered and finally gave up before asking for mercy. I'm not gonna kill you, I'm just gonna look at myself the reason why you're here. Jin then stared at the human's eyes and read his memories. It didn't take long before he finally got the reason why the human was here. It turns out, this human has long known about the monsters even before the government discovered them. What's more surprising is that the human has made a monster friend and has been friends for many years. So when he joined in this war against the monsters, his monster friend dragged him away from the battlefield and tried to hide him away, but unfortunately, he still became a casualty thanks to Rob's doing. It's like this dude is the protagonist of his own movie. Jin mentally chuckled slightly. So, who brought you in here? Jin asked while approaching the human. And no one. Really? How did you even die? Jin tilted his head at the human's blatant lie. I don't remember. The human scratched the back of his head and looked very confused as he answered. Really? This time, the human wasn't lying, as Jin could tell with a glance. That's weird, there should be no gaps in memory once I revive them, right? Jin scratched his chin and realized something. Hey, do you guys remember how you died? Jin turned his attention to the other monsters who just got revived and asked the same question that he asked of the human. No? I remember fighting in the war, then blank. A wolf with a green hat answered his question. Yeah, me too. I also can't remember anything before I died. The others also agreed, which raised some questions over everyone's head. Frank? Dracula looked at Frankenstein and said. Yeah, me too, Drac. I can't remember anything before death. Seeing that it is confirmed, Jin squinted his eyes, amazed at the wonders of resurrection and its side effects. I'll research more about this. Everyone, rest first and go back to your stations. You human, come with me. Jin grabbed the human's shoulders and loudly announced before walking away. Chapter 169, ch 163, Wonders of Resurrection. After getting inside a private room, Jin quickly stated to the human who is scared shitless right now. Strip? What? The human raised his eyebrow and asked for a repeat, not believing what he just heard. I said strip, boy. I don't have any time. Jin's eyes glowed in red as the human's body shuddered and he quickly stripped while leaving his underwear. Why am I stripping? The human stuttered and asked. I just don't want to touch your bloody clothes. Jin said, and before the human could react, Jin suddenly slammed his chest with his palm. Gog. Just as the human thought he had been lured in a trap and killed in such an embarrassing appearance, he suddenly realized that he was floating. What? The human looked at his transparent hands and body, dumbfounded at what he was seeing and feeling. Don't worry, you're in your spirit form. Just stay calm and nothing bad will happen. What if I don't manage to stay calm? The human asked worriedly, fearful of what would happen to him if he's not calm. Then I'll slap the shit out of you, that's why stay calm if you don't want that to happen. I'm sure you don't want it to happen, right? Seeing the smile plastered on Jin's face, the human gulped his saliva and nodded his head several times like a chicken pecking its head. Jin then used his god's authority to scan the human's memories and found nothing, so he then checked his soul and finally found what he was looking for. It might not be visible to his naked eye, but once he used his god's authority to scan the human's soul, he found a small gap on his torso. Like a small keyhole. Or a missing puzzle piece. That's weird, is this some kind of side effect or a consequence for being brought back to the living? Jin scratched his chin and mumbled to himself. Hearing the contents of his words and not understanding any of them, the human decided to just close his eyes and hope that this nightmare would be over. Or maybe his monster friend would come and save him. Tell me your name, boy. Jin asked after scanning his soul, wanting to make sure that there are no other gaps in his memories like forgetting his name or where he lives. Connor. The human, or now known as Connor, answered after taking a small breath. I see, Connor. Can you tell me more about your monster friend? Jin asked, surprising Connor, whose eyes widened. Don't hurt him, please. He didn't do anything wrong. We used to be friends when I was a child. Connor's shocked voice and attempt to protect his monster friend made Jin determine his true character. I won't, don't worry. Jin calmly smiled and assured him, making Connor sigh in relief. I already know who the monster is, but the question is, why did he help you here? You said you used to be friends, right? Which means something must have happened that broke you both away. Jin asked. He's not asking because he wants to know, but because he wanted to distract Connor. We met when my mother was gravely ill. Connor looked down on the ground and started his story, while Jin started operating on his soul silently. He wanted to know more about the gap in Connor's soul and, if possible, turn it back to how it was. A few minutes have passed. Jin has gathered several key research materials that might help him in solving the problem. First of all, the gap can't be fixed by any means. Jin has already tried it by reversing time using God's authority, but nothing happened. Second, he can't place something inside the gap like replacing it with another part of a soul. Which also enlightened Jin that every living being has different souls that are unique only to them. Which means it is impossible to replicate someone's soul and remake it into a new one. Once a soul has died or ascended/descended to heaven or hell, there's no going back. Lastly, souls are very complex. Even for Jin, who has the God's authority as a helper. He even tried to use God's authority to cheat his way by giving himself the knowledge of everything about souls, but it only gave him an infinite number of knowledge that seems like a mumble, which made him force it to stop lest his brain explodes. However, although the knowledge he received might be useless to him and unable to understand, Jin knew someday it would be useful. Maybe not now, but in the future. At the same time, Connor is finally done narrating his story, and Jin was amazed that such a monster exists in the human world. It goes like this. When Connor was a child, he had a rough family and his mother was dying due to an illness. Connor cannot accept that she will die and wanted to join her in death. Unexpectedly, a certain someone showed up to him. Obviously this certain someone is the monster that he befriended. Connor said that this monster takes up a form of a large tree behind his home. After a few shenanigans and interactions, Connor has already considered this tree monster his only friend. This monster not only helped him overcome the grief of his mother's death, but also taught him how to be brave and courageous. When he finally overcame his mother, the tree monster disappeared. The large tree was still there, but the monster isn't. At first Connor thought it was just his hallucination when he was a child just to overcome the death of his mother until he joined in this war. Thanks to this, Connor met his long-lost friend again. But this time, his friend is a walking tree instead. After a few reunions and such, Connor was saved by his tree friend but still died at the end. The end of the story. That's a lovely story, Connor. But your time is up. Jin said, shocking Connor and making him shiver in fear again. I have outlived my use? Are you gonna kill me now? Connor gulped his saliva and asked two questions out of fear. Kill? No, I mean your time here is up. It's time to go back to where you belong. Jin clarified while grabbing a small part of his soul and dragged him back towards his body. Connor only felt a gust of pull from his face, and before he knew it, he was back to his body. Touching his body several times and in different parts, only then he sighed in relief. Okay, stand up now and leave this room. Just tell Dracula to bring you back to your fellow humans and he'll take you there. Jin said, but before he could kick Connor away from the room, he suddenly said something unexpected. Can I stay here? Sorry, what? Jin cleaned his left ear with his pinky finger before asking for a repeat. I said, can I stay here? He repeated. You want to stay here? In a place full of monsters? Jin pointed his finger at Connor, disbelieving of his words. After receiving a nod from him, Jin continued. Either I tweaked something bad on your soul or you're out of your mind. But I think it's the latter. Jin closed his eyes and nodded his head a few times before speaking. Tell me why. Jin crossed his arms and asked. I have no more family back there. It's only me and myself in my home. I'd rather stay here where my childhood friend lives. And besides, it's a fresh of air to live with a whole different species. New York is quite boring. Connor said and shrugged his shoulder at the end of his words. Say that again if you're living in Marvel. Jin muttered to himself before continuing with a normal volume. Okay, tell Dracula you want to stay and he'll handle everything from then. Thank you. Connor smiled excitedly while bowing his head. I guess monsters ain't that bad like we depicted them to be. Connor whispered to himself mentally before walking out of the room with Jin's permission. Thud. As soon as the door closed, Jin grinned and said to himself. Now that he's gone, it's time to experiment with my soul instead. Ever since Jin discovered the complexities of a soul and its wonders, Jin has grown curious about his own soul and how unique he is. Jin snapped his fingers and blocked the entire room for himself. He doesn't want any interruptions while experimenting with his soul. If something bad happens and he makes a mistake, he might disable himself, much worse kill himself out of a mere mistake because of a distraction. The first thing that he did was to separate his soul from his body, similar to what happened to Connor earlier. Asterisk whoosh. Looking down at his body that has fallen on the ground like cutting the strings of a puppet. Jin smiled and held his laugh at seeing his body being in such a funny position where his butt is raised high in the sky while his face is plastered on the ground. Alright, let's focus. Jin snapped out of his witty side and focused on the matters at hand. Let me scan my soul first. Jin said before using God's authority to make a scan on his entire soul. What the fuck? The scan hasn't reached its end when Jin suddenly yelled in surprise at a discovery. Chapter 170, ch 164, Souls are such a complex thing. The reason why Jin was so shocked when he scanned his soul was not because it's different or something, but because his soul got a very huge gap similar to Connor's soul earlier. And when he said huge, he meant very huge. If the gap on Connor's torso was the size of a basketball, then the hole on Jin's body is as large as a car wheel. If you don't look closely at the sides of his body where the strings are the only thing keeping his body from going apart, you'd think that Jin's upper body is floating away from the lower body. This is weird. Why is my soul like this? Jin frowned, seeing such a large gap on his soul made Jin feel like something large is missing from him. What's going on with me? Wait, God reincarnated me, right? Is that why there's a hole in my soul body? But why is it so big? Jin continued frowning and searching for answers, but even after using God's authority to scan the gap multiple times, he was met with nothing new. Should I ask God? Jin scratched his chin and squinted his eyes. Welp, you're fucked up, old man. You weren't expecting this, are you? Back to God's white space. God, Callias, and Ilaria were shocked and surprised to see that Jin has noticed the gap in his soul much earlier than they had expected. Nope. God answered while popping the pea. What should we do now? Knowing Jin, he would definitely come up here and ask about it. Ilaria worriedly said while continuing. He's not ready yet, especially since he's missing his other half soul. Without it, he can't truly come back. We'll see. God answered with an unknown glint on his eyes. No one knows what he's thinking. Only God knows, considering that he's God himself. Callias and Ilaria looked at each other before shifting their focus back on Jin. Fuck it. I'll keep this to myself. I should stop relying too much on him. Jin shook his head and said to himself. Jin then went back to his body and stretched his limbs. Being in soul form is quite uncomfortable. There's no sense of gravity and he felt like he was swimming in a deep ocean. I'll only do that when something important comes up. Jin tugged his chest and made a note to himself. I should probably go and check what's happening outside. Jin fixed his clothes and walked out of the room. As soon as he did, a little black goofball smashed herself on his chest. Jin! You brought Uncle Frank back. Thank you. Among those who cried and grieved on Frankenstein's death was obviously Mavis, who has been close with Frankenstein ever since her birth. If Mavis were to choose among the friends of Dracula, she would inevitably choose Frankenstein. He might look and sound scary, but his heart is as soft as a ball of feathers. It's fine. It's my job to resurrect everyone. After all, their deaths are on me. Jin patted Mavis's back. He felt responsible for their deaths not because Rob and him fought, but because he could have not involved the monsters with him, just for his entertainment. And what do you mean by that? Suddenly, a voice interrupted their moment as Jin looked behind him and saw Tigress, Elsa, and Rapunzel. Rapunzel told us about what happened that day, when are you gonna tell us about it? Tigress raised her eyebrow and said. She can't believe that her husband, Jin, almost died that day and she can't even do anything? She was frustrated. Sorry. Rapunzel mouthed an apology towards Jin, who replied inside her mind. I'll punish you later. I said not to tell them until I do so. Hearing the word punish, Rapunzel has abandoned the next few words and quickly felt a rush of blood on her cheeks as she imagined what kind of punishment she would receive. I was planning to. But now that the cat is out of the bag, I guess there's no point prolonging it. Jin sighed and started to narrate who Rob is and what happened in the battle. Various emotions flashed on their faces before it eventually settled in relief. How come Rapunzel wasn't affected by the time stop though? Elsa pointed out one of the main questions here. Yeah, I was curious too. Maybe because my powers are somehow related to time, I think? I'm not so sure. Rapunzel answered with a shrug of her shoulders. She was just as confused as the others are. At first, she thought that Jin made her immune to the time stop along with Tigress and Elsa. But when she heard from them that they don't know about the time stopping, she realized that out of the three of them, she was the only one who is out of the time stop besides Jin himself. Jin, you know something? Tigress raised her eyebrows and shifted the question to Jin, who has been avoiding the question since. I think it's because Rapunzel is the daughter of a goddess. Jin said after a slight hesitation. What? They all tilted their heads and asked in confusion. Even Rapunzel herself was confused. I'm not lying, if you think so. Let's go to our room. Jin looked around and saw several monsters approaching him, probably wanted to express their gratitude to him, and as much as he wants to accept it, he needs privacy for now. See you later. Jin whispered to Mavis, who seemed to want a whiff of the topic. After swiftly leaving the incoming monsters, Jin could finally have a space to breathe after getting in the room. All right, sit down first. Jin dragged them to sit on the bed before continuing. You see. Before going to this world. Jin then proceeded to explain what happened when he first encountered Rapunzel's true mother, Illyria, and what they talked about. After finishing his story, the three of them were gobsmacked by Rapunzel's true mother. Who knew that the person they had fun with, foursomed, and shared their man with turns out to be the daughter of a goddess? And Illyria actually asked me to tell you about the name that she wanted to give you. Jin then dropped another shock, at least only Rapunzel was shocked. A name? Really? I have a second name. Rapunzel's eyes twinkled like little stars as she excitedly asked for confirmation. Seriously? A second name is the one that shocked you the most? Jin's eyes twitched. Should he tell them that he also has a second name? Of course. Having two names from two different mothers means I'm more unique than the others. Rapunzel pouted and then continued. By the way, mind revealing it now? I don't care what she named me, I'll accept it wholeheartedly. Rapunzel said with a smile. She actually means it. Rapunzel is not a petty woman who only likes pretty things like other women of her age do. Luminera. Jin smiled and finally said her real name, making Rapunzel stare at the air in daze. No excitement from the reveal or anything else, making Jin confused and scared at her reaction. Maybe she didn't like the name. Jin came to a conclusion after seeing Rapunzel. I'm being in a daze. Tigress and Elsa also stared worriedly at Rapunzel, concerned for the well-being of their sister. Rapunzel. Elsa tapped Rapunzel's shoulder and shook her off. However, instead of waking her up from her daze, something profound and ancient was awakened instead. Here it is. Back to God's white space, Illyria smiled to herself after watching the reveal. To be honest, she has grown frustrated of Jin for taking a bit too long in telling Rapunzel the truth, but now that he finally did, her frustrations were replaced with happiness and satisfaction. What's with your daughter, Illyria? To be honest, this is the first time I saw a child of a goddess. I'm quite curious what she would be like. Kalia scratched his chin and said. Just watch. Illyria answered mysteriously, making even God curious about what would happen. It's finally time for me to meet you, daughter. Illyria was filled with happiness as she thought about this. Rapunzel. Rapunzel. At this point, 5 minutes have passed and Jin started to panic, and he quickly laid Rapunzel down on the bed and scanned her body for any signs of passing out or worse, dying. However, after receiving a sign that she's still alive and breathing, Jin sighed in relief, but that doesn't ease his worries one bit. As long as Rapunzel isn't waking up, then Jin considers that as something bad. I'll check her soul too. Jin then stepped back slightly while gesturing for Elsa and Tigris to step back also, when he suddenly heard a familiar voice in his head. Venerable devil, please don't do that. Illyria. What's going on? What's happening to Rapunzel? Hearing that Illyria has called him at such a critical time like this, he guessed that whatever is happening to Rapunzel must be somehow related to Illyria, or at least she knows something. She's in a state of awakening her dormant self. Illyria revealed. Dormant self? What do you mean by that? You'll see. Illyria answered mysteriously before disappearing suddenly. Hello? Is anyone there? Where am I? In a very bright place full of flowers and green grass, Rapunzel was standing alone with fear on her face. She didn't know what happened. One moment she heard her real name for the first time, and the next moment, she suddenly found herself standing alone in this field. Luminera. Suddenly, she heard the same name that caused her to be brought in here. Chapter 171, ch 165, Luminera. Who are you? Rapunzel quickly turned around and assumed a kung fu stance that Jin taught her. Rest assured, my daughter. Illyria suddenly appeared after a bunch of flower petals flew and gathered together like a magic show. Daughter. Rapunzel was confused at first before her eyes widened in surprise and realization. Are you, my mother? Like, my goddess mother. Rapunzel carefully pulled down her stance and slowly approached Illyria while being mesmerized by her face. Yes, Luminera. It's me. Tears dripped from her eyes as Illyria cannot hold herself back anymore and quickly pulled Rapunzel into a hug once she got close enough. Surprised, Rapunzel couldn't utter a word and simply reciprocated the hug back awkwardly. Can you tell me where I am? After separating from the hug, Rapunzel couldn't hold herself and asked the question. Although she was happy to be reunited with her second mother, but she was still scared of the unknown, especially since Jin is not with her. This is my home. Our home. Illyria smiled and answered while caressing Rapunzel's face as if she was afraid of breaking a porcelain vase. Rapunzel was shocked that she has a home this big, so big that she couldn't even see the end of it. You look just like me. Rapunzel turned her face back to Illyria and muttered after staring at her face for a few seconds. But more beautiful. Rapunzel continued, making Illyria chuckle and reply. No, Luminera. You're more beautiful. Illyria then turned to caress Rapunzel's long golden hair. Come. We have so many things to talk about. Illyria then grabbed Rapunzel's hand and slowly walked towards a farmhouse that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Whoa! Rapunzel was wide-eyed at seeing such a display of power, and she knew she would definitely have fun here. Looking at Rapunzel's amazed face, Illyria can't help but feel proud of her powers for the first time since she was created. Normally only humans who worshipped her are amazed at her powers, although she was also proud at that time, but what she felt on Rapunzel's amazed face is on a different level. Back to the real world, Jin, Tigris, and Elsa sat on the large bed, gathering around with Rapunzel's small petite body being in the middle. Will she be fine? Elsa worriedly asked. Jin has already told them about what Illyria told him, and as much as they want to assure themselves with those words, they just can't seem to stop worrying. I'm also worried, but this is a big moment for Rapunzel. I don't know what's going on, but I trust my guts. And my guts are yelling at me that this is a very important thing for Rapunzel. Jin could do nothing but lie just to reassure both of them. So, we're just gonna sit here and wait for her to come back or something? Tigris asked. Since Jin told them about Illyria's words, she has long abandoned her worries for Rapunzel. No, not because she's cruel but because she trusts Rapunzel enough that she would be fine on her own. As a woman, one thing she didn't like the most is being treated as if she can't handle her well-being and would accidentally hurt herself. It's frustrating for someone like her to be treated like that. How about a game of charades? Jin awkwardly smiled and offered, making them stare at him as if they were staring at an idiot. He can be an idiot sometimes. The both of them said to themselves at the same time. They both can be forgetful sometimes, cause I remember telling them that I can hear their thoughts whenever I want. Jin smirked to himself in victory before they poured cold water over his head. He can really be an idiot sometimes cause we're letting him bear our thoughts on purpose and he kinda forgot that we can also hear his words. This time, the both of them have smirks on their faces, while Jin's face could only twitch before sighing in defeat. Welp, I guess I need to show them who's the dominant here. Jin sighed before a glint flashed on his eyes, making Tigress and Elsa shudder after realizing that Jin was referring to their night activity. What happened to that guy? That fucking fucker shit. While the main characters of the series are busy on their own, Abraham Van Helsing was having the worst day of his life as he just recently received the news about the monsters and the president's death. All of his plans including on eradicating the entire monster population are already gone down on the drain. Dad, maybe we should let them off this time. I mean, I'm sure the humans would bring them great trouble, right? You know how we humans are. We are afraid of the unknown so we tend to conquer and control them. His daughter, Erika Van Helsing interrupted his thoughts and suggested. Tisk tisk tisk. You're still too soft, Erika. Monsters should be eradicated. Their existence alone reeks the entire world with their filth. Abraham lashed out violently, making Erika quiet. Go to your room, Erika, and think about what you just said. Abraham mercilessly pointed his finger at the front door to his room. Yes, Dad. Erika's shoulders slumped and she quietly and slowly walked out of the room with a sad face. Even though Abraham has been brainwashing her, monsters especially Dracula are bad and must be erased off the face of the earth, but after discovering that they killed Thomas, the ex-president of America, her opinion on them shifted quite a bit as she never liked the man one bit. In her eyes he'd be better off dead. She might not look like it but she hates men like Thomas the most. Sigh, when will Earth ever achieve the peace that she deserves? She silently whispered to herself after leaving the room. Before she completely left, she heard something from her father. Now that he's dead, maybe I could proceed with running for president instead? Now that the monsters are known by almost the entire world, surely they would have heard of me and my ancestors' works in protecting the humans from vampires, right? That alone is enough for me to secure enough votes to win. It's been a whole hour and Jin grew bored counting the ants on the corner of the ceiling. I'm getting bored. Should we do something fun? Jin looked at Tigress who was busy licking her paws and then to Elsa who has been practicing her ice powers, creating several complex shapes and items with her ice. I'm fine. No thank you. Tigress answered as she closed her eyes and was about to go to sleep when she suddenly felt something scratching her neck. Wah! Purr! Before she could react, her feline instincts quickly kicked in and before she knew it, she was already feeling heaven from the scratch that Jin is giving her. Who's a good kitty? Who's a good kitty? Yes you are. Yes you are. Jin cackled to himself and continued to tease her for several minutes before she passed out due to intense euphoria. She looks like she just whiffed on some crack. Jin joked to himself after seeing how Tigress's eyes rolled towards. Hee hee. Laughing beside her, Elsa also found Tigress's face funny until Jin's smirk greeted her eyes. No. Dread quickly spread on Elsa's face and stood up to run away from Jin, but before she could, Jin already had his arms around her waist and pulled her back towards him. Gotcha. This is for calling me an idiot earlier. Jin grinned madly before tickling Elsa's sides, making her hold her laugh from coming out. Come on now, Ice Princess. There's no reason for you to hold it back. Just release it. Jin went close to her ear and whispered the last sentence to her. Blush quickly consumed Elsa's face, which made her lose her grip over her face. Ha ha ha. Stop it haha, Elsa tried fighting back but to no avail, Jin was simply too strong for her to resist. A few minutes later, Elsa was about to pass out and just when she was about to give up, a voice suddenly interrupted them both. What are you guys doing? Looking at the source of the voice, Jin and Elsa were surprised to see Mavis had entered the room and she was blushing slightly due to the position Jin and Elsa are currently in. Elsa was facing Jin's throbbing crotch while the same can be said to Jin. In layman's terms, they're in a 69 position. Jin was silent for a few minutes before looking at Mavis's confused face, and an unspeakable grin appeared on his face. Seeing the grin on Jin's face while he looks at Mavis, Elsa suddenly had a bad premonition and she quickly shifted her head to Mavis in order to warn her future sister. Mavis, run! Hey! Mavis was confused about Elsa's words, but even if she understands it, it's already too late, as Jin greeted her with a hug and wiggled his fingers on her sides. Wait, what's happening? Ha ha ha, why am I laughing? Ha ha ha, what is this sorcery? Mavis kicked her legs around as both of them fell on the ground, and Mavis was trying her best to separate herself from Jin's wiggling embrace. Meanwhile, Rapunzel finally opened her eyes and she softly sat up on the bed and stretched her limbs before the scene of Jin, Mavis, Elsa, and Tigress, all sprawled on the floor, greeted her. What's going on here? Chapter 172, ch 166, Van Helsing Schemes. Rapunzel's yelling voice suddenly interrupted their tickling session, making Jin, Elsa, and Mavis turn their attention to Rapunzel, who was standing on the bed with her hands on her waist. Why are you guys having a tickle fight without me? Rapunzel pouted cutely with raised eyebrows. Wanna join? Heck yes! After getting the offer, Rapunzel didn't hesitate to jump in along with them and joined with the tickling. And so, Jin rose as the winner in the end. Mainly because he doesn't have any ticklish parts on his body, giving him a huge advantage over the fight. Where is he now? Doesn't he know that there are hundreds of monsters here that want to give their gratitude? Dracula's eyes started to turn red from the amount of letters and messages that the monsters are giving him, asking him to pass these messages to their savior, Jin. Just bear with it, what he did is beyond everyone's expectations. Not every day you see someone who can revive a dead monster. Vlad, who was beside him, simply shrugged his shoulders. You're only saying that because you're not the one being asked to pass the message. Dracula stared monotonously at Vlad, who looked at anything but Dracula. Sigh, I wonder what he's doing. Dracula sighed at his father's antics and wondered to himself. Probably depleted his energy from reviving so many dead monsters all at once. Vlad made an assumption that is almost right, except that Jin's energy wasn't depleted because of the resurrection, but because of something else. Putting you all to sleep is quite a hard mission. Jin breathed heavily as he looked down on his masterpiece, which consists of 4 sweaty beauties passed out on the ground due to the tickle fight earlier. Now, I have some time alone. I didn't expect spilling secrets are like spilling cum inside them. Jin chuckled at his own senseless joke before walking outside, only to be met with Dracula's exhausted figure, holding several papers in his hands. Jin, do you know what? Dracula was about to complain right in front of Jin when his sharp eyes suddenly caught the figure of his daughter lying on the bed full of sweat. Although they're not naked, as they only tickled each other, but Dracula didn't know that. His mind gears started turning before it came to a worse conclusion. Seeing the look on Dracula's face and where he was looking at, Jin was about to explain the truth when Dracula suddenly flashed away and disappeared, leaving the papers and letters to fly in the air and landed in front of Jin. Hey! Jin could only scratch the back of his head before bending down and picking up the papers and letters. What's this? Jin confusedly asked no one before bringing them inside the room before closing the door. Unknown to him, Dracula has appeared outside the balcony of his room before yelling. No! I feel touched. Oblivious to what Dracula is feeling right now, Jin was reading each paper and letter one by one, feeling quite touched by the words and gratitude that the monsters are giving him. Though some of them are a bit unnecessary. Jin added in after taking out a wet small bone on one of the letters. Jin doesn't know why it is wet, nor does he want to know the kind of bone it is, so he simply threw it outside the window where it collided with one of the wolves guarding outside. Ah, breakfast! The wolf said in delight before taking the bone from the ground and started licking it with happiness. And there's a flavor too. Walking on the hallways, Martha suddenly met Dracula, whose shoulders were slumped and tears were threatening to blow out of his eyes. Drac! Martha called out to him with worry. Martha! Dracula weakly looked at Martha before looking back down on the ground with clear pain on his face. What happened? Seeing her husband in such a state obviously made Martha worry very much. Sniff, Martha, she's growing up too fast. Dracula quickly hugged Martha as soon as she was on his arm reach. What? What do you mean? You know I'm not a fortune teller, so explain everything. Martha pushed Dracula from her and said with a strict tone. Sniff. Earlier I was. Dracula then proceeded to explain everything to Martha, including his assumptions on what happened in that room along with his daughter. Sigh, I knew this would happen. Drac, this might hurt you, but you have to let go now, Mavis is a grown woman now, she could handle herself and make decisions for herself. As her parents, we should support and guide her. Martha massaged her temples after hearing the entire story from Dracula. And besides, you just assumed based on what you just saw, am I right? Martha asked Dracula for confirmation, and as soon as he nodded his head, Martha crossed her arms. Drac. We don't know what happened inside, but don't just assume things. Mavis is a grown-up now, she's not a kid anymore. But she's my baby maybe. Dracula softly retorted, but was quickly shut down by Martha. No buts. Now come with me, the others can't see you in this state, they might assume that something bad happened to you. Dracula was then dragged by Martha back to their room to fix himself. Meanwhile, Jin just finished reading all the messages and letters, and he almost cried after reading some of the stories and how grateful they are for giving their loved ones another chance in life. Sniff. Are you crying? Jin suddenly jumped in surprise only to see Tigress looking at him after waking up groggily. No. Jin smiled awkwardly and responded as a retort. Really? Why is your face wet then? Tigress smirked and pointed at Jin's face that was indeed wet due to his tears of being touched earlier. Oh this? It's just my sweat. Jin lied with a shrug of his shoulders. Are you sure about that? Tigress smirked and slowly approached Jin. Yet. Jin watched as Tigress arrived in front of him before leaning towards his face. Just as Jin thought Tigress was looking for a kiss, she then suddenly licked his face, specifically the tears on his face. I know what your sweat tastes like, and this is not a sweat. Tigress said with a grin on her face. Okay fine, it's just that wait, you said you know what my sweat tastes like? When did you? Jin was about to surrender peacefully when he fully registered what Tigress just exclaimed. Hee. Tigress smiled, and before Jin could further ask more questions regarding what she said, she quickly pushed him down on the bed, right beside Mavis, Elsa, and Rapunzel, who were still fast asleep on the bed. Let's do it here. Tigress breathed heavily as she slowly unveiled her robe, showing her pale dark skin full of muscles that looked compact and heavy. What? But Mavis's Jin was about to refuse due to the risk of being exposed to Mavis when Tigress covered his mouth with her finger and answered. Just a quickie. Tigress whispered before sealing her lips with his. You're going crazy, Abraham. How do you think I will give you my support? In the human world, Abraham was having a talk with one of America's great army generals, Jason. Jason was one of the generals that became famous due to his tactics and strategies that were used during World War III. Are you sure? Maybe, you won't, but you will be once this gets out, right? Abraham grinned evilly before throwing a bunch of photos towards Jason, who quickly picked them up and looked at them. As soon as he did, his face suddenly showed dread and horror as the photos that were thrown on him contained the pictures of the children that he hid in his basement for his sadistic desires. How did you get this? Jason's hand shivered in fear as he asked Abraham. Let's just say, I have my ways. Now, don't think about escaping this by either burning the photos or threatening me, I'm sure you get what I mean, right? This is just a copy. As an experienced general, Jason obviously knew who Abraham is, and he would not be an idiot to throw these photos at him without any contingencies. You just want my support, right? Jason could only grit his teeth and agree. To be honest, I'll add another one. Abraham cackled and chimed in, making Jason clench his fist and glare at him. What? I want access to the US Navy. As someone who dares to confront the monsters and eradicate their race, Abraham would still stick to his plan of controlling the Kraken to kill them. And by having access to the US Navy, it would be easy for him to find where the Kraken is and make further plans. That's impossible. I don't have enough influence to give you access to the Navy. Jason shook his head and quickly refused. Then make it possible. Or else this goes out. Abraham glared angrily at Jason before using the blackmail materials to threaten him. Fine, I'll see what I can do. Jason looked very lost as he answered. No matter what, the photos must not get out, or else his wife and daughter would know about it, and his reputation that he built with his own sweat and blood would go down the drain. Good. I'll be expecting good news from you then. Abraham then turned to leave Jason's office, while still maintaining his evil smile. Everything is falling according to my plan. Chapter 173, ch 167, Invitation. A few weeks have passed and Dracula learned to accept that his daughter is indeed growing up and she's not the baby Maybe like she used to. Meanwhile, Jin has been receiving information from Jeff, who he helped in making an alternate identity, away from his original one, and also helped him in achieving his dream of building his very own bakery. All this in exchange for a weekly report from Jeff about the happenings in the human world and their response to the news of the monsters. After receiving the reports, it's quite hard for Jin to say that the reactions of the humans are wholly bad news. There is also some good news, like those people who emphasize that monsters are like humans too, they have feelings and life like humans, and so on and so forth. This is the first time that Jin appreciates these kinds of people. Normally they preach about animals having feelings too, and they should resort to becoming entirely vegans. Who knew they would turn out to be quite useful in the matter of monsters? Aside from those, the bad news that he received was that the UN has announced that they would make a move on the monsters and determine if they're hostile to the humans and the planet Earth. Which means that all the countries in the entire world are now focused on the monsters. This is much worse than dealing with Thomas, the ex-president of the US. Speaking of presidents, Jin was quite surprised to receive a report about the newly elected president called Abraham Van Helsing. Using his ancestors' fame along with his fame of eradicating vampires and monsters alike, while also exaggerating that they were protecting the humans from them a long time ago, Abraham has gathered quite a lot of supporters that helped him ascend to the seat of the president. Knowing who Abraham is according to the movies, Jin knew that this only spells trouble, as Abraham would do everything in his power just to kill Dracula. I don't know how this fight even started, but this is Dracula's problem now. I'm sure he'll be able to handle himself just fine, unless Abraham resorts to the Kraken. At the same time as Jin thought about the Kraken in the movies, his eyes widened in surprise and realization. Abraham would definitely use the Kraken to eliminate all the monsters at once. But he doesn't know the exact location of the artifact that is used to control the Kraken, right? Or perhaps he already found it thanks to a certain reincarnator. At this point, Jin felt like slapping himself in the cheeks so hard for only realizing this now. I have to warn Chronicles. Jin stood from his seat and quickly left his room, using his chi senses to locate Dracula's location. Sensing him in the saunas, Jin teleported inside there and was surprised to see Dracula and his friends staying inside. Jin? What are you doing here? Dracula removed the towel on his face after sensing the presence of Jin inside the sauna. Oh, hey Jin. Care to join us? Frankenstein was among them, and when he saw Jin, he didn't hesitate to invite him in. After all, Jin is his benefactor, and it's almost like Frankenstein owes him his entire second life. Sure. Seeing how relaxed they are, as Wayne was even salivating from the sheer heat in the sauna. Jin snapped his fingers and removed his clothes, showing his hardened body and carefully trimmed muscles to everyone in the room. Oh! Frankenstein was the first one to react by having a surprised expression on his face. Oh man! Next was Murray, who looked dejected after looking at Jin's sculptured body and then at his own flabby belly, before comparing them. Damn it, how did he have that kind of body? The last one was Griffin, who could only look at Jin with jealousy in his eyes. He also wanted to have that kind of body, even though he's invisible and no one would be able to appreciate it even if he has the same body. Jin ignored their looks and proceeded to grab a towel from a nearby rack and covered his lower part of the body. Thankfully the mist in the sauna covered it, or else they would not only die from sheer jealousy but also have their pride as men destroyed completely. After sitting beside Dracula, Jin sighs in satisfaction and pleasure. So, what brings you here? Dracula asked while scrubbing his back. I have something to tell you. Jin cracked his neck and replied. Tell me what? Dracula said with his eyes still closed. Have you heard about Abraham Van Helsing? Jin first asked the question just for confirmation. Yeah, he's quite an old friend of mine. Dracula awkwardly chuckled, clearly showing signs of lying. Yeah, a friend who is determined in killing you. Jin scoffed while directly revealing his blatant lie. Sigh, so what's with him? Don't tell me he also came back to life. Dracula made a slight joke. After all, knowing human lifespan, his old rival must already be dead long ago. Yeah, he didn't come back to life, but he's still alive to begin with. Jin dropped the bomb that shocked not only Dracula but also Frankenstein and Murray. As Dracula's longest friends, they obviously know about the Van Helsings that seem to be so adamant on killing all vampires along with the other monsters. It's not a lie to say that some other monsters have made the Van Helsings as boogeyman or the monsters under their children's beds. Hey? I'm sorry, I think I heard it wrong, can you repeat that? After using his pinky finger to clean his left ear, Dracula asked for a repeat, thinking that he just heard him wrong. There's no problem in your hearing, Chronicles. You're a goddamn vampire. Jin rolled his eyes and said. What you heard is what you heard, there's nothing wrong with it. Abraham has been living for exactly 201 years. Jin dropped the bomb, making them wide-eyed and dropping their jaws. How is that even possible? Last time I remembered, humans can't even live until, I don't know, 70 years before they die of old age or some unknown disease. Dracula was in disbelief. All this time he always believed that Abraham is dead due to old age, but who knew that he's still alive and kicking, though only alive but not kicking. That would be the case, but Abraham is not a normal human. I'm sure you know how he's kind of a technology wizard thanks to his intelligence. Jin answered the question that has been boggling their minds after the reveal. So, you're saying? Dracula's eyes widened as he seems to have gotten the gist of what Jin is implying. Yes, Abraham has prolonged his life with the help of technology. Geez, and here I thought they were just toys. Murray made a comment, though it's impossible to hide the slight fear in his voice which was noticed by everyone in the sauna, but no one made fun of him. After witnessing the power of technology in the humans' hands, they stopped underestimating the humans. They're now different from their past selves where monsters reign supreme. Anyways, just watch out for anything unusual that happens here. If something weird goes on, just don't forget to tell me. Jin finished stating his purpose in coming here. Just as he stood up and prepared to leave, Dracula replied to his warning. Oh, there's nothing unusual that happened yet, just an invitation letter that I received this morning. Dracula waved his hand and said with a carefree tone, as if receiving an invitation letter itself isn't weird enough. Invitation letter. Jin quickly stopped in his tracks and turned around to face Dracula, who quickly caught up to him and realized that the invitation letter he received this morning was indeed weird. Where is this letter? Jin asked, and Dracula soon replied. In my room. Dracula stood up and stretched his body in many unimaginable ways before walking outside the sauna with a straight back. Cartoon logic is really impossible. Jin shook his head after seeing the way Dracula stretched his limbs. Once they arrived at Dracula's room, Jin was met with Dracula throwing several clothes out of the cabinet before he screamed. Aha! Here it is. Dracula grabbed a small letter from the cabinet before handing it to Jin. Let's see. Jin slowly unfolded the paper and started reading it. Dear Count Dracula. I hope this message finds you in good health. I want to express my apologies for any past conflicts and misunderstandings we had in the past. As a form of my apology to you, I would like to sincerely invite you to my cruise to have a short party. You're very welcome to bring all of your friends. In fact, my cruise ship is enough to accommodate every other monster that you know of. The location would be sent to you once you respond to this letter. I really hope you consider this. Best regards. Abraham Van Helsing. He's surprisingly kind. Jin rubbed his chin while trying to find any flaws in the letter but found nothing. Though guessing from what he watched, Abraham's plan would still be the same as he did in the movie. A really changed hey. Dracula felt happy after reading the letter. He thought that Abraham had a change of mind and decided to forgive him for killing his ancestors. Alright then, I guess we'll go on a trip. Dracula smiled and can't wait to pass this good news to everyone. Oh well, I guess it's fine to leave him in the dark for now. Once I see that Kraken, I'll make my move, and besides, this cruise party would be a good rest for everyone. Chapter 174, ch 168, Erica Van Helsing. Woohoo! Vacation baby! Griffin cheered up while wearing a Hawaii t-shirt as he carried a briefcase. The warm night light shining over them is giving him to the shivers. I can't believe Van Helsing would invite us here, right Jin? While holding her straw hat on her head in place due to the windy nature around them, Mavis looked up at the cruise ship with amazement. She, along with Tigress, Elsa, and Rapunzel were all wearing vacation outfits, mostly flower-patterned dresses. As for Jin? As a proud gentleman, he's carrying their luggage and briefcases containing their clothes and other necessities. Welcome, Count Dracula. It's nice to see you again. A small-looking old man stuck in a weird machine started rolling over them from the cruise ship. Abby. My friend. Dracula greeted him back, although he felt weird why Abraham wanted to invite him over just to apologize, but as someone who knows Abraham the longest, Dracula thought that Abraham had finally changed similar to other humans. Stuck with the same old nickname at. Abraham gripped the lever on his side, while his eye was twitching a bit before he resumed to his normal self. He can't expose his plan now, he must be calm and endure it. I can't believe we're seeing each other again. Last time I saw you, you were taller than me and buffed. Dracula looked down on Abraham as he spoke, literally. Due to his tall stature and Abraham's small body attached inside a machine, Dracula might even have to crouch just to meet Abraham's eye level. Ha ha ha, yeah, I remember those times. Although it can be seen that Abraham was smiling, if you look closely, you can see that his face is twitching and his fists are clenched. Endure it, endure it. Abraham used to practice a meditation breathing, so he used it to calm himself down. Seeing Abraham's misery, Jin can't help but smirk and scoff at him. As if hearing him scoff, Abraham turned his flimsy head towards him and his eyes squinted. This is the monster from the video. If I didn't see his horns and wings in the video, I would have thought that this monster is a human. I better be cautious of him. Abraham might be knowledgeable and smart, but that doesn't mean he knows everything. He still has his limits, so he doesn't know that Jin is a much more dangerous individual than Dracula, who he still thinks is the strongest monster. Seeing the look that Abraham is giving him, Jin resisted the urge to smack his bald head for giving him such a look. How about we proceed inside now? Oblivious to any of this, Dracula can't wait to get on the cruise ship and start the party. Oh yes. Please follow me. Abraham seemed to be awakened by his words and he quickly led them inside. Everyone quickly followed, while looking everywhere in the cruise ship in amazement and surprise. Unfortunately, he hasn't brought every monster. But that's fine, once Dracula is dead. Everyone else will do too, just like a domino. Abraham counted the numbers of the monsters before sighing in disappointment. Look here, maybe wavy. Dracula kept jumping around and showing his acrobatics while calling out to his daughter in order to impress her. However, looking at Mavis, who was clearly looking at Jin with loving eyes instead, Dracula grumbled and decided to show something more awesome. Ah, looky here, I'm balancing myself on the railings. Dracula was about to call her again, but he saw that Mavis was still too busy admiring whatever there is to admire on Jin's face. Drac! You're embarrassing us! Slapping herself on the forehead, Martha quickly approached him before pulling him down from the railings. Thud! Everyone is watching us, thanks to you. Martha whispered to Dracula's ears while smiling kindly to anyone who looked at them. Oh! Dracula scratched the back of his head after realizing. Meanwhile, back to Jin, he was just looking around, searching for something fun to do when he caught a glimpse of a tall woman with full white clothing standing on the cruise ship's balcony, looking down over them with an unknown look in her eyes. From the looks on her face, it seems like she was thinking about something related to them. I remember she zinged with Dracula in the third movie of the franchise, right? I wonder if they would still zing now that Martha is still alive and kicking. If they do, then zing is indeed a bad thing to this world, but if it did not work, then it's like Tinder but on a supernatural level. Who's that lady? I don't like that look. Tigress also noticed her and remarked. I can't help but agree. Elsa nodded her head. She's usually not the one to judge someone so easily, but after hanging out with them for almost a year by now, she has adapted to their personalities and she's now a changed person, not like her previous wet behind the ears self. Who is she? She's quite pretty. Out of the three of them who didn't like the woman at first look, Rapunzel was the only one whose opinion was different from them. She's Abraham Van Helsing's daughter, Erica Van Helsing. Having the knowledge of the franchise, Jin obviously knew who she was just at a glance. Interesting. Tigress squinted her eyes at Erica, who seemed to notice her gaze and quickly changed her expression to a kind look and waved at Tigress as if she wasn't looking at them with an unknown look earlier. Let's settle these things in our room first. Although Jin wasn't feeling anything while carrying these luggage, he still wanted his hands to be free and move around freely. Everything is falling according to my plan. Now, set sail to our destination. Or in other words, to their death. Abraham cackled evilly while tapping his fingers against one another like a generic villain that will soon be defeated by the protagonist. Erica, who was beside him, nodded her head before walking towards the cockpit to start the ship. Back on the deck, everyone started dancing and partying once the music came in. Several waitresses also came in and served them. These agents were secretly trained agents hired by Abraham, who has become the US president. This is so much fun. Mavis was jumping around, right in front of Jin, as if wanting to get his attention all the time. Thankfully, although Jin's women have noticed this behavior, they didn't mind it as all of them have gone through the same. They also wanted to get Jin's attention back then when their relationship was just starting. As for Jin, what else could he do but smile and play along with Mavis? There's no harm to it anyway. A few hours passed and almost every monster in the cruise ship had either passed out due to alcohol or some other unknown reason, except for a few monsters who either have a strong constitution or didn't drink the alcohol that is delivered to them earlier. Do monsters really have a weak tolerance against alcohol? Jin shook his head at this embarrassing sight. Thankfully, he seems to have gained some sort of alcohol immunity, as Jin has already finished 5 bottles of whiskey and 3 bottles of vodka all by himself. Even Tigress has almost passed out if it wasn't for her strong constitution that has kept her awake and resisted the temptation to pass out unlike the others. Isn't this a bit weird? Mavis tilted her head and said, unlike the others, Mavis didn't drink any alcohol, not because she doesn't want to but because Jin and Dracula forbid her from drinking it. Normally, if only Dracula forbade her, she might have sneaked to drink some, but since Jin also forbade her, she didn't hesitate to give in and simply stood on the side, watching as everyone passed out one by one after drinking the alcohol. Mavis has eaten the sweets they served, but she felt nothing on them, so she quickly ate her own serve of sweets without any worry. Jin also noticed this and has long caught up to Abraham's plan. You must be wondering about Dracula, right? Well, he didn't expect him to also pass out on the ground along with them. I didn't expect you to actually resist the tranquilizing poisons that could even knock out an elephant. Abraham walked forward and appeared to their sights as every monster that is still awake quickly raised their guards against Abraham, who is followed by his daughter Erica Van Helsing along with the waitresses behind them that served the cocktails and wines earlier. I knew you wouldn't easily forgive Dracula like that. I should have known. Murray poured sand on the floor as a sign that he was ready for battle. I'll have to commend you for managing to resist that, unlike him. Abraham clapped his hands despite his skinny structure before having a venomous tone on his voice as he refers to Dracula as him. What's your deal, old man? I've heard about you and I don't think it's right to hate on us just because of your ancestors' mistake. Who told him to hunt vampires for his experiment? Sensing the venomous tone towards her father, Mavis quickly retorted with the same venomous tone against him. Although she might start to rebel since she's technically in her teenage years, but that doesn't mean she doesn't love her father anymore. My ancestors' mistake. How dare you, cough cough. Just as Abraham wanted to yell at her in the top of his lungs, however his failure organs failed him. Ahem, rest assured, I'll make sure no monster gets out of here alive. Abraham cleared his throat before Erica stepped forward and finally showed their ultimate weapon against the monsters. Chapter 175, ch 169, The Kraken. The Instrument of Destruction. As Abraham dramatically yelled, Erica, who was beside him, raised the weird-looking item on her hand that resembles a kraken's tentacles entangled against another. Alright, I'm gonna admit that the name is cool and really fits on what it can do. Jin raised his hands in surrender while speaking. Oh really? You know what this mighty artifact can do? I'm impressed. Abraham seemed surprised at first before waving his hand nonchalantly as if knowing about the artifact changes nothing to his plans. You do know that I could just steal that artifact before you can use it, right? Jin raised his eyebrow and said, however instead of seeing fear in Abraham's eyes, he seemed to be waiting for him to ask this question. Haha. That would be the case unless I didn't prepare myself against you people. Abraham said, but before he could continue to state his plans against Jin, he suddenly commented. I'm sorry, what do you mean, you people? Jin raised his eyebrows while crossing his arms as if some kind of offended Karen. I have the MO. Wait, what? Abraham didn't even manage to finish his words before registering what Jin said. Why does it feel like he's the bad guy now? Isn't he doing this for the sake of humanity? You're racist, tisk tisk tisk. Jin continued and shook his head, making Abraham fume in anger, especially when he saw the other monsters following Jin's movements and also shook their heads. What's even worse is the doubtful looks that the waitresses that are secretly agents are giving him, albeit only for a moment before their professionalism kicked in and the doubts disappeared as if it wasn't there in the first place. Shut up! You devil! Take it out! Fuming in anger, Abraham quickly shut them up by yelling loudly before giving an order to the secret agents that are behind him. They all nodded in unison, and under everyone's curious gaze, especially Jin's, they watched as the agents pulled out some weird weapon out of their behinds before pointing them at the monsters, mostly towards Jin. Raising his eyebrow, Jin decided to be cautious, and if those weird weapons can indeed hurt him, then he should be prepared. Just as Jin was wary over the weapons, the agents finally pulled the trigger. Splash! Several strings of transparent liquid that resemble water squirted out of their weird weapons and landed in Jin's body. Jin, who was ready to dodge and avoid the water, felt nothing on the water. Normally, he should feel some kind of threat that would warn him, but he received nothing, which prompted him to let the water land on his body. Splash! Splash! Combined with Jin's expressionless face, makes the scene awkward, especially for Abraham, who was just about to introduce his secret weapon against Jin once the said weapon takes effect. Is this water? Jin licked some of the water that splashed on his lips and raised an eyebrow. What? And no. How is that possible? Pope Francis told me himself that this holy water is effective against devils like you. Abraham finally revealed and explained about the holy water that they used against Jin. Pfft. Ha 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 ha. Unable to hold his laughter, Jin started laughing out loud, much to Abraham's irritation and the agent's confusion. Oh come on, old man in a weird machine. Did you really think a normal water that they believed to be blessed by God can affect me? Yes, I'm going to admit I'm a devil, but this is just water. While holding his laugh in order to explain it, Jin pointed at the weapons in the middle of his explanation. What? For the first time that his plan went haywire, Abraham's survival instincts quickly took over him, forcing him to look for something that would help him in such a situation. What else could there be but the instrument of destruction that he currently holds? I'm sure you haven't noticed this also, right? Jin smirked before twirling the said weapon on his fingers. What? Now, Abraham wasn't the only one shocked, but also Erica and the agents behind them. Without the instrument of destruction, that means they're at a huge disadvantage now. No, it's more accurate to say that their lives lay in the hands of Jin and the monsters. The agents sweated in fear, scared for their life. Meanwhile, Erica was already thinking of ways of how to escape here along with her father, Abraham. But so far, she can't think of anything but jumping out of the sea. However, Abraham's machine isn't resistant to water, especially dipping inside the sea. However, Jin's next words not only shocked them but also his fellow monsters. How do I use this thing? Jin flipped the artifact around several times before giving up and asking Abraham, who seems to know more about it. He may have watched the movie, but he could barely remember it, and Jin doesn't know why. There's a hidden musical note inside once you open it. Although Abraham was speechless, he still taught Jin how to use it. He's afraid that if he didn't do so, Jin might kill him out of anger. I see. Jin nodded his head, and much to everyone's surprise, Jin smashed the artifact open and revealed the hidden content. Jin. Aside from Tigress and Rapunzel, Elsa was the only one who seemed to be worried. As for why Tigress isn't worried? Of course, why should she when she also wants to fight the Kraken? She's been itching for a good fight for an entire month. And now that the opportunity has presented itself, who is she to refuse such an offer? While Rapunzel's reason was because she trusts whatever Jin is doing. Elsa was only worried because, unlike Tigress, she doesn't like violence and prefers peace over them. It's not like she doesn't trust Jin either, but she just prefers to see peace rather than seeing people getting hurt. Back to Jin, he was wondering what to do on the piece of paper before remembering that Abraham was the one who brought this artifact, which only means one thing, and that he must have prepared something to use this musical note. I need you to awaken the Kraken. The paper teleported from Jin's hand to Abraham's, further shocking everyone. Me. Abraham's intelligent brain seemed to have been fried from the decisions that Jin is making. He doesn't know if Jin is confident in himself or just an idiot that can't wait to be killed. Nonetheless, Abraham doesn't have any reason to refuse. In fact, he's over the heavens right now due to having the illusion that the Kraken could surely beat Jin and protect him. Jin, are you sure about this? Murray approached Jin and whispered to him worriedly. He has lived long enough to know the horrors of the Kraken, especially to the sailors. Normally, Murray should be stronger than the Kraken, but they're in an environment disadvantage, so Murray has no power in this place. If they were in a sand environment, then Murray would become nigh unbeatable by anyone. Perhaps only Dracula with his time-stop ability could defeat him at that moment. Yup, just step aside and let me handle this. Jin winked at them and said, watching as Abraham prepares his piano where he placed the musical note in front of him. Crack. Cracking his fingers, Abraham started playing the piano according to the sheet music in front of him. Piano music. Far across deep inside the sea, a peaceful sleeping Kraken suddenly opens his eyes once his ears catch the sound of the piano playing. Soon, it didn't take long before his eyes turned red and he quickly swam out of his makeshift bed. If you look at a bird's view, you will see a tsunami-like wave rushing towards the cruise ship where Jin and the rest lie. It didn't take long before the Kraken finally showed himself with red eyes and an angry expression, as if someone just pissed him off even though no one did. Back to Jin, the moment everyone saw the Kraken's appearance, almost everyone except for Jin and his women shuddered in fear just from its sheer size. Ha ha ha. Here it is. You arrogant fool. You're dead. Seeing the appearance of the kraken that is under his control, Abraham regained his confidence and yelled on the top of his lungs. "I'll deal with him later, but for now." Jin chuckled at Abraham's behavior that truly resembles what a villain should be like before facing Tigris and continuing. "I know you have been itching to fight, so why don't you do the honors this time?" Jin smiled warmly and said, offering her to strike first and have her way with the kraken. "You know me so well." Feeling her fighting spirits reawakening, Tigris grins before planting a kiss on Jin's cheeks. Smooch. The moment she did that, she didn't hesitate anymore and quickly jumped across the air and met the kraken face to face. Ha ha! Delivering a devastating kick towards the kraken's forehead. Boom! Under everyone's shocked eyes, the kraken flew backwards before landing back on the sea and sunk in. Especially Abraham, whose jaw dropped from what he just saw. Isn't kraken the strongest creature in the sea? How come a mere tigress who resembles a human managed to knock it down in a single strike? Hat! That's my girl! Jin cast a proud smirk after seeing the expressions of the viewers. Pouting in jealousy, Rapunzel also wanted to be called that, so she looked at the rising kraken before a plan arose from her mind. Chapter 176, ch 170, Poor Kraken. Using chi to levitate herself, Tigris watched as the kraken used one of his tentacles to fight back. Boom! Crossing her arms in front of her, Tigris didn't bother dodging it and instead, blocked it with her crossed arms. As soon as the large tentacle came in contact with her small figure, Tigris failed to stabilize herself in the air from the sheer force of the tentacle and was blown towards the deep sea. Splash! She's dead. Abraham was in delight after seeing that a single attack from the kraken has killed the tigress. However, when he looked at Jin to gloat at him, he was confused to see that a large grin was plastered on his face, as if he wasn't worried about his wife at all. Before he could ask his question, his curiosity was soon answered when a booming sound resounded across the sea. Splash! Boom! Following the exploding sound was a small figure that rose from the waters and flew back towards the confused kraken. Failing to react in time, the figure smashed its way on the kraken's forehead. Hey! The kraken could only mutter a word of confusion before his entire body was blown away, revealing Tigris, who was very wet thanks to the water. "I hate water," Tigris muttered to herself while watching the kraken roar and showed its large fangs to Tigris. "Rrr." Tigris also growled back at the kraken before engaging him. The kraken used all of his tentacles to attack Tigris, while Tigris herself simply dodged all of this while in midair, showing her amazing control over her chi flight. How? Abraham was both wide-eyed and jaw-dropped after seeing such a scene. Have you seen any place in this world where a tigress could fly like that? Even the agents and Erica were also shocked. Aside from the tigress flying in the air without any help, she's also beating the shit out of the kraken. The expected outcome of kraken coming out as a victor was now the opposite. Instead, it was Tigris who was now coming out as the victor of the battle. Bam! 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 Treating the kraken as if it was a punching bag, Tigris was finally having the joy of her life. Rrrr. As if the kraken was feeling embarrassment of being beaten black and blue by Tigris, the kraken grew angry and tried to retaliate by smashing his tentacles together against her. Boom! Too late to dodge the combined tentacles, Tigris could only cross her arms once again and use her chi to create a barrier in front of her. Bam! Fortunately this time, she wasn't thrown away like what happened previously thanks to the chi barrier absorbing most of the force of the attack. My turn. Tigris smirked and held her hands together before her conjoined hands glowed in yellow hues. Taste this! Tigris yelled before smashing her hands on the kraken's head. Boom! The kraken seemed to have felt the pain this time as his eyes were rolling around while his body was dazing back and forth like a drunkard. It is clear that the attack has concussed the kraken and this is a perfect chance for Tigris to finish the battle when someone suddenly interferes. Swoosh! A long golden hair suddenly flew in the sky and wrapped itself on one of the kraken's tentacles. Seeing the long golden hair, everyone, even Jin himself, instinctively looked at the place where they last saw Rapunzel only to see nothing on her place. Woohoo! Tracing the source of the sound, they were surprised to see Rapunzel swinging in the air while holding onto her golden hair like a certain man who was raised by monkeys. Rapunzel! Tigris yelled at her in worry. She was obviously worried due to the fact that out of the three of them along with Elsa, Rapunzel was the weakest and doesn't have that much offensive power. All she has is her long golden hair that could somehow manipulate time but only reverse. What's she doing? Elsa approached the railing and was about to use her ice powers to rescue Rapunzel. What's with her? Raising his eyebrow, Jin also prepared himself to teleport just in case something bad happens to Rapunzel. However, what she did next shocked everyone who was watching her. The golden hair that shone and gave every injured people hope, slowly turned black, starting on her scalp right towards the tip of her long hair. Rapunzel. Tigress confusedly asked after seeing lack of goldenness in her hair. So this is what my mother was saying, hey? In fact, they weren't the only ones who were shocked, as Rapunzel was shocked too, except that she already knew about this hidden side of her. She could still vividly remember what her mother, Illyria, told her about their powers and how their purpose is not only to give life to others but to also take away their life. Normally, Rapunzel would need to have an incantation for this, but during the time she spent with her mother, she also taught her everything she needed to know about her powers. One might think that Rapunzel is useless when it comes to combat, but out of all of them aside from Jin, she has the most potent and scariest ability to ever exist. That is to suck the life out of a person using her hair. And now, the effects can now be seen on the Kraken, who seemed to have exhausted himself. His previous scary appearance started to turn pale and he now looks like an old Kraken that has lived his entire lifespan. What's happening? Abraham stuttered and was dumbstruck by the sudden events. First is a flying tigress and now a long golden hair turning black, and suddenly the Kraken starts to become weak. How did these monsters exist, and why are their existence not written in any literature like Dracula or Frankenstein? Is that even Rapunzel? Jin tilted his head and asked himself. Elsa also agreed with him and nodded her head. Should I even go and help her out? Elsa asked in a skeptical tone. I don't think you should. Jin shook his head. He was also thinking the same thing earlier and changed his mind after seeing that the Kraken itself is already solved. Normally, I should be the one out there to enjoy the fight, but since I've already fought a strong Rob a few days earlier, I guess I should give this one to them. Jin whispered to himself while watching the Kraken struggle to fight back at Rapunzel. But as if Rapunzel was possessed by a war goddess, she skillfully evaded all of the Kraken's attempts by using her long black hair to swing around. At the same time, more and more life started to leave the Kraken as his face now shows wrinkles and is on the verge of passing out. Seeing his current appearance, Jin could only shake his head and comment. Poor Kraken. Dad, we need to leave. Erica didn't hesitate to grab her father's machine body before running towards the side of the cruise where the lifeboats were hanging, waiting to be used. Abraham also felt the same, so he didn't say anything and allowed her to carry him away. He could already see that it is hopeless to fight back now, especially after seeing the state of the Kraken. The agents also followed suit, but before they could even reach 10 steps, someone suddenly intercepted them. Dracula. It turns out, it was Dracula and the other monsters including Mavis were the ones who intercepted them. I can't believe this, Abby. I thought we were friends. Even though they were betrayed by Abraham, Dracula along with his kind heart still wanted to forgive him despite the deception. But Mavis and Martha nudged him on his side, indicating that he didn't let his emotions rule his judgment on Abraham. Today, they were almost on the brink of death, and if Jin wasn't here, perhaps they would have died by now. I can't believe I also fell for it. Meanwhile, Vlad was the only one who wasn't worried for his life. After all, he has already reached the pinnacle of his life, so he doesn't have any value in his life at all. Sure, Dracula and Mavis would be sad if he died, but that's life, right? It's normal to have your loved ones die. Dad, stay behind me. Seeing the looks that the monsters are giving them, Erica knew that they're in a very tight position, tighter than a virgin's pussy. What are we gonna do to them? Mavis whispered to his father. To be honest, she felt like there is a peaceful way to deal with them instead of the usual killing. How do you think we should deal with them, my little Mavy Wavy? Seeing that Mavis took the initiative to talk to him for the first time since the whole week, Dracula was over here and decided to leave their fate to his cute daughter's hands. Happy that Dracula gave the final decision to her, Mavis quickly stated her decision. I think it would be better to simply put them behind our prison dungeons, right? Mavis nervously suggested, afraid that they would not like her suggestion. Thankfully her mother was there to the rescue. Martha nodded her head in support of her daughter, not because she's her daughter but because she also felt the same. Perhaps this is the reason why Mavis felt the urge to not punish them extremely. She might have inherited her mother's kind heart. Chapter 177, ch 171, The Truth About Jin. Jin looked at the scene where Dracula and the monsters were tying Abraham and his companions with rope. He has been keeping watch on them, and after seeing that nosing happened between Dracula and Erica, he finally decided to let go of his suspicions on Xing. So, he shifted his attention back to the poor Kraken whose life force is being sucked out of him. It turns out, Rapunzel's ability wasn't to turn back time, but to manipulate life force through her hair. Normally, it should be giving life force to the others, but after Rapunzel's meeting with Illyria, she now knows more about her powers and what it can truly do. Healing people and giving them youth is just the tip of the iceberg. Is Rapunzel really going to kill the Kraken? Elsa seems a bit worried, not for the Kraken but for Rapunzel. She might not have any idea what it feels like to kill someone, but she has heard from her father what it feels like. Trauma, nightmares, and several other negative effects will appear before you after taking someone's life with your own hands. Killing is the easy part, but bearing the consequence is the hardest. Maybe? I don't know, it all depends on her. Jin shrugged his shoulders and said, to be honest, he would prefer to have the Kraken alive. After all, it's not his fault that they're fighting each other. If there's someone to blame, then perhaps that blame should be on Jin instead, since he's the one who wanted to fight the Kraken. Hopefully, she doesn't go down that path. Elsa prayed inside her heart. Will she really? Jin squinted his eyes on Rapunzel, wanting to see what she would do, and to his surprise, what she did next is out of his expectations. Rapunzel's black hair turned to her previous golden hair and glowed, which only means one thing. That is, she's healing the Kraken. But why? Is the question here. It didn't take long before the Kraken was back to his previous self, and thankfully this time, he's back to his senses, considering the confused look on his face. But instead of stopping, Rapunzel continued to supplement the Kraken with life force, and slowly but surely, the Kraken started to get smaller and smaller, any traces of aging starts to disappear from his face, and instead, the Kraken slowly starts to look like as if he's back in his past self. The scratches and old-time scars on his tentacles and face also disappears as if it wasn't there in the first place. What's happening? The Kraken yelled out in surprise while looking at his own tentacles with disbelief plastered on his face. Soon, the previous large Kraken that is as huge as a mountain was now as small as a shopping mall cart, completely wrapped around Rapunzel's golden hair as if he was a newborn baby Kraken covered in a golden quilt. Aren't you a little cutie patootie? Rapunzel tugged her hair back towards herself and caught the baby Kraken in her arms before fawning over him. What the hell is going on? The Kraken tried to wave his tentacles around to fight back, but he was no longer as strong as his previous self, so his movements just aroused more fawn from Rapunzel. Seriously? What's with you bringing the Kraken back to his infancy stage? Tigress slowly descended towards her and crossed her arms while looking at the Kraken. She's right. What are you going to do to me, woman? The Kraken couldn't agree more from Tigress's words and also crossed his arms while glaring at Rapunzel. Relax. I don't mean no harm to you. I'm just going to give him a gift. Rapunzel assured. Him? Who do you mean by him? While the Kraken was confused, Tigress was the only one who could get what she was implying. And she can't help but get jealous of her. Unlike Rapunzel, Tigress doesn't have anything to present to his husband like Rapunzel's Kraken gift. Humph. At least I'm better than her in bed. Tigress averted her eyes from Rapunzel and positively thought to herself. Seeing the look on Tigress's face, Rapunzel silently made a victory pose in her mind. Although they're sisters in all but blood and have the same man, it can't be helped to have a competition between one another on who would be Jin's favorite among them. If Jin were to know about this, he would definitely smack all of them and smash them till they forget about this stupid competition. In Jin's eyes, they're all equals in everything, including in bed. A pussy is a pussy. A titties is a titties. The three of them are the same, except that Elsa's pussy is a bit colder than the others. It must have been from her ice powers. Swinging her way back to the cruise, Rapunzel landed right in front of Jin, followed soon by Tigress, who descended softly on the floor unlike Rapunzel. Look, Jin. I caught this octopus for you. Rapunzel then quickly shoved the Kraken to Jin's arms before blinking several times while her eyes never left Jin's. As if she was asking for something. Something very important for her. What do you mean, octopus? I'm a proud Kraken, Wooma. Before the Kraken could retaliate and save his dignity, Rapunzel suddenly used her hair to cover his mouth, rendering him unable to defend his pride as a Kraken, and instead, was degraded to a lowly octopus. You didn't have to do this, Rapunzel, but still, thank you. Jin shook his head and said before chuckling and extended his gratitude by patting Rapunzel's head. Hee. Rapunzel closed her eyes and pushed her head towards Jin's hand, as if he wanted him to be rough on his patting. What about me then? I fought that Kraken, and if it wasn't for me, Rapunzel wouldn't be able to finish him. Seeing the euphoria on Rapunzel's face, Tigress finally couldn't hold back and wanted to be patted also. All right here. Jin sighed in defeat before using his other hand to pat Tigress's head, making her close her eyes and silently purr. Looking over to his side, he caught Elsa looking at him patting their heads, and once their eyes met, Elsa seemed to be shocked at first before looking away. It's not like I'm staring cause I need a pat or something. I'm old enough for such a thing. Although Elsa seemed so adamant of not wanting to be patted, but once Jin's palm came in contact with her head, she quickly melted like an ice cream under the sun. You guys! Jin sighed again in defeat. But before he could stop, he suddenly noticed an addition among them. Mavis. Jin raised an eyebrow while looking at Mavis, whose face was too close to him and smiling like a golden retriever. Yes. Mavis simply replied, not stating her intentions. Do you want a pat too? Jin hesitantly asked. Holy rabies! Really? I could get a pat too. If Mavis were to have a tail, Jin would definitely see it wagging furiously. Yeah, sure. Jin chuckled to himself before switching his left hand from Rapunzel to Mavis. Mavis seemed to have melted upon his touch, but before Rapunzel could moan in complaint, Jin quickly switched his other hand from Elsa to Rapunzel and his other hand from Mavis to Tigress, and so on and so forth. Fuck. Maybe I should consider making a chi technique where I could grow another pair of arms. Jin made a small note to himself, reminding himself to research this technique once he has the time. No. My Mavis. You used to melt like that when I pat you back then. Clutching on his chest, Dracula looked like he was in a great pain while staring at Mavis's figure that is desperate for Jin's attention. Hat. Serves you right. Seeing his predicament, Abraham took this chance to spat out on Dracula for the last time before they sent him and his daughter to the underground prison under Dracula's castle. Shut up, Abby. Dracula quickly lashed out on him after hearing his insult. I said don't call me that. Abraham also lashed back, and the two of them continued to throw back insults against each other. Sigh, when will he ever grow up? Shaking her head, Martha watched as her husband bantered with his rival like a little child. He's just like Dad. I'm seriously starting to rethink my life right now. Erica couldn't help but agree with her. I think we would be great friends. Martha chuckled and said with a smile. Yeah, I think we would. While Jin was having trouble patting heads, someone suddenly spoke inside his mind. Jin, hurry yourself up and get back up here. I have something to tell you. What is it? Jin stopped patting heads and asked, making his women squirm in discomfort. It's the truth that I've been hiding from you. So why don't you settle everything there and we'll talk more about it? God replied. Oh. Okay. Jin then completely stopped and relayed this message to his women. They all understood his words and went on to prepare themselves, except for one. I don't get it. What do you mean, God? Like from the Bible? Mavis tilted her head and asked in confusion. Oh right. Jin scratched his head and forgot that Mavis is still in the dark when it comes to his past. Welp, time to repeat that story to her. Chapter 178, ch 172, I am your father. Wow. Glitters started sparking on Mavis's eyes after Jin retold her the same old story that he told about Tigress and the others. And as usual, it's expected that she's amazed by the story. Look Mavis. I'm not forcing you to come with us, okay? We're technically traveling the entire multiverse with a near-suicide mission. If I were you, perhaps staying here would be the best of Y. Like previously, Jin clarifies that he's not forcing his women to come with him, however before he could finish his sentence, Mavis interrupted him. I'll join. Wherever you'll go, I'll be there with you. And besides, you said that time here would stop, right? Yes, but you would be away for long. Like way too long. Jin calmly explained, thinking that Mavis was thinking too much about him and not about herself. It's fine, I've been living here for 118 years, I want to explore and discover more. And if what you told me is amazing as you said, then there's no reason for me to refuse the offer. Mavis shook her head and said along with an explanation. Yippee! Now there's 4 of us. Maybe we'll finally have a chance against him in bed. Rapunzel jumped and engulfed the confused Mavis in a hug. Against him in bed. Mavis raised her eyebrows in confusion and turned to look at Rapunzel for answers. Slap. Tigress, Elsa, and Jin all slapped their foreheads at Rapunzel's slip. Nothing. You'll know soon enough. Now, let's go and pack your clothes. Rapunzel clapped her hand and deliberately changed the topic. It's not time to corrupt Mavis yet. Oh. Mavis still had the confused look on her face while turning around to fetch her clothes in her room on the cruise. However, while in the middle of walking, pieces started to form in her mind and she quickly blushed and read after a moment of realization in Rapunzel's words. I am probably just thinking wrong, right? She meant a different thing, right? Mavis gulped her saliva and can't help but imagine her and Jin in bed, doing something that only adults do. Elude. Plaque. Ah. Rapunzel closed her eyes and held her forehead in pain while glaring/pouting at Jin for flicking her in the forehead. That's what you get for almost corrupting Mavis. Jin said, oblivious of the fact that Mavis has already been corrupted. What? Why? I mean, she's older than all of us here, right? Rapunzel said, and Jin couldn't help but agree with her. Mavis is indeed 118 years old, much older than even himself. Jin wanted to retort but his words got stuck in his throat, so he could only swallow his pride and silently surrender while changing the topic at the same time. Maybe Mavis is already ready, let's go to her room. Jin said before walking past them. Wow, out of the three of you, you're the one I least expected to beat him. Tigress whistled at seeing Jin's defeated back and complimented Rapunzel. Thanks. Rapunzel laughed slightly and replied. Let's follow him. If he got there first without us, I'm afraid Mavis might truly get corrupted. Elsa tangled both of her arms on Tigress and Rapunzel before walking forward, dragging them along with her. Thankfully, the preparation didn't take long, mostly because Mavis's clothes were already packed while Jin and the others didn't have that much to bring except for themselves. Let's do it in your room, if we do it outside, we might look like we're up to something. Jin suggested and they all agreed, so the five of them held one another's hands and closed their eyes. Meanwhile, Jin whispered inside his mind. We're ready. As soon as he stated that in his mind, a familiar flash of light engulfed them and the light disappeared soon after along with them. In the familiar white space, Jin and his four women appeared in a flash of light, welcoming them was none other than God, Illyria, and finally Callias. Congratulations on becoming a full-fledged god. How does it feel? Brings back old times, right? Callias was the first one to greet them, though his words confused Jin slightly. Old times. Thud. Oof. Feeling the elbow of Illyria, Callias held his side with pain on his face. Didn't we agree that father would be the one to break it down to him? Illyria whispered to Callias while staring at him as if he was some kind of idiot. I know, but there should be someone to take the initiative, right? So it wouldn't be awkward for him. Callias tried to reason while in the middle of pain, though Illyria's glare says that she doesn't believe his shit. What does he mean by that? Jin's eyebrows were raised while referring to the words of Callias. Sigh, I've been hiding something from you, Jin. Or should I call you Sam? God inhaled and exhaled heavily before speaking, shocking not only Jin but also his women by his words. What do you mean? Is this about my dream a few days ago? Jin sweats a bit while asking God about the meaning of his confusing words, so he made an assumption. After all, God is always watching him, so he must have known about his weird dream. Sam, look at me. God stood up and looked directly in Jin's eyes as he spoke. I'm looking. Jin gulped and said while staring at God's eyes. He doesn't know what's happening and he just got here, but he's very nervous. Even Tigress and his women were nervous, though Tigress bravely stood side by side with Jin while squinting her eyes at God, as if at any moment now she would strike if they made a move on his Jin. Elsa and Mavis on the other hand were confused a bit, but still they readied and raised their guards up against them. Mom, what's going on? While Rapunzel was the only one that is the opposite of them, she never really sees them as enemies. Father is going to tell Sam the truth. She replied to her confusion. Who's Sam? Tigress glared at her and asked. Jin's true name. Illyria revealed, making them froze in shock. Jin's true name? How is that even possible? Jin. Tigress turned to look at Jin, betrayal can be seen on her face. Tigress, it's not what you think. Jin tried to calm her down, and just as Tigress was about to further the argument, God came to his rescue. He did it to protect you. God said, and everyone quickly looked at him in confusion. Even Jin was confused. Didn't he just change his name because he got Jin's template and he thought the name sounded cool? Sam's full name is Samuel, his other name is Lucifer Morningstar. It was God's turn to spill, and they're now more shocked at the reveal. You mean like the devil? Mavis raised a confirmation. Yes, not only the devil but the first devil and the creator of all devils. And also my direct son. God dropped another reveal, and this time, Jin's shock was over the roof. His eyes widened and jaw dropping. I'm the son of God. I'm Lucifer. Jin questioned himself, and as if hearing his thoughts, God answered those questions. You are indeed the Lucifer Morningstar. Sit down, my son. I know you have a lot of questions to ask. I'll honestly answer all of them. God willed 2 chairs out of thin air and placed them in front of each other. Jin didn't hesitate and ignored all manners before sitting down and asked a question before God could even sit on the chair. How? Is it the angel bloodline? But it's impossible, right? And how is my past life name related to me being Samael the Lucifer Morningstar all of the sudden? First of all, let me clarify something. The gifts that you got were not truly gifts. Hey! They're your powers to begin with. Including the templates and such. Before you die and become Sam from Earth, you were once the most powerful devil in the entire existence, rivaling me. But after we had a dispute, you did something that went out of my expectations. God said, and the more he spoke the more his voice started to become grim. What did I do? Jin, now Sam, also wore a serious expression as he listened to God's words. You killed yourself. God said, shocking Jin and also Callias and Ilaria, who were also listening, since they were also curious about the death of the first devil. Who knew his death was suicide? Why? Jin asked, wanting to know the reason why he killed himself, though God shook his head and answered. That is something that I cannot answer, but you would. God then proceeded to point his finger at Jin. Me? Yes, you. After you died, I did everything in my power to find a way to bring you back, going as far as separate your soul into 2 halves and reincarnated the other one, which is you now, while the other one was reincarnated on another universe, albeit it doesn't have any idea that he's Lucifer. Another universe? What universe? A universe of superheroes, or you might call the Incredibles. Your half has reincarnated into a small baby, a baby that contains the rest of your powers, memories, and everything fiber of your being. Once you merge back with it, you will return as the Lucifer Morningstar. God said with a smile, while at the same time showing him the image of the baby that he must merge with. Isn't this Bob and Helen's baby son? The weird baby with tons of superpowers. Jin raised an eyebrow and said after seeing the appearance of the baby. Chapter 179, ch 173, The Incredibles. I was thinking of changing his name from Jin to Sam, but I realized that some of you might not like that, so I refrained myself from doing so and stuck to Jin instead. Dash underscore 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 underscore. Yes, that's him, and he's your other half. The powers he showed in the movie is not everything your other half have. In fact, if Jack Haas grew into an adult, he would be stronger than the current you. God intentionally revealed. Hey? Wait, so shooting lasers, turning into a demon, teleporting, phasing through matter, becoming a burning baby and flight is not his full power. Jin's eyes widened in surprise while asking his father. Those powers alone, once controlled, would be a force to be reckoned with and might even cause trouble to the current Jin once Jack Haas mastered those powers. Yes, give him enough time and he would awaken more of your original abilities, such as the 5 concepts. Mainly, time, space, soul, matter and energy. No reality. Jin thought that the 5 concepts that God mentioned were quite similar to the 6 Infinity Stones in Marvel, so it confused him why reality is missing. He could understand power and mind missing since they already fall into the category of energy concept, but reality is different, it controls the reality of existence itself, so why is it not a concept? That's easy, just mix energy and matter concepts and you'll be able to manipulate reality. God said with a smile, as if he was talking about mixing primary colors and shit. Why yeah, I should have thought of that. Jin's face twitched while looking at God with slight annoyance. Why does he look as if he should know such a thing? Anyways, I'll give you guys some time to rest and you'll proceed with the next world or the last world as we speak, considering the responsibilities that you left after killing yourself, and not to mention, you have quite a responsibility now. God said those words while pointing at his women, who were now finished talking to each other and are waiting for him to speak to them. Gulp. Gulping his saliva nervously, Jin slowly approached them, and just as he expected them to berate him of lying to them for such a long time, he was hugged by them instead. We understand. We all do. Tigress said while burying Jin's face on her breasts, making Jin confused about the situation. What did they talk about without him? Nonetheless, this works in his favor, so he doesn't care whatever they talked about earlier. I wish I was there with you. Rapunzel followed up with the same hug, further confusion Jin, but he still accepted it. Who is he to refuse such hugs? Oh okay. Anyway, I have something to tell you guys. Jin then proceeded to tell them about what God told him and what he needs to acquire in the Incredibles universe. This time, no more lying to his women. His past life was already revealed, not to mention his past life that he didn't even know about was revealed, so there's no point in hiding it to them anymore. Let's go then. What are we waiting for? Out of the four of them, Mavis was the one who was more excited. Why couldn't she when she's going to travel to another world for the first time in her life? Not to mention, Jin told them that this world revolves around heroes with incredible powers and villains with their mutation or technology. I assume you guys are ready. God stepped forward and approached them and asked. But before you go, I have to warn you about something. God then walked towards Jin and whispered in his ear. Robert has warned the universal gods affiliated with him about you, so be cautious in that universe, and once you receive your other half, the entire multiverse would be alerted with your presence. I'm afraid once the angels realize you're back, they will do everything to kill you. God patted Jin's shoulders and continued. But look at the bright side, angels would not be the only one alerted of your presence but also the devils. Once they know you're back, they would immediately assume you as their master and help you escape the angels. I see, there would be another war between both sides, isn't it? Jin looked down on the ground and asked with sureness in his voice. Sigh, it's inevitable, son. Even I cannot do anything about it unless one of the two races went extinct, but that would bring an imbalance to the multiverse. Can't you just control your angels or something? Although nothing is happening yet, but Jin could already feel the exhaustion he's going to bear once he takes the mantle of the Lucifer again. If I were to control them, then what's the point of the free will that I granted to every creation? God shook his head and said. There's a way. Since I'm already enemies with the universal gods and the angels, then I just need a reason to make the devils also my enemy. Jin placed his finger below his chin as he calmly spoke. You're not thinking of going Madara style, aren't you? Forget it, the devils are devoted to you, I'm sure they wouldn't like that their creator has gone against them. That's not a worry. I just need to give them an illusion that their creator is alive and among them, while I'll become a separate being, a being that seeks to destroy all creation including the devils. That way, no one would think that I'm Lucifer. And how will you do that? God raised his eyebrow and felt like Jin's plan might work if it is implemented properly. Normally, God would have just read Jin's mind, but he wanted to feel the element of surprise. I'm going to need a clone that is as strong as Lucifer himself, while at the same time I won't lose a portion of my power. Jin tapped his finger on his chin again and started thinking of a way, that is until God gave a suggestion. We could create one. One that is under your complete control. It's like adding another limb on you. Yes. That's the plan. So once I get my other half back, I'll act as the Lucifer in the meantime until we create this clone. Jin smiled and excitedly said. Meanwhile, God also smiled, not because of Jin's enthusiasm but because of the bonding that they're having right now. Something that God never experienced with Lucifer. Unfortunately, once Jin retains his other half, that will include the memories, and God is not sure if Jin's personality would turn back to Lucifer's. Alright then, it's all settled. I wish you luck in your journey this time, son. God warmly smiled before hugging Jin with full of love. As if this would be the last hug they would have. Thanks, Dad. Jin closed his eyes and reciprocated the hug. Ha, well, off you go everyone. God wiped something in his eyes, and before Jin and the others could ask him about it, he waved his hand and Jin disappeared along with his women. Is father crying? Callias whispered to Illyria, who rolled her eyes at him and retaliated. Can you not be dense just this time? In a lush forest with sunlight bathing everything, a flash of light appeared along with Jin and his women. Is this what I think it is? Instead of feeling dizzy from the trip, Mavis ran around the vicinity and rolled on the grass before going back to them. All of these happened in just 5 seconds. Why does it feel like it's the same as my world? Did it fail? Mavis deeply inhaled before exhaling and slightly complained. Of course it's the same, the earth is the same, only the people and society have changed. Jin assisted Mavis in getting up from the grassy ground before patting her ass under the guise of removing the small dirt sticking on her clothes. Thanks. Mavis smiled cutely and kissed Jin's cheeks. There he goes again. Rolling their eyes at the same time, Tigress sighed in defeat. Is everyone settled now? Okay, let's find the nearest civilization so we can find out where we are. Thankfully, with their speed along with Jin carrying Elsa and Rapunzel on each of his arms, they arrived at the nearest city. The city of Metroville. Home of Mr. Incredible and Elastigirl, the #1 superheroes in the world. Or as they should be, the concept of superheroes and villains in this world is already gone after the government forced the heroes to hide their powers and never reveal themselves to the world, thanks to collateral damage that the heroes are causing to the world. Let's go and find Bob Parr and be done with this, Jin said, and just as he was about to track the muscular hero, they suddenly heard an alarm going off. Ring. Looking at the source of the alarm, Jin found a nearby bank that has a broken glass, and if you peek inside, you would see several men in baklava masks robbing the bank. Why am I surprised? Jin shook his head and slapped his forehead. Of course, bank robberies are famous in this world. It's a world of superheroes and villains after all. Robbing banks are the most common villainy in this world. Now, the question is whether they should interfere and take down the robbers, or should they turn a blind eye and proceed with their purpose of coming here. Chapter 180, ch 174, Heroes. Dispatch, this is K11 Unit. We're at South Metroville Bank. Reporting a bank robbery in progress, all men armed, requesting immediate backup. Over. Calling over his comms, a police officer reported the current situation in the bank. Copy K11 Unit, backup en route. Approach with caution. Over. The response on the radio came. All right, everybody back up. After receiving his orders, the police officer quickly warned the bystanders who were taking out their phones to take a video of the bank robbery, something that irritated him the most. This is the police, drop your weapons and surrender peacefully. We don't want any bloodshed happening to this day. Taking up his megaphone close to his mouth, the police yelled out at the bank robbers, trying to convince them to surrender as per protocol. Unfortunately, the bank robbers were experienced ones as they showed up in the front door with a hostage in hand. Nobody moves or this woman gets it. The robber holding the hostage yelled at them, forcing the police officer to show his hands and slowly drop the guns down. All right, calm down. You don't want to do something you might regret. Let us solve this peacefully. State your conditions and nobody gets hurt. The police officer shouted back in response. I need a chopper. A huge chopper, hurry up. The robber yelled back, and before the police officer could reply, the robber went back in with the hostage, indicating that he doesn't have the intention to continue communicating. Seeing him leave, the police officer quickly addressed the situation to the comms. After the incident of heroes going into hiding, permanently disappearing from the world, the villains and several bad men took advantage of this incident to cause chaos by robbing banks, making prison breaks, and many other crimes known to mankind. Due to this, the government has taken the full brunt of the responsibility and stubbornly faced the situations by themselves instead of calling the heroes for help. Until this day. Just as the police officer was waiting for reinforcements and other people who are experts in this kind of situation, a man with 4 women suddenly stepped forward and slowly approached the bank. Hey you 5! Stop where you are and don't approach the bank. The police officer yelled at them instead of using the megaphone, afraid that the robbers inside might misunderstand the contents of his words, accidentally causing a casualty of an innocent. Thankfully, the 5 intruders stopped in their tracks and turned around to face the police officer, giving him a good look on their faces. Is that an octopus in her hand? At the same time, the police officer also noticed an octopus in a golden-haired girl's arms. Why is her hair braided that way? The police officer raised an eyebrow, noticing that the braided hair is way too long. Hey there! Suddenly, the male waved his arms at him and spoke in perfect English, which is in contrast to his appearance that looks slightly Japanese. You speak English? If you do, please step back, that bank is dangerous now. The police officer said while slowly stepping forward, trying to guide them towards him. However, seeing the man shake his head at him, the police officer thought that the man didn't want to listen to him, so he was about to shout at him once more when the man suddenly disappeared, causing a wave of air blowing everyone's hair in the vicinity. What? The police officer could only mutter in surprise when he suddenly heard gunshots inside. No. Thinking that someone was killed inside, the police officer quickly used his radio. Guns fired. I repeat, guns fired. I need the backup now. The police officer was then responded by. Backup is almost there, what's the situation? I don't know, I just saw ... The police officer was about to retell what he saw through the comms when the gunshots suddenly ceased. Hey! Turning to look at her entrance, his eyes widened in surprise at seeing the hostages all running outside with scared mixed with relief faces. Following them was the man that he was shouting at earlier that suddenly disappeared. After the man disappeared, then the hostages were rescued. The police officer quickly noticed who the man was and thought of him as one of the heroes who disappeared. You? What's your name? The police officer raised his hands to stop the man and asked for his name, or the hero's name. In other words, a hero's name is very common among heroes in order to keep their identity a secret, after all. The man stopped in his tracks and seemed to be thinking about his words, which also attracted the victim's attention on him, wanting to know the name of their hero. Although it is predicted that the next day, the government would surely warn this hero for going against the new law that is bestowed upon the heroes. Lucifer. The man smiled and soon vanished along with the women who were with him earlier. Teleportation is his powers, perhaps. The police officer made a guess after seeing the man teleport 2 times in a row. My boss would definitely not like this. Rubbing his forehead in frustration, the police officer decided to write a report about what he just witnessed and specifically mentioned the name Lucifer to the report as it is a matter of importance. Lucifer, hey! Quite a weird hero to take the name of the devil. The police officer chuckled to himself before shaking his head from these thoughts and proceeded with the report. Well, that was fun. Stretching his limbs, Jin commented as Tigress replied to him. Did you have fun? Not quite, though our mission here is more important, so let's go to Bob's house. Now that I think about it, how would I absorb Jack's soul? Would it kill him? Jin worriedly whispered to himself, killing a baby leaves quite a bad taste to his mouth, so hopefully, nothing bad will happen to his other half once he absorbs his soul. His mother would definitely not like him killing an innocent baby just for power. Unless Jack is still an infant that hasn't grown yet inside Helen's stomach. At least that way, Jin wouldn't have to bear the guilt of killing a baby. Where are we headed then? Rapunzel asked. She's quite unfamiliar with this place, so she would obviously ask Jin, who seemed to know more about this world. To be honest, Bob's house is average and I can't determine which one is his house, so we'll have to find him in the old way, Jin replied to her question, referring to finding Bob literally searching every nook and cranny of the Metroville. Since this is a different world. Sounds boring. Rapunzel monotonously said, boredom can be seen plastered on her face. No, it's not. At least we can roam the city in the meantime. Jin shrugged his shoulders and refuted Rapunzel's word. You're right. With glittering eyes, Rapunzel slowly turned her head on a nearby hair salon. Oh boy! Tracing where Rapunzel is looking at, Jin sighed. Staring at the sprawled hair all over the floor, the hairstylists couldn't help but stare at Rapunzel in shock. At first they were surprised to see such beautiful braided hair, however the moment she asked to braid her hair in a more beautiful style, that is until she removed her braided hair and let her long golden hair fall down on the ground. At first, everything was fine until the hair didn't stop until it completely filled the entire hair salon. Please take care of her. Having collected some dollars in Hotel Transylvania World, Jin dropped 5 stacks of dollars on the counter, not caring if he overpaid or not. Well, do it in no time, sir. Seeing the stacks of dollar bills on the counter, the manager of the salon's eyes flashed in greed, not expecting to receive such a wealthy customer early in the morning. Quickly, get to work. After counting the dollars, the manager quickly ordered the other hairstylists to get to work. Soon enough, watching the professionals at work was fascinating, unlike the little children that previously braided Rapunzel's hair. It's not like they're ungrateful to the kids, but there's a difference between children's work and the professionals. After a few hours have passed, almost all hairstylists have to take rest in turns, their bodies sweating heavily. They even had to close down their salon in order to finish Rapunzel's hair, and it didn't take long before they finally finished braiding Rapunzel's long golden hair. Beautiful. Jin muttered to himself as he watched Rapunzel spun around, showing her hair all over the salon. Even Tigress, Elsa, and Mavis were staring at her with fascination. Do I look good? Rapunzel asked Jin nervously, though Jin's answer shocked her. Stepping forward, Jin quickly planted his lips on Rapunzel's. Humph. Widening her eyes, Rapunzel was stunned at first before eventually falling to the kiss, reciprocating it. Chapter 181, ch 175, Bob Parr. Honey, I'm going to work. Holding his briefcase, Bob sighed in tiredness as he opened the door and was about to step out when he suddenly heard the shout of his wife. Did you take out the trash? I'm just about to do it. Bob stuttered and sighed again before going back inside to take out the trash. However, just as he got inside where the television is on, he saw something on the television. A new hero? A new hero who calls himself Lucifer has just recently appeared this morning at a bank robbery in Metroville where the said hero managed to handle the situation inside without any casualties. However, with the Super Relocation Act that was published 13 years ago, how will this Lucifer face the consequence? We are now live on South Metroville Bank where the said robbery occurred. What the? Dropping his suitcase on the ground with a thud, Bob looked at the television with confusion. Hun, didn't I tell you to take out the trash? What are you doing? Coming out of the kitchen, Bob's wife, Helen Parr, came out whilst wearing an apron, indicating that she's in the middle of cooking. Wait honey, watch this. Bob replied while not taking his eyes off the television. What? Is it a new villain? Helen sighed, thinking that another villain has appeared and there are no more heroes to put them behind bars, all because of a certain law that is placed on them. No, not a new villain. But a new hero. Bob's previous tired expression was replaced with an excited one. Hey? A new hero? Raising an eyebrow, Helen quickly looked at the television and watched as the newscaster interviewed a police officer. I'm not sure if I'm right, but this hero's superpowers are teleportation. I've seen it with my own eyes. He teleported inside and I don't know what happened inside, but the next thing I knew, the hostages started running outside followed by Lucifer. He also had 4 female companions who were teleported along with him earlier. Oh my god! Is this real? Helen's eyes were widened in surprise as she didn't expect someone was bold enough to ignore the Super Relocation Act that the government has placed on the heroes. This is similar to spitting on the government officials' faces. What would happen to that hero now? Surely the government won't let this pass that easily. Shaking her head, Helen felt bad for the new hero who was probably just trying to help the innocent out of pure heart. I want to meet this guy. Look at this video of him. He's not wearing any masks. Either he's confident that no one would be able to trace him or he doesn't know that he can be traced. Either way, I admire him for stepping up to the innocent. Bob crossed his arms and nodded his head in approval. What's on the TV? Suddenly, a small girl with long black hair appeared in the middle of them, surprising the Parr family. Violet. God, don't give us a scare like that. Where's your brother? Helen touched her chest to feel her increasing heartbeat before asking Violet, their oldest child. He's back again eating sweets in the kitchen. Violet monotonously replied. Okay, I'll be there right after this. And Violet, please fix your hair. At least learn how to tie it so other people would appreciate you. Helen bent down and fixed Violet's hair by pushing it behind her left ear. I like this hair more, and besides, who would appreciate me fixing myself anyway? Violet whispered to herself, which unfortunately was heard by her mother. What do you mean by that, little lady? Everyone would appreciate someone who has good looks, and you inherited my good looks, so take care of your appearance, Violet. It seems like Helen doesn't like to see her degrading herself. Fine. Rolling her eyes, Violet turned around and walked away, not interested in the news on the television. Hun, take out the trash and go to work, we'll discuss this Lucifer later. Helen approached Bob and fixed his tie before touching his broad chest and gave him a peck on the lips. Okay. For the first time since the Super Relocation Act, the long-lost excitement on Bob's face appeared once again. Where are we now? Meanwhile, the main subject of their topic was now lost in the Metroville city, not knowing where to go. I don't know, you're the one who's leading the way all this time. Rapunzel also complained, though she just doesn't want to admit that she's enjoying the time she's spending with Jin and her sisters. Meanwhile, Mavis was the most curious and excited of them all, as she also wanted to be a hero similar to Jin, who just saved several innocent people from the bank robbery. Look, Jin. You're inside this weird contraption. Elsa chimed in while pointing at the television. Oh, that's a television. Mavis puffed her chest and proudly pointed out what the contraption Elsa was referring to. As someone who was with Jin in the human world previously, she was taught by Jin about things that the humans have invented, and one of those is the television, which is one of the techs that fascinated her the most. Television. Even Tigress and Rapunzel were also curious about the television. This is the first time they have heard of it, and unlike Mavis, they weren't with Jin when he was in the human world. Yes, it shows the current happenings in the human world called news. Mavis proudly said, as if she was the creator of the television. Seeing her face, Jin quickly stepped in the middle before she could further display her senseless arrogance. Let's find some place to stay first, we can't find him in just a single day. Jin interrupted them and suggested. Mavis stopped in her tracks and smiled while scratching the back of her head, she just realized that she has been too arrogant just now. My bad, tee-hee. Sigh, let's just look for a nearby hotel. Jin shook his head at her antics and said before asking a passerby for a nearby hotel. A room for 5 please. Once they found the nearest hotel, Jin quickly walked up to the receptionist and spoke. Special room, sir? I presume. The receptionist first looked at him and then the ladies behind him before speaking. Special room. Jin raised an eyebrow and quickly schemed through the mind of the receptionist to find out what the special room was. Even Tigress and the others were also curious about this special room that the lady receptionist mentioned. Could it be some kind of VIP room full of exquisite objects and luxury? Just as Jin finally found out the meaning of the special room, the lady receptionist answered their curiosities. It's room for you and the ladies behind you to fully satisfy your stay in this hotel, sir. We give out free condoms, lubricants, and many other items for your stay. She's even saying those words with a smile on her face as if it is a normal thing here. Jin's face twitched at the receptionist and was about to refuse when a certain vampiric goth girl beat him to it. We'll take it. We'll stay in this special room. Almost everyone was shocked to see Mavis taking the initiative, and if it wasn't for the deep red blush on her face, they would have thought that she doesn't have any idea what the special room means. I see. A feisty one. Here's your room number and the items I mentioned earlier are already on the bed inside. Any other requests, sir? Perhaps you need extra condoms just in case you ran out. The receptionist said, maintaining her professional smile. No need, thanks. Jin smiled and replied before taking the key on the receptionist's table and was about to find the room number that is displayed on the key when he suddenly heard the thoughts of the receptionist. But there's only 3 condoms in the room though. Is he planning to do raw with one of them? How lucky. Yep, it's confirmed. This thing is not normal, this woman is just a pervert. Jin shook his head and said to himself. After using the elevator which once again fascinated Tigress, Elsa, and Rapunzel, they finally arrived at the special room. Once they entered, the first thing Jin noticed was that the lights were red and a little dim, giving the room quite a sexual look. The bed was heart-shaped and there are several things on top of it, mainly the condoms and the lubricants. Yeah, no way I'm using condoms when I can just use chi to unfertilize my cum, so they won't get pregnant. Wait, why am I even thinking about this? It's not like we're here to have sex or something. Jin chuckled to himself before removing the condoms and lubricants from the bed and placed them on the table next to the bed when he suddenly heard the door closing shut loudly. Be gentle at th. Just as he was about to lecture them, Jin's eyes suddenly widened when he saw the 4 of them undressing, including Mavis herself. Wait, isn't this too fast, and besides, I rented a room to rest and sleep, not to exhaust myself. Jin cried inside his mind, and unfortunately, no one was there to help him as he was pushed by Mavis herself and got straddled by her, pressing his cock against her slight warm snatch. Let's do it now. Chapter 183, ch 176, Vampires Tastes Different Lemon. Damn. She's different from Elsa or Rapunzel, who were quite shy during their first time. Jin huffed to himself, though he would be lying if he said that he didn't like this approach, as it's like a change of pace and sometimes, different sex is much hotter than the usual sex. Quickly taking off his pants, Jin was expecting Mavis to take the lead when he suddenly felt a warm hand on his cock. Let me. It was surprisingly Elsa who took the initiative to gulp down his entire cock inside her mouth in one go. Jin could even feel her throat clutching on his shaft as she pumps her head. Glug. Glug. Oh fuck. Jin moaned as he wanted to force Elsa's head to suck him deeper when Tigress and Rapunzel both took his hands and pressed them on the bed, locking him in place. You're not moving this time. We'll suck you really dry today. If not today, then tomorrow, and if not tomorrow, then the day after tomorrow. Let's see who lasts now. Tigress confidently said. When it was just her, Rapunzel and Elsa, she could see that they were close in beating Jin in sex, but now that there's 4 of them, Tigress is much more confident that Jin would be losing this time. Quite arrogant now, are we? Should I tell you that I was just holding back before? Sensing her intentions, Jin smirked and said, removing the smirk on Tigress's face. Doesn't matter. Just know that you won't be getting out of this room without satisfying the 4 of us. Stuttering slightly, Tigress tried to respond and take back her previous confidence. Unfortunately for her, Jin would truly show them why he's called the devil. I should be the one saying that. No one is getting out of this room without satisfying me. Jin said, and with a smirk, he quickly broke free from their hold and used his telekinesis to hold them down beside him instead. Thankfully, the bed was large enough to accommodate the 5 of them. So while Elsa was busy licking and sucking his cock while Mavis was humping herself on his waist, Jin was busy fingering both Rapunzel and Tigress. Ha! Mavis moaned as she kept pushing and pulling her hips on Jin's waist, wanting to rub her unsullied pussy against him. Thankfully, Elsa was almost finished as she was also fingering herself while sucking him at the same time. Holy shit, despite having ice powers but her mouth is very warm. Jin moaned to himself as he quickly felt Elsa's mouth leaving his cock just as he was feeling his cum churning inside him. Not hesitating anymore due to continuous humping that makes her close to coming, Mavis quickly positioned herself on top of Jin's cock and slowly went down without even caring about the pain she's about to experience next. Slap! As soon as half of the shaft was inside while finally breaking her hymen which unmaidened her, Mavis quickly slapped her entire smooth white ass down on Jin's pelvis. Ha! Mavis moaned loudly as sweat started to form on her forehead and neck that slowly dripped down towards her breasts, giving her a sweaty but hot look. Jin bit his lip as he felt Mavis's pussy squishing his cock inside her, feeling her wet flesh inside. Jin, Mavis moaned while leaning down towards his chest, pressing her sweaty breasts against him, wetting his broad chest with her sweat. I could feel her sweat sticking on me. Jin muttered to himself, while removing his wet fingers from Tigress and Rapunzel's pussies, making them moan in complaint, though Jin ignored them for now as he quickly used his free hands to grab Mavis's supple butt in which his fingers were quite close to her pussy where his cock is being inserted in and out. Jin. Mavis kept speaking out his name as her movement started to intensify. Plap! 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 Both of their flesh kept slapping each other, creating a rhythmic sound. Thankfully, Jin has already scouted the room and used his chi sense earlier so the room is soundproof and doesn't have any hidden cameras that would definitely force Jin to destroy this world if he discovers one. Jin. This time another moan was heard but it wasn't Mavis, instead it was Elsa who just finished coming but wasn't enough for her, so she rested a little before standing up and approaching Jin much to Tigress and Rapunzel's stare at her. And to their surprise, Elsa stood on the bed and plopped herself down on Jin's face, practically sitting on his face while letting her wet vagina conquer Jin's mouth, ignoring Mavis's grumbled look for being interrupted and forced to separate her breasts from Jin's broad chest and sit straight on his waist instead and continue dancing her hips. Meanwhile, Jin felt drowning from Elsa's wet pussy combined with her white pubic hair that floods his nostrils. I'll tell her to shave later. Hygiene is important even for a spirit like her. Jin made a note to himself inside his mind, so he could tell her about it later. But still, despite those thoughts in his mind, Jin's eyes were closed as he was enjoying eating her pussy while slightly biting her labia with her tongue licking her G-spot inside. G-spot refers to Grafenberg spot but I prefer to call it good spot instead cause what's the difference? Not expecting Jin to lick her G-spot, she accidentally lets out a moan, making Tigress and Rapunzel give her a jealous stare. Thankfully for them, Jin's hands seemed to be free now so they took this chance to plug his fingers back inside their snatch. Slap! X20. It didn't take long before Mavis's pace starts to get faster and faster as she feels like peeing her cum out of her pussy any moment now. Sensing her eagerness to come alongside him, Jin mentally smirked and quickly used his chi to vibrate his cock inside her, forcing her to come immediately, spraying it all over Elsa's back as she was still busy burying her pussy on Jin's face. I'm coming. Fortunately for Mavis, Elsa failed to notice this as Elsa was also on the verge of coming. I'm coming. Elsa's eyes rolled upward as her back was arched, her hips twitching slightly with an indication that she just had a good release. Seeing that the both of them are now done, Tigress and Rapunzel grinned as they knew that it's finally their turn when they suddenly saw a flash of black-blue pulling Elsa away from Jin's face and before Jin could even have a breather, Mavis quickly shoved her own pussy down on Jin's mouth. I'm coming again. Holy shit, 2 times in a row? She's built different. Jin could only grunt before Mavis's cum flooded his mouth. Gulp. Gulp. She tastes sweet. Do vampires taste like this? Jin remarked while gulping down her cum in his throat. Hey! Realizing that Mavis stole their turn, Tigress quickly got up and pushed Mavis away from Jin, laying her down next to a passed-out Elsa. It can clearly be seen here in this room on who has the weakest fortitude and constitution among them 4 of them. I'll take his cock. Rapunzel jumped on his waist like a kangaroo before shoving his entire cock inside her pussy in one go. Even though Jin hasn't cummed yet, Rapunzel's sudden insertion of his cock inside her pussy almost made him cum and thankfully, he managed to control it just fine. Grumbling at Rapunzel's unfairness, Tigress could only resort to Jin's mouth and make him lick her pussy. Sensing her intention, Jin inserted his tongue inside Tigress's pussy and licked her usual G-spot. Jin. And just like that 2 days have passed and the hotel receptionist even had to visit their room to make sure they're okay, and in order to avoid any suspicions, Jin had to order several foods and drinks inside because if they didn't eat anything in 2 days and still looked fine, they might find them suspicious. Though the blushing face of the lady receptionist was worth it after seeing Jin's naked women all sprawled all over the bed with the bed sheets full of cum and sweat. If Jin wasn't loyal to his women, he might have pushed the receptionist down on the bed and take her on right there. As the 2 days have passed, there is only one victor that is left in the room. Who else but Jin? He clearly showed them the dominant one in the relationships and fully satisfied them. In fact, Jin still had enough stamina and strength to continue, but seeing the redness of their pussies including his cum filling them to the brim, Jin decided to give them some rest and have mercy on them. If I continued fucking them, I'm afraid I might get called an abusive husband. Jin chuckled and made a joke to himself before opening the television to watch the current news. Unfortunately, there wasn't much in the contents of the news, except for several robberies and kidnappings. Though Jin was surprised to see that the government has issued a warning against Lucifer and threatens him to give himself up to the authorities or face the consequences. The politicians are always idiots no matter which world I'm in. Shaking his head, Jin made a snarky remark on his mind before shifting his attention to his mission in his world. Right, I forgot I'm supposed to find Bob Parr, but how can I do that? Scratching his head in annoyance, Jin kept tapping his finger on his chin before his eyes squinted. Wait, I heard he has a rich friend who goes by the name of Frozone, right? I remember in the movies that Frozone lives in some kind of luxurious penthouse. Finding him is definitely much easier than looking for an average house, average car, and an average white man with a muscular build. Chapter 184, ch 177, A Rich Noble. Oh yeah, this is life. Inside a luxurious penthouse, a black man with a slightly thin build was drinking wine as he stared at the wall. One might start to think that the man had gone inside, but if you look at the wall he's looking at, you'll see a blue costume with a face mask that covers his eye similar to Cyclops from the X-Men. I could still vividly remember when I was still inside you. Placing his glass of wine on the table beside him, the man approached the glass panel that separates him and his supersuit. What do you mean inside you? Are you cheating behind me, Lucius Best? Unfortunately for the man who is now known as Lucius, someone interrupted his moment from the suit. I was talking to my supersuit. How many times do I have to tell you that I have the habit of talking to my supersuit? Lucius yelled back to his wife as he got a yell response. Are you yelling at me? No, yes, I did, but that's because you're in the kitchen. Lucius rubbed his forehead as he remembered the last time he lied to his wife, so he actually told the truth this time. Are you telling me that you don't want me to cook for our dinner now? Fine. If that's what you want. Lucius then starts to hear a clanging inside the kitchen as he responds. When did I say that? I didn't say that. Lucius' lips twitched as his wife replied to him from the kitchen. So you're telling me that I'm a liar? Hearing her response, Lucius could only sigh in defeat and flop his arms to his side. What's even the point of arguing? He muttered to himself before walking back to his supersuit and grabbed a remote. See you tomorrow, good night. Lucius smiled and said before clicking the red button on the remote, and the wall starts to flip horizontally, hiding the supersuit behind the thick walls. Just as Lucius was about to enter his kitchen to soothe his wife and apologize as usual, the doorbell suddenly rang. Ding! Who's that? Your other woman. His wife yelled from the kitchen upon hearing the doorbell. Just cook, god damn it! Stop yelling at me. For the last time I'm yelling because you're in the kitchen and you're not gonna hear me if I don't yell. Lucius yelled as he approached the door and peeked. Who is it? Lucius asked as his vision finally registered the person outside his door. He looks familiar. Lucius muttered inside his mind, thinking that he had seen the black-haired man somewhere before. I've been looking for you for weeks, Mr. Lucius. The man said with a smile, making Lucius raise an eyebrow. Who are you? Feds? Sorry, but I don't tolerate racism. Just because I'm black doesn't mean I sell drugs. Oh, don't worry, Mr. Lucius. I'm not here for that. In fact, I came here not for you but for Frozone. As soon as the man whispered his secret hero name to him, Lucius's eyes widened in surprise along with cautiousness as he quickly locked the door and asked. Who are you? Lucius asked while grabbing his emergency water cup on the side just in case of situations like this. I've been looking for you, Mr. Frozone. I don't mean any harm, I want to talk. Outside the door, Jin was trying his best to convince Lucius as he has been looking for him for over a week and finally he found him. Are you from the government? What do you want? Despite seeing that Jin looks like he meant no harm but Lucius is trained for situations like this, so he didn't judge him by appearance and remained cautious. No, I'm not. Surely you've seen me somewhere, right? Try to think. Jin answered with a smirk. To be honest, he's just playing with his mind right now. The truth is he has long read Lucius's mind the moment he detected him inside the penthouse, so he already knows the location of Bob Parr but there's no reason for him to leave right now, right? And besides, Jin is quite free from his women now as they're exploring the entire Metroville and gave them tons of cash for them to waste on whatever they want. So, Jin wants to take this chance to have some fun time with some boys to drink with, and who else is the best in drink buddy other than the good ol' Lucius Best, the Frozone. Jin doesn't even have to buy some ice for alcohol for later. Just how cool is that? Hearing Jin's words, Lucius squinted his eyes of him and tried to rack his mind on trying to recall where he had seen Jin. It didn't take long before a certain face that he had seen on TV while eating his breakfast flashed on his mind. Wait. You're that Lucifer guy on the television. No wonder you look familiar. You're also a hero like me. Soon enough, Lucius has dropped his guard down on Lucifer, thinking that a fellow superhero couldn't be that bad. In his eyes, all superheroes are good. Fortunately for him, if the person outside the door wasn't Jin but a bad murderous guy instead, Lucius would either lose his life or his wife, according to the movies. Come in. Lucius quickly opened the door and allowed Jin to get inside. Who's that? His wife shouted from the kitchen. Just a friend. Lucius yelled back, and before his wife could yell back in response, Lucius quickly dragged Jin to the living room where he dropped him on the seat. Stay there and let me grab some beer for us. Lucius said before turning around and entered the kitchen where he started another argument with his wife. What do you think you're doing here? Didn't I tell you that the kitchen is off limits? The kitchen is mine. You can have this kitchen for all of yourself, I'm just here to grab some beer with my friend. Oh, so that fat Bob is back here again, hey? Let me talk to him. It's not Bob, for Christ's sake. Just go and make us some dinner, woman. How dare you talk to me like that? You. Love you, bye. Soon, the kitchen door was opened again and Lucius walked out full of smiles while 2 cans of beers rested on his hands. Here you go. Lucius said before placing one of the beers in front of Jin. Thank you. Appreciating the man's hospitality, Jin opened the beer to take a sip. So, any reason why you are visiting me so late at night? You do know that the police and government officials are looking for you, right? You're wanted for vigilantism. Lucius also sat on his seat and grabbed his can of beer while initiating the conversation. What can I say? I'm quite a cockroach, it's not easy to catch me. Jin chuckled and replied, enjoying their conversation. Oh yeah, right, the teleportation powers. It's not a rare superpower, but I haven't seen someone use it as efficiently as you. I really thought that bank robbery would be your first and last debut, but who would have guessed you'd ignore the warnings they placed on you and continued the hero work. Lucius laughed out loud as he spoke. I remember when you saved that school bus from falling off the bridge. How can you even teleport such a large vehicle all by yourself? I remember most heroes with teleportation could either teleport only themselves or small objects that are the same weight as them. Let's just say, my powers are beyond your understanding. Jin quoted, taking it from a certain speedster. Oh, a mystery, I like that. Anyways, I'm not supposed to say this, but I'm proud of you for ignoring the government's warnings and the citizens' hateful comments on you and still continues to be the hero of the day. I've never seen anyone with such dedication to the hero job, not even my good friend Bob. Lucius warmly smiled and leaned on his chair as he said those words. I wish I could do that too. Lucius muttered to himself while staring on the ground. Unknown to him, his whisper was heard by the person in front of him. You can do it too, you know. What? Lucius raised his head and looked at Jin confusedly. I said that you can do it too. Tell me the reason why you became a hero. Jin took a large gulp of his beer and repeated before asking a question. Why did I become a hero? Of course. Justice. When I was a child, I witnessed a kidnapping and saved the victim. That's when I realized that saving people and being thanked by them feels so good. Lucius raised his head and stared at the ceiling as he reminisced about his past. So do you think a mere law can stop your heart from doing good? If someone stops you from doing what's right, then what's their difference from bad guys, right? Heroes don't listen to bad guys, so why should you let the government decide whether you save a life or not? Seeing that he got Lucius's full attention on him, Jin leaned forward and continued. Join me, Frozone. Let's make a difference. Heroes should be respected and admired, not oppressed and discriminated against. Jin offered his hand for Lucius to take as his alluring voice started to convince him. Lucius stared at Jin's hand and opened his mouth. Chapter 185, ch 178, Frozone is back on duty. I don't think I can do this. Inside a car, Lucius nervously fidgeted around as he felt like he was doing a crime. Don't worry, just cover your face and we'll wait for any signs. Sitting beside him, Jin calmed him down. After successfully convincing Lucius to do some hero work with him, they're now sitting in his car as inside some shady dark alley, listening to the radio news to catch some criminals. However, they've been here for as long as 3 hours and so far, they haven't encountered any crimes yet. Jin doesn't know why, but ever since his debut as a superhero, the crime rate has decreased. Surely it has nothing to do with him breaking the bones as limbs of every criminal he comes across, right? Dispatch 0709, we have an armed robbery of an armored bank truck near the west wing of Metroville. They're coming towards Columbus Street, requesting immediate backup. Columbus Street? That's the street where my friend lives. Let's go. Hearing the call from the radio, Lucius realized the direction of where the robbed armored truck is going, and according to his words, the friend he's referring to is the one and only Bob Parr himself. All right, lead the way. Jin smirked and started the engine of the car. Excited to see his words of wisdom coming to fruition. Go go go. Lucius tapped the window to his side in a hurry. Skrrrttt. Stomping on the gas heavily, the car tires release fumes as it scratches on the ground. So, what's the plan? Lucius asked after calming down a little. Plan? There is no plan, just attack then on sight. Jin chuckled at Lucius's question. Seriously, that's a plan? We need to have a plan to minimize the collateral damage and if possible, no casualties. The last time that happened. Lucius looked down after muttering the last sentence, as if some kind of Vietnam memories flashing before his eyes. Chill, haven't you heard of my feats? So far, I'm the only hero in this world with no casualties and collateral damages reaching $100. Jin smiled confidently and said, with his overall abilities, it's quite easy to avoid those things. Maybe it's because you're just starting, everyone used to be confident in those things until they experienced their first loss. From the looks of Lucius's face, it can be seen that he's not impressed with Jin's feats. Well, like others used to say, they will only believe it if they see it with their own eyes. Jin didn't feel offended any slightest from this. After all, he's been traveling across the multiverse and he knows how hard to be recognized by the people. It requires them to see it with their own vision instead of believing what others say. Police sirens. Soon enough, they started hearing the police sirens followed by the shouts and screams of nearby citizens. Looks like we're near. Jin commented, and true to his words, as soon as they entered Columbus Street, they were immediately met with several gunfights and car chase. This is chaos. Lucius's eyes widened in surprise as he watched the police try their best to chase the speeding armored truck. Suck this, you assholes! A man wearing a black baklava peeked through the window and threw stacks upon stacks of cash which broke the money clips, causing the cash to fly all over the place. Such things should mean no harm to the police officers as they're inside their vehicles, but what they weren't expecting was for several citizens to quickly run in the middle of the car chase and start chasing the flying money, causing a disarray throughout the entire street. Damn it! The police officers could do nothing but stop in their tracks and helplessly watch as the armored truck escaped under their eyes. However, what happened next made their eyes pop out of their eye sockets as a sports car with purple tint suddenly teleported midair right on top of the armored truck. Before they knew it, they saw a tall man with a full black latex suit jumping out of the sports car and landed on the armored truck's ceiling. Sigh, I can't believe I'm gonna say this. The tall man in black latex suit sighed and said before grabbing the sides of the truck, making him look similar to an X shape as he lies down on the armored truck with his chest facing downwards. Ice Age. Soon, under everyone's eyes, they witnessed how ice started to come out of the man's palms and completely crawled towards the wheels of the armored truck, freezing them solid. Which forced the truck to skid on the road and slowly came to a halt. The robbers inside looked at one another's eyes before grabbing their rifles and walked out of the truck one by one, facing the tall man who landed back down on the ground. "Fuck you, you superhero freak!" The first man with a baklava mask yelled at the tall man before raising his rifle and fired his first shot. Whoosh! Suddenly, someone teleported in front of the tall man and raised his hand to stop the bullets mid-air. "Here, have a taste of your own medicine," the newly arrived man said before the bullets flipped around and resumed their fast pace. Splash! Gaig! The criminals all shouted in pain after each bullet coincidentally hit them on their tendons and other parts of their body that won't cause anything fatal. "Damn, have mercy on them. They're just robbers, not cold-blooded murderers." Lucius behind him walked forward and remarked after seeing the brutality of Jin. "That's where you're wrong. They might only be robbers but they're also indirect killers." Jin replied while pointing at the jumping citizens behind him who were still busy picking up free dollars from the ground. If they didn't throw those dollars out in public, no one would have been run by a police car. As soon as Jin pointed at a certain someone, Lucius looked back and finally saw a few dead corpses on the ground with obvious causes of deaths in their cold bodies. They were run over by a police car. Oh! Looking at the dead bodies, fragments of his past memories flashed on Lucius's mind when he first failed saving someone from a falling building, which resulted in public hate and causing Lucius to visit a psychiatrist due to the trauma of being unable to save someone despite having the powers to do so. Try looking outside the box once in a while. Life is not always black and white. Jin patted Lucius's shoulders and whispered in his ear. Just as Lucius was about to think deeply towards Jin's words of wisdom, someone suddenly shouted at them. "Freeze! Under the orders of the government, Lucifer and an unknown black man, both of you are arrested. Do not resist." A police officer took this chance to point his handgun towards Jin and Lucius. "Hold on." Lucius raised his hands and said, while Jin simply stood without doing anything. Once the police fired his shot, Jin would immediately make his move. However, just as the police officer turned his attention to Jin, since he's the only one who hasn't raised his hand yet, he failed to see the smirk on Lucius's face. "Now freeze!" As soon as those words came out of Lucius's mouth, ice suddenly came out of his hands and froze the police officer solid. The police officers were taken aback by this approach, and before they could react, Lucius and Jin teleported away from the scene and appeared in a nearby alley. "Wait, let's visit an old friend of mine now that we're here." Just when they're walking out of the dark alley after teleporting, Lucius suddenly remembered that they're now in a familiar street where his friend Bob lives. "Old friend? Who's this old friend? Mind telling me?" Pretending not to know, Jin asked the question. "He's also a former hero and the most famous hero before the Super Relocation Act. Come with me, I'll introduce you to him." "God, I miss this hero work," Lucius replied while he started walking and uttered the last sentence with a few stretches of his limbs. "I'll be delighted to meet another hero." Jin smiled and said, now that Lucius is about to introduce him to his current goal from the start, he wouldn't have to resort to his other plans. "Trust me, you wouldn't want to know about those plans. Daddy, look! I can run on the walls now." Inside the Parr family home, Bob just got home from work when his youngest child, Parr, greeted him while running in circles around the house, in walls instead of the floor. "Yeah, that's impressive, son. Keep it up," Bob monotonously replied with a tired sigh. "Dad, are you okay?" Seeing the appearance of his father, stopped in his tracks and worriedly asked. "Yeah, I'll be fine." Bob was about to reply when the doorbell suddenly rang. Ding! "Hey, who's that? I'll go get it." Smiled and excitedly flashes away from the living room. "Wait!" Seeing that left to get the door, Bob got extremely worried and ran towards the front door. After all, he has made many enemies during his time as a hero, and although his identity is protected, there's one time when his identity was exposed in front of a villain, and if it wasn't for Rick Dicker, a certain friend of him who works for the government NSA that cleans up a superhero's mess, clearing the memory of that villain from ever seeing him, Bob wouldn't be able to have this normal life. "Ah! Dad, there's a black man outside." Chapter 186, ch 179, Heroes are, illegally, back. "Whoa! Are you Bob's youngest child, Last time I saw you, you were still sucking on your mom's titties, haha." Surprised at seeing Lucius commented, in return of being shocked while being called black. "What's your problem with mom's titties? It's very stretchable and yummy." However, Dash's reply made him almost spit out his saliva. Kahum. That's not the answer I was expecting to hear. Clearing his throat, Lucius spoke, and just in time, his friend Bob finally showed himself up from behind Dash. Lucius. Hey, how are you doing? Slightly pushing his son, Dash aside, Bob approached Lucius and gave him a bear hug. Whoa buddy. You're still as big as the last time I saw you, hey? Haha, well you're still as cool as the last time I saw you. So, who's this goo dot? Bob greeted back and noticed another figure from his peripheral vision, so he was about to ask about him when he suddenly registered the man's appearance. Lucius, that's not Lucifer, is he not? Bob asked, surprised at seeing the newest hero in Metroville in his home. He is, and you won't believe me what we just did. Lucius excitedly asked while grabbing Bob's shoulders. What? What? Bob replied, not moving an inch despite Lucius shaking his shoulders continuously. What time is it? Oh. News just started. Come, let's watch the TV. Lucius then turned Bob around and pushed him towards the living room. Following them was Jin, casually entering Bob's home and using his chi to detect how many lives there are inside this house. Whoa. I saw you on TV. You're that Lucifer hero, right? Hey, can you help me become a hero? I'm very fast. And as if wanting Jin to believe him, Dash ran around Jin in circles, causing airwaves around the vicinity. Alright, that's cool. Jin commented, and under Dash's shocked gaze, Jin stretched his arm and effortlessly catches Dash by grabbing his collar. But not now, I'm kind of busy. Jin then placed Dash to his side and walked away under his still shocked gaze. Inside the living room, as soon as Jin got inside, he caught Bob shaking Lucius's shoulders as he yelled. Are you crazy? How can you do such a thing without me? Bob yelled, though Jin was surprised about the reason why he was angry. He thought Bob would be mad at Lucius for being reckless and defying the Super Relocation Act imposed on the superheroes, but he kind of forgot that Bob also craves to go back to being a hero. That's why I'm here. I actually wanted to invite you. Lucius slapped Bob's hand from his shoulders away and replied with a smile on his face. Bob returned a smile of his own, clearly excited about the thought of going back to being a hero. Invite to what? Suddenly, before they could continue their conversation, a certain stretchable hero spoke between them. Oh. Helen, ha ha ha, it's nice to see you, you're looking good. Awkwardly greeting her, Lucius nervously loosened his collar so he could breathe more freely. Lucius doesn't even know why he suddenly had a hard time breathing. Bob? He's inviting you to what? Seeing the nervous look on Lucius, Helen shifted her attention to her husband and raised her eyebrow on him. Sweating heavily, Bob also awkwardly chuckled under the gaze of his wife. Thankfully, someone saved both of them as Jin appeared between them and hung his arm on their shoulders. We're having a boys' night out. Jin grinned and said in front of Helen, expecting to be recognized by her. Though her response shocked him. Who are you? What are you doing in my house? Helen crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow, forming an intimidating wife appearance. Just as Jin was happy that Helen didn't recognize him and would make his excuse more plausible, a certain speedster brat interrupted him. He's the cool superhero on TV called Lucifer, Mom. Dash said, appearing inside the room with a blur. Fucking brat. Jin's eye twitched as he watched Helen's confused expression turn into a shocked one. You're Lucifer. What are you doing in my home? After recovering, Helen quickly spoke and asked, pretending to be a normal citizen shocked at seeing a superhero. He knows about our other identity, Helen. No need to pretend. Sensing Helen's intentions, Lucius quickly informed her. He knows. Why did you tell him? Helen angrily glared at Lucius at the revelation. I didn't tell him, he already knows about it, he recognized me and then, yeah, I think I kinda told him since I thought that since he knows me, then he also knows about you. Lucius was about to defend himself and explain when he realized in the middle that Jin doesn't in fact know about Bob and Helen's secret identities. He gave it out. I'm so sorry, I don't know what has gotten into me. But I swear, Jin's a good guy. Right, Jin? Lucius apologized and said while turning to Jin, expecting him to help. Unfortunately for him, Jin only gave a smile followed by a wave of a hand. At least do something grand to prove my words. Lucius mentally slapped his forehead. Just, trust me. He's a good guy. Lucius sighed and said for the last time. What did you say, you were about to do again? Helen maintained her squinted eyes before asking. Guys' night out. We're just going to have some drinks. Lucius smiled and raised his shoulders. Fine, but be back before 9. Helen said before walking away, back to the kitchen. That was easy. Bob muttered, not expecting his wife to be so carefree about this. Yeah, I'm just as surprised as you are. Lucius added in. Out of the three of them, Jin was the only one having a different thought. There's no Jack yet. Jin sighed and said to himself. Looks like he has to wait for at least a few months before Jack could form inside Helen's stomach. Unfortunately, Jin would have to wait in this world for a few months, and considering that he's considered as wanted by the alliance of those universal gods, Jin's situation is quite risky. Can't he just bring me right when Jack is already here? Jin can't help but slightly complain to his new father, God. If only I had time powers, this would have been so easy. Well, there's no use dwelling on that. I wonder how Tigress and the rest are doing. Jin mentally asked himself. This is so much fun. Inside a roller coaster, Rapunzel's hair was waving in the air as their roller coaster cart started to descend from a very tall curve. I hate this. Elsa muttered to himself, closing her eyes as she braced herself from the impact. Oh, how she wished Jin is with her right now. As long as she holds his muscular biceps, she wouldn't be scared of the rides. This is boring. Tigress monotonously stared at front down as the roller coaster descended at a very fast pace. Despite this, Tigress wasn't feeling anything from it. Fighting Jin is much more exciting than this. I can't believe I only discovered this now. I will definitely tell Dad about this. Similar to Rapunzel, Mavis was also having fun from the rides, regretting slightly that Jin is not with them to enjoy this fun. After a few seconds of screaming and yelling, the roller coaster finally ended with a ding. We should do this more often. Rapunzel tiptoed out as she said. Definitely no. Elsa's mouth quivered as she quickly denied, not wanting to experience it again. Definitely yes. Contrary to her answer, Mavis excitedly agreed. What if we just go back to Jin, who knows how many women he gained again? Tigress suggested, and they all readily agreed. Yes, Tigress was right. They finally had their whole week of fun all by themselves. It's time to go back to their man. So, what do we do? Are we gonna catch some criminals now? Bob bit his lip and hurried as he excitedly asked. Calm down, big guy. You have to go through some sort of initiation. Lucius calmed him down and informed him, making him stop and raise his eyebrows in confusion. What do you mean by initiation? Is this some kind of contract like we had with the government? No, it's much easier and better than a mere contract. Jin smirked and said, and before Bob could react, Jin held Bob's shoulders for a few seconds before separating it. That's it. What was that? Bob awkwardly looked at his own body, thinking that something must have changed in him. It's just a pat on the shoulder, and the final initiation is this. Jin replied with a shake of his hand before pointing at Bob. Since we can't use your original hero name or else the government will search for you, from now on, your hero name will be All Might. Jin yelled, smiling to himself. All Might. Bob raised his left eyebrow. To be honest, he would prefer to call himself Mr. Incredible as usual. The name All Might sounds too arrogant for him. Just accept it, buddy. He even told me to call myself Admiral Kuzan for some reason. I mean, who the heck is Admiral Kuzan? Lucius patted Bob's shoulders, indicating to him that no matter what he does, the new hero name would stick with him forever. All right, no complaints? Good, at least All Might sounds better than Superman. Jin shrugged his shoulders and said, the name Superman sounds generic but classic. Chapter 187, ch 180, Wanted Vigilantes. Thankfully, I noticed an error on my part and quickly changed the year of the Super Relocation Act. In Chapter 175, I wrote that only a year has passed since the Super Relocation Act was published, which is an error as 15 years have passed in the canon timeline since the publication of the law, which means that if only 1 year has passed then Violet and Dash shouldn't be born yet. So I changed it from 1 year to 13 years in the current timeline, so 2 years before Jack is born and the canon starts. Dash _________. We are now on Live on Maple Street, where another criminal was apprehended by the vigilantes that are rising to fame this month. Oh, how I missed this feeling of seeing myself once again on the news. Grabbing himself a can of beer, Bob drank it happily as he crushed it with his strong might after finishing it. Me too, bud. Me too. Beside him, Lucius also happily drank his can of beer but didn't crush it like Bob, instead he froze it solid. To be honest, I didn't expect this. I always thought that I would live my life dull without doing hero work anymore. Bob heavily sat on the couch and sighed in satisfaction. Yet and in return, we're wanted by the authorities. Lucius added in while scrolling on his phone, reading several articles about the 3 new wanted vigilantes/heroes. All Might, Admiral Kuzan and Lucifer. A weird name for trios. I know. Thankfully, we got ourselves a hideout thanks to Jin. Bob grinned and said while patting the couch and looking around their secret hideout. It's a simple abandoned warehouse full of several things and objects that they would need such as a couch, a television, fridge, and other necessary things. With Jin's teleportation ability, it's very easy to transfer heavy things inside the warehouse without anyone knowing. Sure, they could use Bob's incredible strength, but that would draw too much attention, especially from the government who's hell-bent on catching them now. It's been a month since their debut and so far, there are 2 sides in social media. One is those who are against them and the others are those who are supportive of them, who probably realized that they need heroes in the world, especially after the increased crime rate after the Super Relocation Act. Aside from those, Jin also discovered something crucial. It's only been 13 years since the Super Relocation Act, which means Jack would be born 5 years later, something Jin can't afford to wait. So he's been giving hints for Bob to do it again with his wife, in order to fasten the process and make Jack born much earlier than the canon. So, Jin did everything including secretly awakening the hormones of Bob before going to sleep using his chi to resort to pills that he secretly secreted inside his beer. However, as if Bob is as dense as a harem protagonist, Bob never bothered his wife to intercourse and only used his right hand. Jin doesn't know if Bob is more loyal to his right hand than to his wife. If only Bob knows how many people covet Helen Parr's bubbly ass. Unfortunately, despite those attempts, for the first time Jin failed 3 times in a row. Should I do it instead? I don't want to coop my friend in this world, but for the sake of my powers, I'll have to grit my teeth and do it. Out of the blue, Jin suddenly had a horrendous thought which he quickly dispelled. No, that's bad. They're both husband and wife, I shouldn't destroy someone's family like that, Jin said to himself, thankful that he managed to resist such an urge. Thankfully, a few weeks ago, his women have returned to him and gave him a service, which might have helped him in resisting the urge. He's afraid that if he went idle for a whole month, his horrendous thought wouldn't be just a mere thought. Fortunately, I have 4 top-notched beauties that could keep me busy at night. Jin remarked to himself before noticing the news on the television, which also prompted Bob and Lucius to stop what they were doing and shift their attention to the television. We are now live on what you can see, the Statue of Liberty. We have received reports earlier that several masked men wearing bombs were standing around the Statue of Liberty, surrounding it. We have yet to discover their purpose, but I think we get the gist of what they're about to do just by looking at them. They're planning to bomb the Statue of Liberty. Lucius stood up from his seat and exclaimed with a shocked expression. We should hurry up and prevent those guys from bombing the Statue of Liberty. Bob also stood up from his seat and seriously stared at the television. Well, what are you waiting for? Grab your suits and let's head out. Jin also stood from his seat and walked towards the garage where his purple Dodge Challenger car sits idle. You might be thinking why he's being a hero in this world? First of all, Jin did it out of his childhood fantasy. Who doesn't dream of being a superhero and saving the damsels in distress when they're still a child? Second, he can't just wait 2 years before Jack is born, right? That would be too boring and dull. He might as well become a villain if that happens. Lastly, he's a good guy. Like Uncle Ben said, with great power comes with great responsibilities. After dressing up in their new hero costumes, which was made with the no capes ante, in order to cover up their identities, they finally boarded Jin's Dodge Challenger, and since the Dodge Challenger is only a 2-seater, Lucius could only use a self-made hoverboard that was tinkered slightly by Edna to withstand cold and propel the board using ice. Thankfully, Edna knows how to keep his mouth very tight towards other people's business, which made Jin respect her. Buckle up, Jin said before starting the engine, causing a purple neon light to appear under the car. While Bob nervously put a seatbelt and grabbed on the sides of his seat. He has long known how fast Jin drives, and despite having a very resilient body, Bob can't avoid being scared of high speeds, especially whenever the car is about to crash into someone online for Jin to make a sharp turn. Vroom! In the island where the Statue of Liberty stands, several masked men holding trigger switches on their hands were surrounding the Statue of Liberty, while being under the spotlight of the news chopper. They have yet to make a move, Perhaps they're waiting for something? Or someone? The report inside the news chopper slowly reports the current happenings to the viewer, making everyone watching confused. They're still not bombing the statue? What are they waiting for? Christmas? Thankfully, their answers were soon answered when a purple Dodge Challenger car suddenly teleported and landed in front of the Statue of Liberty, shocking all the viewers including the suicide bombers. "We're here, you villainous scums!" Jumping outside the car, All Might finally showed himself, wearing a full-body latex suit that covers even his face, making him look like Spider-Man with a very buffed body. Meanwhile, Lucifer also came out of the car, but instead of wearing a hero suit like All Might, Lucifer is known to have no hero costume and instead, wears a full-body black tuxedo with a tinge of red outlines that doesn't even cover his face. The main reason for this is because Jin doesn't have any identity in this world and he can't be traced by. He can always use chi to disguise and change his appearance from others' visions, which is a chi technique that he developed along with Tigress, who coincidentally uses it whenever they're outside discovering something new and having fun. Oh look! Lucifer in All Might has arrived. But where's Admiral Kuzan? Just as the reporter ponders about the missing hero, the cameraman suddenly pointed the camera towards the sea where a tall man wearing ice blue and white hero costume that slightly resembles his original costume except that this costume covers his black face, so the government won't get a hint that the man inside the suit is an old hero Frozone. After all, in this world where there are thousands of superheroes, Frozone isn't the only one with ice powers, so it would be hard for the government to tell his real identity. Kuzan is here, baby. Lucius used his hoverboard to cross the sea by creating ice wherever he goes before landing on the island next to Bob. Good, you're now all here. Seeing the three of them standing side by side, the suicide bomber in the middle suddenly spoke, sparking curiosities among the viewers. Tell me your intentions and why you're deciding to blow up the Statue of Liberty. Bob stepped forward and pointed his finger at them. Blow up the Statue of Liberty? What are you talking about? We're just luring you here. The suicide bomber have a smirk before several buried columns suddenly rose from the ground, all pointing at them in the middle. This is clearly a trap. Boom! Before the three heroes could react, intense sound waves were suddenly expelled from the columns, which quickly renders Bob and Lucius immobile and unable to hear anything, forcing them to clutch their ears out of pain. This is the FBI and you three are now under arrest. It turns out, the government is truly hellbent on catching them. Chapter 188, ch 181, Why he's called the Lucifer. What is happening? The heroes are being suppressed and the suicide bombers turns out to be the FBI? Talk about deception. Even I was deceived. Look. Lucifer is walking towards the FBI agents. What is he doing? Isn't he affected by those weapons that rose from the ground? Is he finally showing his true powers? Seeing how Lucifer was very confident according to his posture when he walked, the reporter decided to intensify the situation and hype the audience. Inside the Parr household, Helen was busy tending in the kitchen when her youngest child, Dash, quickly shouted and called out to her. Mom! Mom! Come here, look at the TV. It's Lucifer. Dash kept jumping on the couch while excitedly pointing his finger at the television. Beside him is his sister, Violet, who was quietly reading a book, but because of Dash's jumping, Violet cannot read properly anymore and she quickly shouted. Dash, stop jumping on the couch. But what are you gonna do? You can't even catch me. Dash blurted out his tongue at his sister and taunted her. Come here you. Violet's anger finally exploded and she quickly used her powers to try and surprise Dash by capturing him. Unfortunately, Dash's senses are just as fast as his speed, so Violet failed in catching him and just gave him more confidence, which in return, he taunted her even more. Erg, I hate you. Under Violet's fuming anger, she violently placed her book on the couch and ran upstairs. Dash. Apologize to your sister. Arriving at the living room when Dash was calling out for her, Helen witnessed how Dash bullied her elder sister. It's her fault for being a killjoy. Anyways, look Mom. It's Lucifer. Dash waved his hand and changed the topic to Lucifer on TV. Just apologize to her later or else you won't eat dinner today, and didn't I tell you to stop watching Lucifer? He's a bad influence on you. You mean saving people in need is considered a bad influence? Why, no, I meant when he ignored the government and the authorities. Caught off guard from Dash's response, Helen could only correct herself and admit her mistake. That just makes him more cooler. I want to be like him. No, Dash. Not under my watch. Helen squinted her eyes at Dash and warned him before shifting her eyes to the television to watch the current news about Lucifer. Hopefully, they haven't caught him yet, he's the only one keeping the crime rate from reaching the average rate. Helen worriedly whispered to herself that is until her eyes laid on the TV. Aren't those sonic-powered cannons? But they're only used by the government against supercriminals. Did a supercriminal emerge? A guy before Helen could continue her thoughts, her eyes suddenly caught the person in the middle of the sonic-powered cannons. The heroes. They're using it on the heroes? And why does that man look similar to my husband? Helen squinted her eyes at the hero with a huge build who calls himself All Might. Wanting to have answers to her suspicions, Helen quickly took out her phone and called her husband. Knowing what his work is, Helen is sure that Bob would answer her call immediately. But after a few minutes of ringing, Bob didn't answer her call, which further facilitated her suspicions. If that is Bob, then that guy with ice powers must be Lucius. Helen turned her eye to the other hero besides All Might, whose stature quite resembles Bob's only friend, Lucius. Oh Bob, if my suspicions turn out to be correct, I'll make sure you won't be getting out of this house. Helen gritted her teeth in anger, which was noticed by her son, Dash. Is something wrong, Mom? Nothing, change the channel to whatever but the news, Dash. And don't make me repeat myself, are we clear? Helen snarled, making Dash quickly straighten his posture and saluted. Yes, Mom. Before changing the channel to cartoons immediately, this is the first time he's seeing her mother so angry. Tell your sister that I'm going somewhere. Helen said before pacing towards her room, under the curious gaze of Dash. Where are you going, Mom? Should we tell Dad? No, even if you called him he wouldn't have answered anyway, and besides. I'm just going to visit an old friend. Helen replied to him without turning around before silently muttering the last sentence under her breath. Oh okay, be careful. After seeing Helen enter her room, Dash quickly changed the channel back to the news and happily cheered to himself. Finally. The house is all by myself. Back to the Statue of Liberty, as Jin slowly approached the FBI agents who pretended to be suicide bombers, the said agents all quickly took out their weapons and pointed them at Jin. Don't move. Any step further and we'll shoot. Hearing the threat, Jin smirked and chuckled to himself mockingly. Go on. Shoot me, right here. Jin replied and suddenly appeared in front of the FBI agent with his weapon directly pointed at his forehead before finishing his last sentence. You. The FBI agent gulped his saliva nervously, not expecting Jin to approach him like this. What? Can't do it? Here, let me help. Before anyone could react, the FBI agent's gun suddenly appeared on Jin's hand and pointed it at his forehead instead. Just like this. Hearing his whisper, the FBI agent quickly raised his hands in surrender, feeling his sweat forming on his forehead and landing on the barrel of his gun. But I'm no cold man. I'm a hero after all. Thankfully, Jin smiled and slowly removed the barrel of the gun from the FBI agent's forehead, making him sigh in relief. But I can be a villain if I want to. Jin continued, and before the FBI agent could comprehend his words, his vision suddenly darkened as a result of Jin's telepathy. Who's next? After the unfortunate FBI agent fell on the ground with a thud, he then shifted his attention to the other FBI agents who quickly looked at one another before one of them ordered. Shoot him. Bam. In a slow-mo, one of the gun's barrels, a bullet slowly came out with a little spark behind, slowly but surely heading towards Jin's chest. All this is under Jin's vision. With how fast he can be, his reaction time is almost similar to a bullet time, where everything but him slows down. Similar to the gun, the other barrels also released their own bullets, all with the same direction. Jin. I wish I could listen to music while doing this, but unfortunately, no music can keep up to my speed. Jin complained to no one and shook his head before stepping forward and approached the first bullet that was fired. Jin then guided the bullet and changed its direction to one of the sonic-powered cannons, pointing them exactly inside its hardware system through a small gap. He then moved and did the same to the other bullets, and without further ado, time resumed back to normal. Bang, X10. Crack. Boom, X10. As soon as everyone reacted, the sonic-powered cannons that were keeping Bob and Lucius rendered, surprisingly exploded for some unknown reason. SSSSS, looks like your aim sucks that you even destroyed your own devices. Jin didn't fail to take this chance to aggravate and mock them. The FBI agents could only stare at the destruction of the millions of dollars of sonic-powered cannons that would surely penetrate through the FBI's fund and possibly make them lose their jobs. Considering that almost anyone in this world could be killed by Jin with a mere flick of his finger, no one managed to see what and how he did those things. All they know is that the bullets somehow avoided Jin and targeted the sonic-powered cannons instead. At the same time, thanks to the destruction of these cannons, Bob and Lucius could finally sigh in relief and take a small rest. Their ears are bleeding profusely, and if they don't stop it in time, they might lose their sense of hearing forever. Thankfully, Jin is there to prevent those. Back to Jin, the FBI agents were speechless, not knowing what to say and react to their current situation. Their cannons are useless and so are their weapons, what else can they do? Fight Jin with bare hands? Looks like you're all out of options. I didn't want to be completely against the government, but if they continue this, I might as well become a supervillain instead, and trust me, even if you lift the Super Relocation Act on heroes, no one in this world can afford to stop me, because I'll show you why I called myself Lucifer. Now, pass this message to whoever is your boss and get the fuck out of my face. Jin purposely said to them loudly. To be honest, even if they don't pass the message, the news chopper recording the happenings live to multiple channels is enough to pass them the message, and also to the whole world. Now shoo! Jin smiled and pushed them away, similar to how humans shoo dogs away. Footsteps. Not hesitating anymore, all the FBI agents quickly grabbed their asses and scurried towards the boats that they used to get here. Meanwhile, the entire audience watching the news was speechless at the outcome of the events. They're even more stunned by what Jin said, which is more like a threat to the whole world that he's not like other heroes. Inside the Parr household, Dash was watching the news, and after hearing what Jin said, he can only mutter one word. Cool. Chapter 189, ch 182, Hero or Villain. After that event which stirred the entire world, almost everyone in the entire world is talking about one thing. Lucifer. Some were asking if he's truly a villain in disguise of a hero, or a hero who is about to turn into a villain due to the government. Nevertheless, of what the truth is, everyone is aware of this, and two sides were arguing both in real life and inside the cyberspace. Some considered Lucifer to be a supervillain that wants to destroy the government, while Lucifer's most loyal fans all defended him by pointing the blame towards the government. If the government didn't push him to his limits, he wouldn't have said that. And if he's truly a villain, then why didn't he kill those FBI agents? Hey! At simp for Lucifer. He should be placed behind bars. Lucifer is a supervillain in disguise. It's only right for the government to arrest him. Including those two other heroes, All Might and Admiral Kuzan. Their hero names sound more like supervillain names to me. At Thur Hacker Boyhs. How old are you, kid? Your name sounds like something a child would make as his in-game name. At Eagle for Life. Guys, calm down. This is the government's fault. It's always the government. Fuck democracy, anarchy for life. At Anarchy for Daywin. Holy shit. These guys in forums are going crazy. Are you guys seeing this? Scrolling on his phone, Lucius hissed before screenshotting his phone and sending it to a group chat that consists of Lucius, Bob, and Jin. Yeah, I see it. I didn't expect this, Bob replied after clicking on the photo and zooming in one of the forum messages. You might be curious why they're chatting to each other on their mobile phones? Let's go back to a few days ago when they got to Lucius's home after the fight with the FBI agents. I can't believe that just happened. Why is the government so adamant against us? It's not like we're doing anything bad, right? Sure, I can understand the collateral damages and how they're expensive, but seriously, ever since we debuted, we have managed to keep the collateral damage at a maximum of $100. Lucius stated while fumbling his pocket for his keys and opened the door after inserting his key. Behind him, Jin and Bob listened, or more like Bob is the only one listening, as Jin's senses picked up two life forms inside Lucius's penthouse. He could see that one of them is Lucius's wife, but the other one is quite familiar. Why is Helen inside Lucius's penthouse? Jin wondered while deciding not to tell Lucius and Bob for now, as he wanted to see their reactions. I agree with you there, bud. Though I feel like we didn't do much today. The suicide bomber incident turns out to be a government's trap on us, so we haven't prevented any real crimes today. Bob sighed to himself while rubbing his forehead. Ever since he came back as a hero, under the name of All Might, Bob has decided to quit his job and pursue his job as a hero. Where is he getting his money? From Jin, who seemingly has endless money that he gives to him and Lucius to support them as heroes. Bob doesn't know why Jin's doing this for them, but he's thankfully nonetheless. Alright, enough about those. Let's grab some drinks, hopefully Han is already asleep. Lucius stated after opening the door and walking inside, leaving the door open for Bob and Jin to enter. However, the moment he finished his words, he suddenly heard a voice behind him. Oh really? So you're waiting for me to sleep, hey? Turning around, beads of sweat dropped from Lucius's forehead after seeing his wife tapping her foot on the ground with crossed arms, raising her eyebrows at him. Behind her, he was surprised to see Bob's wife, Helen Parr, sitting on the couch, bearing the same look as his wife. Helen. Entering through the door, Bob's eyes widened in surprise after seeing Helen inside Lucius's penthouse along with his wife. Bob, is there something you're not telling me? What are you talking about, honey? Of course nothing. I never hide secrets from you. Bob nervously chuckled as he replied. I'll repeat it, is there something you're not telling me? Helen repeated, but this time, she grabbed the remote to the television and opened it, showing the recent news about the three of them, which also coincidentally showcases All Might's figure. That's not me. Fearing that his secret hero identity might have been discovered by his wife, Bob quickly denied her accusations. Oh really? But I never said that was you. Helen angrily smirked, finally confirming her suspicions, thanks to Bob's slip-up. Noticing that he slipped, Bob quickly shut his mouth and quickly turned his eyes to Lucius and Jin, who in turn quickly turned their heads to anywhere but him. Traitors! Bob angrily shouted inside his mind before shifting his eyes back to his wife. Helen, I can explain. Bob tried to approach Helen, but before he could, she stood up from the couch and slowly walked towards the front door. We'll talk back in the house. Okay. Bob then glared at Lucius and Jin for abandoning him before following his wife outside. Lucius, we have so many things to talk about. This time, it was Lucius's wife's turn and she quickly entered their bedroom, following her was Lucius. Thanks for today, Jin. See you tomorrow. Lucius said with a wry smile before entering the room, not knowing this'll be the last time they'll be seeing each other thanks to their wife's punishments. And that's how they're now only talking through a chat group, and a whole week has passed since then. The world turned to confusion after seeing that All Might and Admiral Kuzan have disappeared and never appeared back as heroes anymore. Thankfully, the only remaining hero left is Lucifer, but they noticed that he rarely appears now and then and predicted that in a few weeks or so, Lucifer might also disappear, something that the government and those against the heroes were celebrating. Despite this, the government still insisted on catching Lucifer. How do I make Bob do it with Helen? Jin tapped his finger on his chin as he wondered. He doesn't want to wait for 2 years in this world, and even if he does want it, he can't. Not when he's literally wanted by the Universal Gods Alliance. Who knows when they might appear in this world any moment now and unleash their power against this world, killing innocents all because of him. Though Jin wanted to meet this universe's god first to determine if he can stay here safely. Unfortunately, he doesn't have any means to contact the god, so Jin would be left without any idea about this universal god's current stand. Jin. Interrupting his thoughts, a golden furball smashed herself against his chest, inhaling some of his scent. Rapunzel? What are you guys doing here? Jin was surprised to see Rapunzel arrive along with the other three. It seems like they finally had their fun in this world. Jin. I also want to be a hero. I want to appear on TV, please see. Rapunzel requested while looking at his eyes with a heart-clenching stare on her face. Don't give me that look, Luminera. Jin closed his eyes and said, specifically mentioning her real name. He definitely knows about his weakness towards them. Giving him that look would make it harder for him to say no to whatever they want. Please see. Rapunzel intensified her look and even used her hands to roam Jin's bare chest. Ugh, fine. Why do you even want to appear on TV? It's not like we're staying here for many years. Jin finally sighed and gave up. I just want to. I feel like people would like me once I show myself up on TV. Rapunzel replied while doing several cute poses which quite resemble Sailor Moon pose. If Jin didn't know that she's Rapunzel, he might have thought that Usagi Tsukino, the Sailor Moon protagonist, was in front of him. Alright, fine. Let's start later once a police report comes to us. Jin said while patting the radio on his side, a radio that Lucius surprisingly has. As for how and where he got it, only God knows, and Jin guessed that Lucius probably got it from some kind of connection when he used to be an official hero. What about us? We also want to be a hero. Seeing the opportunity, Mavis quickly stepped forward and presented herself, not missing out. Really? What about you two? Jin sighed and turned to Tigris and Elsa, but when he saw the expectations in their eyes, he already knew that they desire the same thing. Sigh, all right. But first, let's visit someone for your costumes. I don't want the government to put your faces in public as wanted, you wouldn't be able to enjoy the city by then. Jin said, and the four of them can't help but nod their heads in agreement. Dot. While reading the newspaper with a coffee cup on her right hand, a short woman with short black hair was sitting on her couch. Ding! Ugh, please don't tell me it's Bob again. The woman rolled her eyes and placed on her cup on the side table before walking towards the front door. Due to her short stature, she looks more like walking using her knees. Bob, if this is about your costume again, I won't make any more adjustments. Tell that Lucifer. After opening the door, the short woman quickly complained several times over, before noticing that the person outside isn't Bob but Lucifer. Hello there, Edna. I kinda need a favor. Lucifer smiled and said before Tigris, Rapunzel, Elsa, and Mavis showed themselves from behind him. Oh Lord! Chapter 190, ch 183, Snow debuts. We now live at the West Philippine Sea, where the supervillain, Eviltide, has broken out of his prison and wreaked havoc across the sea. Inside a news chopper, a news reporter was talking to her mic as the camera zooms in on a man wearing an all-blue similar to Frozone, except that this man's costume resembles the scale of a fish. Watch out! Eviltide is making another tsunami again to flood one of the nearby ships. Watching with trepidation, everyone watching the news were praying that the hero Lucifer would appear and defeat the supervillain. However, seemingly as if God has given up on them, the tsunami slowly rises from the sea until it reaches the height enough to surpass a 10-story building, and with a single shout from Eviltide, the tsunami slowly but surely advances towards the poor ship. Good God, please help us! The ship captain watches this with a miserable state, before closing his eyes as a tear fell. Abandon ship! Everyone! Abandon ship! Follow the protocol! The ship captain yelled before pressing the red button that signals an alarm throughout the entire ship. Abandon ship! Hearing the captain yell along with the alarm, others soon abandon whatever they're doing and quickly run towards the ship's deck. Captain, let's leave through one of the lifeboats. His second mate quickly grabbed the captain's shoulder and tried to leave along with him. However, the captain stood his ground and replied. The captain never leaves his ship. So all of you go. I'll stay. I've been living with this ship for 40 years, I already considered it as my child. The captain teared up as he removed his cap and took out a photo of him and his child, who died after his wife gave birth to him, who coincidentally also died. Due to that, the captain has long abandoned his real life and dedicated himself to the ship, considering it as his own son. Captain! The second mate also teared up after hearing the captain's words. He has also heard about the past of the captain, and he knows how hard it is for him to abandon the only thing that he considers as his own child. I'll stay with you, Captain. A second mate never leaves his captain. The second mate smiled wryly and stood side by side with the captain, shocking him slightly before recovering. Thank you, Manuel. I appreciate it. The captain patted the second mate's shoulders, who is now known as Manuel. No problem, Captain. Manuel replied before they both shifted their faces towards the front of the ship, where a large tsunami as tall as a 10-story building slowly approached them. There's still no sign of Lucifer? Could it be that he has truly abandoned being a hero? Is the government to be blamed for it? The news reporter sadly said after seeing that the tsunami is a few meters away from the ship, that even if Lucifer arrives, perhaps he wouldn't be able to prevent it. Ha ha ha! Without Admiral Kuzan and that Frozone, I rule the seas. Away from the tsunami, Eviltide evilly laughed before declaring. The reason why he's only doing this now is because he has heard that Admiral Kuzan, the recent ice hero who always catches him like how Frozone catches him 13 years ago, is already gone. Eviltide didn't hesitate to escape from his prison and quickly caused chaos on the seas. I am the Lord of the Seas. Eviltide loudly declared, expecting the ship to quickly be flooded by his tsunami and sink under the sea. Under everyone's fearful eyes, afraid of watching a disaster striking the ship and killing the innocent sailors. That's when their eyes widened in surprise upon seeing a blast of ice quickly hit the giant tsunami before slowly covering it with ice, stopping the tsunami in its place, making it look similar to a giant iceberg instead of a tsunami. Admiral Kuzan. Seeing the ice that stopped the tsunami, Eviltide and those watching the happenings quickly came up with the thought of Admiral Kuzan. After all, out of the heroes that have been recently active, Admiral Kuzan is the only ice hero. However, who showed up next is out of their expectations, as they were surprised to see a long white-haired woman with a lower mask that covers her mouth suddenly glided through the ice and stopped in front of the tsunami, directly facing Eviltide. The new ice superhero that appeared looked like someone that came out of a comic, wearing a tight blue dress that hugs her features and covers most of her skin except for her face, along with a lower mask that hides her identity. You're not Admiral Kuzan, who are you? Eviltide warily eyes the white-haired woman that interrupted his evil work. I'm Snow. After a moment of hesitation, Snow finally sighed and revealed her superhero name. Snow? Sounds minimal. Eviltide's mouth quivered slightly, now expecting a bland name coming out of Snow's mouth. If he didn't see what she did earlier, he would have insulted her that she can only make snow not ice like Admiral Kuzan or Frozone. However, seeing how she froze the huge tsunami that is as big as a 10-story building is something that only Admiral Kuzan or Frozone can do. Perhaps Snow might even be more stronger, as the way she froze the tsunami is much faster than the other two. Come here, you supervillain. I'll send you back to where you belong. Snow shouted before conjuring an ice horse, and much to everyone's surprise, she rode in on the back of this ice horse, and the said horse quickly ran towards Eviltide, as if the horse is living instead of ice. What's even more absurd is the fact that wherever that horse steps on water, it quickly froze and spreads, giving a pathway for the horse with Snow to advance even in the sea. I won't go back to prison. Upon hearing from Snow that she would bring him back to prison, flashbacks of what happened to him in prison flashed within his head, causing his mind to enter a state of disarray, giving him only one goal. That is to defeat Snow or escape if he can't defeat her. What's important is that he doesn't go back to prison. Yes, you will. Snow replied after getting closer towards Eviltide and quickly threw an ice blast towards him, intending to freeze him alive and end the fight as soon as possible. However, that doesn't seem to be an easy case, as Eviltide looks like he has more experience than Snow when it comes to battling an ice hero in the sea. Eviltide responded with a water wall in return, which was quickly frozen by the ice blast in exchange for protecting Eviltide from getting frozen instead. Just as Eviltide was getting a sigh of relief, Snow quickly took this opportunity to reveal herself on Eviltide's unsuspecting back before creating several spears made of ice and manipulated them to fly towards Eviltide. Sensing the incoming projectiles, Eviltide uses the same technique again and protects himself with the water shield, which shattered the spears into little pieces. Eviltide was about to retract the ice wall as it consumes his mana when the little pieces that fell from the shattered ice spears surprisingly turned the water that the Eviltide is standing on frozen as soon as it submerged itself under the water. Feeling the ice creeping up on his feet and locking him in place, Eviltide quickly used the sea water to slam it towards his ice-covered feet, attempting to free himself. But would Snow let him take that attempt? Of course no. So, as soon as Eviltide busied himself with striking his frozen feet, Snow quickly gathered up ice between her left and right palm, each facing against each other before one bright blue made of ice formed in the middle. Freeze! Snow yelled before throwing the super-powered ice blast towards Eviltide. No. No. I won't go back to Priso. Seeing the incoming ice blast, Eviltide quickly abandoned all means to free his feet from ice and tried to escape by using the nearby water to try and move the ice that he was standing on. Unfortunately for him, the ice blast was faster than him and his body quickly turned into an ice sculpture the moment the ice blast connected with him. Is it over? Eviltide is frozen solid? Ladies and gentlemen, a new hero appeared and defeated the Eviltide alone. Watching the fight from the start to finish, the reporter witnessed everything without blinking an eye. So he managed to see how Snow managed to defeat Eviltide and quickly reported it to her massive audience behind the camera. Back inside the ship, the captain and Manuel, who already gave up and have decided to sink along with the ship, now awkwardly stares at their front. Although they were glad that they're alive along with the ship, this also makes it awkward for the two of them who have already given their last words. But now, it seems like those last words earlier had turned from touching to being awkward. Should we go and grab some beer? I'm sure we have the entire ship by ourselves. Manuel awkwardly coughs and suggests, in which the captain quickly accepted with a nod of his head. You're right. I need a drink. Chapter 191, ch 184, 3 more new heroes? Haha. I'm far from Metroville. Surely, Lucifer and that white-haired snow hero won't catch me here, right? In one of the urban cities, a masked man wearing an all-grey laughed evilly while eyeing the bank in front of him, clearly having bad intentions towards it. Hee hee, money money money. The grey man tapped his fingers against each other before crouching on the ground, much to the onlookers' weird looks. "Look, Mom. He's crazy. Honey. Don't point your finger at him. What's this guy doing? Should we call the mental hospital? Sigh, another beggar has lost his mind." Ignoring the gazes and whispers of his soon-to-be victims later, the grey man simply closed his eyes and seemed to have entered the state of focus. Thankfully, a nearby police patrol noticed this weird behavior that is causing a little bit of trouble to the nearby people and quickly approached the grey man. "Sir? Please scoot aside and do your thing somewhere private, this is a public area and you should." Before the police officer could finish his words, a rumble suddenly occurred in the area. "Rumble? What's that?" "It's an earthquake. Everyone, run!" As if some kind of chain reaction, the moment the word "run" was heard and one person started running, the other people soon panicked and started running off on their own, causing a quick chaos on the street. Look how easy it is to make everyone run away for their lives. This feeling is causing me so much euphoria. The grey man revealed his stone-colored teeth and muttered to himself before continuing with his eyes focused at the side of the bank, somewhere away from prying eyes. They should have received the signal. That's Rumble's signal. Inside a short jetty beside the bank, 4 masked men with 4 distinct different colored suits quickly felt the earthquake and took this as a signal to start their plan. "Matchstick. It's your turn to shine." A masked man with a green suit pointed at the other masked man with a red suit. "Oh yeah, baby." The red masked man named Matchstick grinned to himself and planted both his palms on the side wall of the bank. One might think he's merely touching the wall, but that wouldn't be the case as a red and yellow flash suddenly appeared on the gaps between his palms and the wall before a huge explosion occurred. "Good job. Everyone, inside." The masked man with the green suit quickly went inside, followed by Matchstick and the other 2 masked men. Inside the bank, everyone was still kneeling under the tables or chairs by following the protocol when an earthquake occurs when an explosion suddenly blew on the east side of the bank, much to everyone's confusion. Unfortunately, their confusions were soon answered when a green masked man suddenly entered while holding an SMG in his hand, before shouting so everyone heard him. "This is a robbery, nobody moves." The green masked man then moved towards the counter before pointing it at an unfortunately woman who was kneeling. "Get up. Assuming from your clothing, you're the manager here, right?" And after receiving a nod from the woman, the green masked man grinned to himself before bending and grabbing the woman's arms. "Open up this vault, quick. Matchstick, Gale, Brad, what are you 3 doing there? Start robbing the fucking bank. We have no time. The police will arrive here any moment." The green masked man turned around and ordered his companions, who nodded their heads like a chicken pecking its head before taking out their duffel bags and opening them. "Put the money in the bag." Outside the bank, the police wanted to surround the bank. However, Rumble, the guy who caused an earthquake earlier, was preventing them from getting closer by using earthquakes to disrupt them. Damn it! Why does Metroville have superheroes but we don't? Stupid Super Relocation Act. A police officer complained while muttering the last sentence. He might be angry but he doesn't want to go to prison just by slandering the government's decision. What are we gonna do now? We can't get closer to him, he can manipulate rocks to protect himself from bullets. The police officer offering the same badge beside him also spoke out his thoughts about the current situation. Try convincing them and buy some time until the special forces specializing in this kind of situation arrives. The police captain heard the police officer's words and almost can't help but agree with him. Thankfully though, the government has still decided to create their own special forces that will deal with supervillain situations. It would have sounded cool and awesome as it shows the government's concern about it if it wasn't for its 0% success rate in containing a supervillain. It's like shoving a middle finger to the government that only superheroes can defeat supervillains. This is the Winston City Police. State your demands. Hearing the police officer speaking through the megaphone, the green masked man smiled and said to himself. Pathetic fools, they think we would fall for that shit. Seriously, they've been doing the same thing over and over again, and what happens? Nothing. What's the problem with that? It just makes our job much easier. Matchstick replied while watching the bank manager enter the passcode to the vault and opened it. All right, enough chatting. All of you, grab what you can. The green masked man said and ordered. It can clearly be seen that he's the de facto leader of this group of bank robbers. After sacking the entire bank inside their duffel bags, which is a hyperbole, the green masked and the rest quickly grabbed an innocent child among the clients before dragging the kid outside in the front entrance. "No please. Not my baby." "Shut up, woman. You should have stayed in the kitchen." Gale grinned like a madman and said, clearly having a grudge towards women, "As for why? Only God knows. We have a hostage. If you don't want him dead, I suggest you put down your guns." As soon as the police officers saw Matchstick holding a child in his arms, they quickly put down their weapons. "Everyone! Put down your guns!" The police captain followed up with an order, albeit a bit too late as the police officers has already put down their guns. Seeing the police officers following his words like a slave, Matchstick felt a sense of euphoria from having this kind of small power over the police officers. "Are we done now, Psyche?" Just in time, Rumble approached them and asked. "Can't you see how stuffed these duffel bags are?" "Of course, we're done. We just need find a escape vehicle." The green masked man, now known as Psyche, replied rudely to Rumble. "I'm sorry to inform you folks, but there will be no escaping that will happen in my eyes." Before Rumble could reply for further instructions, they were suddenly interrupted by a female voice. Looking up, they saw 3 dressed figures standing on the rooftop. You can clearly tell that they're women from the curves on their bodies. "What they?" Psyche raised an eyebrow. "What? Feeling like surrendering just by seeing us, villains? Ha ha ha. Fear us." A blonde-haired woman with a very long braided hair spoke again, and this time, the content of her words clearly tells that she's somewhat prideful for what she's doing. "Kill them!" Psyche ordered monotonously while staring at the 3 women. Matchstick, Gale, Rumble and Brad all nodded their heads before rushing towards the building where the 3 women resides. "Hat!" Another woman beside the long blonde-haired woman with tigress's features on her costume, chuckled slightly before jumping off from the building much to everyone's gasps. However, what happened next surprised them as the tigress hero surprising floated in the air, making the 4 supervillains stop in their tracks and watch her in amazement. Taking this chance, Tigress quickly dashed towards Brad and delivered a devastating blow with both of her hands. Boom! Brad flew away and collided with a nearby police vehicle, without moving an inch, indicating that Brad has passed out from the sheer strength of that blow. "Brad! Damn it! These women are heroes!" Matchstick was surprised by the blow and quickly assumed that they're facing against new heroes. However, what confuses him, why are there so many heroes appearing one after another? Didn't the government long announced about the Super Relocation Act that dismissed all the superheroes in the world? Was the act secretly lifted without anyone knowing? Or do these heroes kept appearing just to spit on the government's faces? Nonetheless, this event of new heroes would definitely decrease the crime rate by a very large margin. "I'll handle her." Gale stepped forward and declared before gathering an air vortex before his palms before preparing to throw them towards Tigress. However, this process took 6 seconds long, which is enough for Tigress to inhale and exhale consecutively 2 times before smacking her paw towards Gale's face. Bam! If Brad, who is known to be their brawler among the group, can't handle a single blow from Tigress, will Gale make any differences? As expected, Gale's eyeballs turned white after being smacked harshly on the face before passing out on the ground. "Take this!" Quickly making a move, Matchstick pointed his palms towards Tigress, gathering an explosive blow, but before he could, a bat flew in front of him before turning into a black gothic woman grinning to herself. "Blow yourself along with that guy." Mavis's eyes turned red, and at the same time, Matchstick suddenly stopped pointing his palms towards them and instead, he grabbed his other companion Rumble before using his explosions to explode themselves. Boom! Hee hee! Mavis hummed to herself, feeling proud of her work. How is this possible? Psyche gulped down very hard before trying to use his power on Tigress, a power which made him the leader of their small group. A power of telepathy. "Be my puppet," Psyche whispered while aiming her powers towards the unsuspecting Tigress. Chapter 192, ch 185, Invitation from Syndrome. Feeling a throb inside her mind, Tigress couldn't help but scratch her head before shrugging it off, much to Psyche's surprise, who almost lost his entire stamina just trying to penetrate Tigress's mind. He hasn't even reached 1% of the penetration and he's already exhausted. What are you?" Psyche asked between ragged breaths, with clear indication of being exhausted. Realizing that it was Psyche who she felt probing in her mind, Tigress marched towards him and looked down on him with clear disgust on his face. "I'm Tigress," she said before knocking him unconscious with a single punch. 4 consecutive female heroes? Who are they? Are they related to each other? Does Lucifer know them? So many questions yet are left unanswered. Maybe we could only cure our curiosities when we legalize heroes once again and have the chance to interview each one of them. First, Lucius's female counterpart hero and now 3 unknown heroes who came out of nowhere? Don't they know that the government exists? Inside the Parr household, Helen and Bob were watching the television with Helen giving out her own comment. Maybe it's finally time for us to go back to being heroes. Bob hesitantly said, while side-eyeing Helen, wanting to see her reaction, and boy, he wished he didn't said those words. What? What are you thinking, Bob? We can't go back to that way. We already abandoned it in exchange of this good life, remember? Helen sighed exasperatedly, not wanting to hear what Bob just said. They sacrificed so many things just to achieve this peaceful life with their children, and now, Bob wants to go back to the old way? It's not a good life. Bob muttered under his breath, not daring to speak out loud in fear of his wife. Were you saying something? Raising her eyebrow, Helen failed to hear Bob clearly. Nothing. Bob hastily replied, fearing for his wife's retaliation. I'll check the kids if they're doing their homework. Bob quickly stood up and came up with a good enough reason. Ever since he got quarantined by his wife, he can't find jobs anymore, nor does his wife wants to, as she suspects that he might use his job as a cover to do hero work again. Meanwhile, Helen just watched Bob's back as he leaves, contemplating about what he said. She might not show it to her husband, but there's also a small part of her that craves to feel being a hero and catching criminals again. Sigh, I should make dinner. Deciding to abandon these thoughts, Helen decided to make dinner to avoid such thoughts. While the Parr household is busy with their own matters, Lucius was having another argument with his wife. Who are you to tell me to go back to the kitchen? I'm your husband, for God's sake. You don't tell me what to do, I'm your wife, not your slave. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just reminding you what you're supposed to do. We don't have enough information about them. Inside a dark office, a female figure with slight curves spoke to the person in front of her. Although the room is dark with only a single window illuminating their shadow figures, it is enough to tell the outlines of their appearances. One is a woman with good curves, while the person she's talking to is shorter than her, with his hair making up to his missing height. What do you mean, we can't find them? We have the largest and fastest intelligence network system in the entire world. I designed it myself. The male figure complained. It's not that the intelligence network is lacking, it's just that these figures aren't registered anywhere. It's like they just appeared in this world out of the blue. So, you're telling me that they're aliens? That, I can't answer. It looks like we have to approach them in the same old traditional way, ain't that right, Mirage? It seems so, sir. Should I approach them myself? No, you handle the lady heroes. I'll approach this Lucifer myself, hopefully my persuasion skills hasn't gone to waste yet. All right. I'll make the preparations. Another week has passed and the 4 female heroes starts to rise in fame. This also means that the government have also increased their chase over them, to the point that they almost declared a martial law if it wasn't for the medias and countless citizens protesting against it. No matter which universe you're in, the government always stays to be dumb and makes not so good decisions. However, putting their aside, Tigress, Mavis, Rapunzel, and Elsa has just beaten a supervillain that required the 4 of them to team up when they were suddenly approached by a white-haired beauty with clear professionalism running through her face. Good day, heroes. Are you from the government? Did they finally decided to reconcile? Rapunzel was the first one among them to notice her and couldn't help but to make a joke. Please don't worry, I'm not from the government. In fact, I'm from an organization that is above the government in terms of power and technology, except for influence, sadly. Anyways, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Mirage and I'm here to sincerely invite the 4 of you for a meeting in this place and time. If you're curious about it, let me just say that it will elevate your position as a superhero into something above and beyond. And we will be helping you with that. Mirage casted a mysterious smile before walking away after leaving a simple package to them. What should we do? Rapunzel asked them while holding the package. What else but to tell Jin? Tigress shrugged her shoulders, not caring about what the woman said or anything related to her. All she wants is to continue the hero work as she finally found something to keep her occupied and her thirst for battle in check. At the same time as them, Jin just finished stopping someone from robbing a bank when a loud voice was declared from above. Greetings, Lucifer. It seems like this is our first time meeting. And I will tell you, I feel the honor just by being beside you. Turning his face to the skies to find the source of the sound, Jin was stunned to see a short man wearing black and white latex suit with a large S on his entire front body. The most distinct on his appearance is his long-standing hair that resembles similar to Vegeta's hair. You are. Pretending not to know him, Jin was interested in where this is going. Will Syndrome invite him to his secret island before secretly killing him with his Omni-droids? If that's his plan, then Syndrome would just make a very interesting individual to play with before Jin has to deal with Jack once he's born. I am Syndrome. The one and only secret hero that hides in the dark. Syndrome proudly presented himself, even going as far as giving himself a title that isn't actually real. Hero that hides in the dark? You mean villain, right? Only villain hides in the dark. Jin held his chuckle off as Syndrome froze from his words, realizing his mistake. He has been too caught up with his 8th grader syndrome that he almost revealed himself to be a supervillain. That's my mistake. Anyways, putting that aside. I am here to offer you something that is much worth your while. In exchange of defeating and destroying a renegade robot on Nominisan Island, I would be paying you a salary, something that you don't have as of now due to various reasons. Syndrome replied while shaking his hand at the end of his sentence, implying about the Super Relocation Act that is imposed on all the supers in the entire world. That's all, the decision rests in you. If you have more questions, you just have to open this. Syndrome said before handing him a package of some sort. Taking the package from Syndrome's hands, the secret supervillain took this opportunity to fly away with a salute. Hope you really consider, Mr. Superhero. Well, that's interesting. Hopefully, these Omni-droids could somehow quench my thirst of boredom before fighting the gods and angels. Jin chuckled to himself before deciding to finish his hero work for today and go back home. Once Jin teleported back home, he coincidentally met with his women who were also clearing up their side and go home. Jin. Rapunzel was the first one to react and jumped on him, hugging him like a koala and kissing his face like a chicken pecking its head. Alright, stop it. I assume you guys also received the package, right? Jin assumes, considering that he's not the only active hero as of now. As a matter of fact, Jin started to hear more about the other superheroes who are supposed to be in hiding or dead according to the original timeline where Syndrome uses them to test his Omni-droids. But now, most heroes are still alive and you might be asking how Jin heard about them? Maybe it is due to his interference which caused a butterfly effect that motivated all the hiding superheroes to come out and resume their hero work, giving further headache to the government and those who are against the supers. Due to this, Lucifer became quite a pillar among the superheroes, giving them inspiration to restart the regime of superheroes and bring the world back into order. But for now, Jin's focus is on Syndrome's invitation. Surely, Syndrome would make an interesting enemy to deal with, considering that Jin has been dealing with mediocre villains. Chapter 193, ch 186, Omni-droids. This is it. Time to truly test the Omni-droids. Back in Syndrome's secret hideout, he was chuckling heavily to himself as he was already thinking that Lucifer and the other heroes are now dancing on his palm. Once they visit his other hideout where a custom private jet of his will transfer them to the Nominisan Island, who turns out to be the island where his last secret base is located, under the guise that the island is surrounded by robots that went out of control and must be out down immediately. This is originally Syndrome's plan against all the heroes in the world that he will invite just to test the capabilities of his Omni-droids and to further improve them if the heroes he invited managed to take it down. Where are they now? Syndrome asked Mirage, his assistant. They're on the private jet now, I estimate 10 minutes before they arrive and land on the island. Any other orders? Mirage asked while reading on her tablet. Blow the jet up. Grinning to himself, Syndrome suddenly had a great idea, which inflicted fear on Mirage, not knowing why Syndrome came up with that kind of idea. May I ask why? To separate them, of course. Syndrome cackled madly, making Mirage's eyes widened in surprise, finally taking notice of Syndrome's other side of personality. Once they're separated, we'll send each of them an Omni-droid that is designed for each of them. Syndrome said while tapping some buttons on his white metallic glove. The screen behind him then lit up, showing 5 Omni-droids with each designated to the 5 supers: Lucifer, Master Tigress, Blondie, Dracula, and Snow. The Omni-droid that is pointing beside the picture of Snow shows several stats, especially a cold-resistant body and several flame weapons attached on its body. The Omnidroid on Dracula shows a very large Omnidroid that is covered in light metals, enough to maneuver easily without decreasing its power while having a superior speed than the other Omnidroids. The Omnidroid on Blondie is just a simple Omnidroid bot, the only thing unique on it is its sharp blades that can be seen on several tentacles. The Omnidroid on Master Tigress is the largest among them, bearing heavy metals for its heavy defense including several hot weapons attached on its body. The last Omnidroid that is assigned on Lucifer is probably the most unique looking Omnidroid out of all of them. The Omnidroid is small but it looks more like a humanoid being covered in black futuristic armor rather than the fatball Omnidroid that is assigned to the others. I personally designed these guys several days ago, which I believe is enough to deal with them according to the contingencies that I placed inside each other. If they can't deal with the supers, they will go kaboom. Strong enough to blast an entire building structure. Syndrome Loudoi declared while standing on his chair, showing how proud he is towards his inventions. Meanwhile, Mirage simply stares at the screen with a hint of worry on her face before placing it with her usual monotone expression. This is my first time riding this jet thing. Is it really fast like the internet say? Rapunzel excitedly tapped her feet on the floor, wearing her usual costume to hide her identity. Sitting beside her was Tigress, Mavis, Elsa, and Jin, with Jin being in the middle of them. It is indeed fast, but Tigress and I can be faster than this. Jin shrugged his shoulders and replied, while mistakenly flaunting his and Tigress's strength. PSSHH. Rapunzel blew her lips on him before leaning back on her chair, taking a few breaths in and out. Hey, do you think this is really a trap? Elsa, who has been quiet since they boarded the plane, suddenly asked. Yup, trust me. If I were that Syndrome guy, he would definitely blow up this jet a few meters away from the island. Jin said with a relaxed tone, contrary to the contents of his words. Blow up the jet? This flying bird must have cost several dollars, right? Speaking of dollar, I wonder why they decided to put a value on a mere piece of paper rather than the gold. Mavis, to people like Syndrome, money is dispensable, what matters to people like him is their interests. Jin replied to Mavis's words. Oh, so he's like my father then. He cares more about me and Mom than money. Wrong, Mavis. Your father cared about his loved ones, he doesn't have any interests. Jin shook his head at Mavis's words. Comparing Syndrome to Dracula? It's like comparing water to oil. Both liquid but have an entirely different components. Anyways, it looks like we're here. Jin changed the subject and said, looking at the window where an island identical to the one he saw in the movie can be seen. It looks quite plain. Mavis, who was excited at visiting an island infested with evil robots, were taken aback by its plain appearance. Sure, it has a volcano unlike the others' islands, but it is still not within her expectations. She was expecting some kind of large city built by the robots, run by machines and infested with hundreds of robots. Maybe, the robots hasn't entered that stage yet? That right. Perhaps they're still improving and will soon take over the entire island. Mavis, did you watch the Terminator again before this? Hearing the thoughts of Mavis and what she said, Jin plainly looked at her and said, making Mavis freeze and clumsily rub the back of her head. Hehe, I can't help it. Robots are so cool. Sigh, avoid watching those kind of movies for a while, I'm afraid it might affect you mental. Beep. 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 Before Jin could continue what he was supposed to say, his senses suddenly picked up two missiles heading towards their way. Ha, so predictable. As expected of an average supervillain. Jin shook his head and looking at Tigress, Elsa, Mavis, and Rapunzel's expression, he assumes that they must have already sensed the incoming projectile. Brace yourselves, girls. The pilot has already jumped and abandoned the ship. Jin warned and then coated them with a protective barrier made by his psychokinesis except for Tigress as she has already made a chi barrier around herself. Boom, X2. At the same time, instead of hiding the fuselage of the jet plane where they reside, the two missiles hit the two wings of the jet instead, causing the plane to start somersaulting towards the inhabited island while at the same time, the friction caused by the speed and velocity of the falling plane started ripping the fuselage apart, exposing Jin and the girls inside. Can you all handle yourselves? Jin asked them. Normally he could have held themselves together and teleport inside the island with no harm, but since he already came here despite knowing it's a trap, why not fully fall into the trap and have fun? Jin might not be worried about their safety that much since he trusts them enough, but he could still watch over them using several means just in case, so there's no danger happening. I'll go first. Instead of directly answering Jin's question, Tigress directly jumped from the large ripped hole of the jet plane's fuselage, before eventually being swiped by the strong wind. Good, how about the dot? Jin nodded his head at Tigress's enthusiasm before turning to the others when they all suddenly followed suit while saying their farewells to Jin. I'm second. Rapunzel came second. I'm third. Mavis also followed and transformed into a bat after jumping. You might be wondering how Mavis could manage to stand in the sun despite it being her weakness. Well, before coming here when they were exploring the human world, Jin has to coat her entire body using his chi in order to prevent the sun from burning her, which eventually led to Jin teaching her how to use chi and coat herself on her own. Which is how she could now walk under the sun while having the same confidence as a professional model. Fourth. Take care of yourself, love. Elsa followed up, but unlike the rest, she kissed Jin on the lips before jumping. Hat. Jin shook his head at their antics, though he don't mind Elsa's. There it is. They all jumped and separated. As expected of my plan. It worked. Watching through the screen of the monitor, Syndrome's face was full of smile as he saw how his plan worked without a hitch, solidifying his mindset of being perfect inside Syndrome's mind, further feeding his ego once again. Sigh. Seeing his boss being like this, Mirage could only shake her hope and silently pray for the Supers' safety in the island. She knows and has witnessed the scary capabilities of the Omnidroids that Syndrome invented. They aren't made to simply defeat heroes though sheer strength, instead they were invented to take search for the superheroes' weaknesses and use it against them. Let's watch Master Tigress first, since she's the first one to land on the island. Syndrome said to himself while typing on the keyboard. He's already sending the Omnidroid assigned to Master Tigress as soon as she landed, Mirage whispered to herself. This isn't the first time Syndrome has done this, in fact he always do this whenever he finds an opportunity when his previous superhero victims falls to his lure. At the same time, Tigress, who just landed on the ground safely without any harm, was about to look around the island when her senses went haywire and a giant robot fell towards her from the sky. Chapter 194, ch 187, Fighting the Omnidroids. Quickly backflipping, Tigress successfully avoided the Omnidroid who heavily landed on her previous position, destroying the ground and making a small crater in the process. You must be the Omnidroid. Having been informed by Jin about these Omnidroids and how they're used against them supers, Tigress remained slightly cautious according to Jin. Jin told them that the Omnidroids aren't dangerous because of their strength, but because of their ability to exploit a super's weakness mid-battle. For example, the super's was detected that it is weak in close combat, the Omnidroid would utilize that weakness and engage more in close combat against that super. Another example would be if the super lacked the ability to fly, then the Omnidroid would utilize that and use its flight to its own advantage. This is the reason why Omnidroids are lethal, not in their strength but their capability to detect weaknesses of their opponents and use it to their own advantage. It's like Bearing Sun Tzu's principle, which is to know your enemy. Come. Receiving no response from the Omnidroid, Tigress assumed that the Omnidroids aren't designed for communication. As if responding to Tigress's challenge, the Omnidroid swung its tentacles towards Tigress, intending to smash Tigress into a mush pile of flesh. Unfortunately for the Omnidroid, Tigress could intercept its every move and dodged them with ease. As soon as Tigress jumped back, the ground in front of her was smashed with a tentacle. She quickly took advantage of the opportunity and swiftly grabbed the tentacle, which was larger than 2 times of her size, making Tigress bear hug the tentacle. Ha ha! Mustering her strength, Tigress's feet cracked and sank on the ground as 2 small craters were formed underneath her feet. At the same time, Tigress successfully lifted the tentacle, and before the Omnidroid could try to take control his tentacle to sway Tigress off of the tentacle, Tigress shifted positions and she's now facing her behind while the tentacle is now slumped off on her shoulder. Take this! Tigress yelled, and with one quick push, the Omnidroid could only confusingly look at its rotating front before getting smashed on the ground. Boom! Not giving the Omnidroid some chance to move, Tigress immediately jumped on its body. Looking at its head that is looking back at her, Tigress cast a smirk before gathering some strength on her fist and smashed them on the Omnidroid's head. Bam! Seeing the head getting detached from its body, Tigress breathed in relief while patting her palms. Just as she jumped off the Omnidroid's body and landed back on the ground, Tigress's senses suddenly picked up an attack from behind before quickly dodging. It could still move without its head. Staring at the Omnidroid, who started standing up despite having no head, Tigress was surprised. She thought that the Omnidroid would die without a head, similar to how living beings are supposed to die. But seeing it standing back up and starting to attack her again, Tigress quickly pushed these thoughts away and dodged the attack of the Omnidroid in a swift manner. Bam! How do I kill it then? Tigress muttered to herself while eyeing the Omnidroid's metallic ball body, trying to find any weaknesses. Before Tigress could further find its weakness, a tentacle was pulled into its body before being replaced by a tentacle carrying a minigun. Widening her eyes, Tigress quickly used her chi to make a barrier in front of her. Bang! X50! Bang! X50! Facing the large armor-piercing bullets hitting her chi barrier, Tigress could see some cracks slowly appearing on the barrier, indicating that being bombarded with armor-piercing bullets of the minigun is enough to destroy her chi barrier. And repairing her chi barrier using her chi reserves would only be useless except for giving her some time. So Tigress quickly abandoned the idea and swiftly disappeared from her place just in time for the chi barrier to crumble into pieces before smashing the ground where she used to stand, causing a cloud of dust to form. She's dead for sure. Inside Syndrome's office, he quickly cheered while watching through the cameras he placed all over the island capturing everyone happening inside. After seeing Tigress disappear under the hail of bullets and the clouds of dust, Syndrome quickly assumed that the Tigress superhero must be torn into pieces of flesh, leaving nothing but a pile of blood. Even Mirage was shocked and felt sympathy for another fallen superhero. However, after the cloud of dust dispersed, both Syndrome and Mirage were shocked to see nothing except for bullet holes on the ground. Hey? Where is she? Did she perhaps turned into nothingness after being torn into pieces? Syndrome confusingly pondered while staring at the screen. Meanwhile, back to the destroyed forest, as soon as the Omnidroid saw no sign of Tigress, it quickly assumed that its mission of eradicating trespassers was already done, so it quickly turned around and was about to leave. However, before it could do so, a large tree suddenly flew horizontally towards the Omnidroid. Boom! Having a heavy weight combined with its speed, the momentum of the flying tree is enough to pierce through the middle body of the Omnidroid. Staring at the large hole on its body, Syndrome and Mirage could only watch as the Omnidroid that he specially created for Tigress fell on the ground. Watching as the Tigress that is supposed to be dead walking away from the scene, probably to find the others, Syndrome quickly reacted and tapped in a command while shouting to no one. Send the goons. Which refers to an average Omnidroid. It isn't anything special except for its basic functions and program, unlike the Omnidroids that he specially designed for each supers in the world. Seeing his state, Mirage could only shake her head, though she was happy inside her mind that Tigress survived and walked away just fine. She's sure that Tigress would be able to handle the goons just fine. At the same time as Tigress fighting her Omnidroid, Mavis landed on the ground after shifting back to her humanoid form. Inhale. Ha! Taking in the fresh air through her nostrils, Mavis closed her eyes in pleasure. Fresh air. However, before Mavis could continue inhaling and exhaling, her senses suddenly picked up a very fast projectile heading towards her. Quickly stepping aside, letting projectile hit the tree in front of her. Looking on her side, Mavis could finally see what the projectile looks like. Is this a metal string? But isn't it too large to be a string? Mavis scratched her head and said in confusion. Before Mavis could further question the metal string, the said string detached from the tree and flew back to where it came from, making Mavis turn around to see where or who it belongs to. As soon as she did, Mavis was faced with the Omnidroid, which is a lot smaller than the Omnidroid that Tigress fought. You must be the Omnidroid, right? You're smaller than I thought. Mavis said, expecting a response, but after receiving no reply, Mavis sighed, thinking that the fight would be full and boring. This is a hobby that she has formed during her times of fighting crime. She has grown to like communicating with her opponents to make the fight exciting for her. If Jin were to hear her thoughts, he would definitely be reminded of Spider-Man, who likes to ridicule his opponents whenever he can. Swoosh! While talking, Mavis was suddenly surprised when the Omnidroid launched two of its tentacles towards her, forcing her to stop running her mouth and turn into a bat before she flew down, effectively dodging the attack. Hey! I'm still talking. You rude! Mavis yelled angrily, although she's still blabbering her mouth, but she's already moving towards the Omnidroid, preparing to fight it. SZR. Seeing Mavis dashing towards it, the two tentacles she dodged earlier quickly turned into a pair of rotating blades before chasing after Mavis's bat form. Gasp! Gasping in shock after seeing the two blades chasing after her, Mavis quickly closed in with the Omnidroid and flew underneath it while still being followed by blades. However, due to the blades being connected to the Omnidroid's tentacles, what do you think will happen if it flew underneath it? Boom! Just as the blade reached its maximum length, the Omnidroid suddenly flipped backward and crashed on the ground very hard. Haha! That's what you deserve for interrupting me. Seeing the Omnidroid's predicament, Mavis took this chance to blabber her mouth again and mock it. However, just as Mavis was about to pose in victory, the rotating blades that have reached its maximum length suddenly detached from its tentacles before being boosted by a flame behind it, slowly catching up to Mavis. Oh! Seeing this, Mavis quickly stopped her mouth from running and flew back to her human form, allowing the gravity to pull her back down on the ground, effectively dodging the pair of rotating blades once again. However, just as she smoothly landed on the ground, the pair of rotating blades suddenly made a U-turn and followed Mavis back down on the ground. Alright, out of everyone I fought, you'll be on top of my most annoying enemies. At the same time as Mavis meeting her own Omnidroid, the others also landed on the ground and met their own Omnidroids. However, out of all of them who are facing their own Omnidroids, Jin is the only exception, quietly waiting for his Omnidroid to attack him. Did Syndrome forget about me? He wondered. Chapter 195, ch 188, A Traitor. Just as Jin was wondering if Syndrome somehow forgot to send an Omnidroid on him, his senses suddenly picked up someone in the sky. Guessing from how long this particular someone has been staying on the sky, Jin could guess that this guy is either flying or riding a plane or chopper. But after looking up to get his answer, Jin was surprised to see a white armored robot flying in the sky like Iron Man from Marvel. Did I accidentally stumble in a Marvel universe? Jin asked himself with a scratch on the back of his head. Before he could further wonder about the flying white robot, the said robot finally made its move. Suddenly somersaulting towards him, Jin quickly teleported away just in time for the white robot to land on the ground, smashing heavily on the dirt. Cough, cough. Can't you land more softly? Pretending as if he was affected by the dusts and pebbles, Jin coughed and waved his hand in front of him as if waving off the dust. Lock mode, Lucifer. Initiating elimination sequence. As soon as the white robot stood from the ground and directed its black eyes on him, the said eyes quickly turned red as if activating some kind of kill mode. Is that your other word for killing me? Jin joked, and before he could laugh at his own joke, the white robot raised his arm and pointed it at Jin. The hand then transformed into a cannon before shooting red concentrated hot beams towards Jin with the full intention to kill. Whoosh! X10. 10 consecutive red beams of light flew out of the cannon and headed towards Jin, who dodged all of them with ease only to be met with a wide net with electric shocks just a few inches away from him soon after he dodged those beams. It seems like this is intended to be a surprise attack to prevent me from teleporting by constantly shocking me with electric. Looking at the electric net trap and how it was thrown over him, which contains a hint of surprise, Jin could already deduce Syndrome's plan to capture or kill him. Too bad for Syndrome, he only knows that Lucifer has teleportation and strong constitution that allows him to tank several bullets and defeat his foes easily. What Syndrome probably didn't know is that Jin's reaction time is almost near capable of seeing the future. This is not because of a chi technique or something. This is all simply Jin's physical senses that allowed him to be capable of doing this. Jin speculated that it might be related to his past self as Lucifer, considering that he's the other half of Lucifer and have the half of his powers. Much to Syndrome and Mirage's shock, Jin disappeared in time just as the electric net trap was about to catch him. What? How did he even react to that? Standing up from his seat, Syndrome was shocked that his first plan to deal with Lucifer has gone to waste. Now, he can only rely on his plan B, which is to use the other supers to threaten Lucifer to surrender himself. Unfortunately for Syndrome, the moment he invited Jin, his entire life is already doomed to fail. Putting Jin's fight aside, Elsa was also having her fun by fighting her own Omnidroid, albeit she's having a hard time due to the Omnidroid's resistance against her ice and the fact that all of its weapons contains anything related to flame and heat, making it hard for her to move around and fight the Omnidroid. Swoosh! Using her ice to impede the Omnidroid's movement, Elsa was trying to give herself some time to think about how to defeat the Omnidroid in front of her. Before she could even think for 10 seconds, the Omnidroid passively melted the ice on its body and started to move again, while its tentacles constantly releases flames out of the tip of its fingers. Whoosh! Feeling the heat coming out of the flames, Elsa unknowingly wiped off the sweat that is accumulating on her forehead. It's getting hot. Elsa breathed heavily, due to the flames. Even her surroundings are now caught on fire, and if this goes on any longer, she might have to resort on using her full power to prevent the fire from spreading. However, she doesn't want to do that yet. She wanted to improve in both her skills and power. She doesn't to rely on her pure raw power to solve all her problems. If there's something she learned from Jin, it's how she must learn how to preserve her energy and not waste it. Focus Elsa, use your mind. Be creative. Closing her eyes despite the heat and the incoming flame towards her, Elsa ignored them and focused. Perhaps being in the state of life and death, she would be able to comprehend what her powers truly meant to her. In Syndrome's office, Syndrome was jumping in excitement, thinking that once he captured Snow, he would be able to use her to make Lucifer and the other surrender to him. Unknown to him, his most trusted assistant behind him was feeling sympathy towards Snow, someone who has just appeared in the public to use her powers for good, and because of that, she became the target of Syndrome and about to die at such an early age. Something that Mirage can't bear to see. So she sneakily glanced at her boss, Syndrome, and after seeing that he's too focused on watching the screen before taking out her tablet. Syndrome might not know this because he was drunk at that time, but Mirage managed to gain access of the codes and passwords that Syndrome controls on his project Cronus. Don't ask her how she did it, just know that she went to great lengths just to have it. Almost risking exposing her secret identity as the government spy, who is tasked to spy on Syndrome and monitor his moves, something that she has been doing for almost 5 years since Syndrome first went famous on the underworld, where he slowly climbed and became known as one of the most notorious arms dealer in the world. This should at least help Snow. Mirage muttered to herself before typing several commands on her tablet before closing it and watching back on the screen. Back to Snow's fight, just as the Omnidroid was about to successfully burn Elsa alive, the Omnidroid suddenly stopped in his tracks before turning around to leave, much to everyone's shock, including Snow herself, who was just about to defend herself after finally realizing what she was missing all this time. What's happening? Seeing how the Omnidroid who was about to kill Elsa earlier turned around and left, Syndrome quickly accesses his computer and typed in his code of Project Cronus, which holds that data of the Omnidroids, their purpose, their designs, their abilities, their systems, and finally, the control over them. Damn it! Someone messed with the system. After a realization, Syndrome grew angry before fixing the malfunction of the Omnidroid. Just as Elsa was confused and about to have some space to breathe, she saw that the Omnidroid turned back towards her again and resumed its fire assault towards her. This time, Elsa is now more confident as she could finally use her powers more effectively without wasting too much energy. Moving her feet, Elsa stomped on the ground very hard, causing the entire floor to freeze, which also coated the tentacles feet of the Omnidroid. Sure, this might not be effective as the tentacles soon melted the ice and stepped forward, and just as it did so, the tentacles froze once. This gave enough time for Elsa to get close to the Omnidroid and touched its ball-like body. Freeze! Elsa shouted before coating the part of where her hand is touching with ice. It might seem useless at first glance, but if you look at the inside, you'll see that it is frozen and the core of the Omnidroid itself has stopped pulsating. Boom! Similar to an ice, the Omnidroid froze in its tracks before slowly falling backward. Phew, that was a bit intense. Wiping the remaining sweat on her forehead, Elsa sighed in relief before turning around and realizing that the fire is spreading quickly. Oh! And so, she immediately used her ice powers to put them out. How can this be possible? If it wasn't for that stupid malfunction, this wouldn't have happened. Syndrome smashed the keyboard in front of him out of pure anger before turning around and pointed his finger at Mirage, who silently gasped in shock. Did I get caught? Saying this to herself, Mirage gulped saliva nervously before responding to Syndrome. She knows what happened to spies and why they're one of the most dangerous jobs affiliated by the government. Yes, sir. I need you to find the traitor. I can't trust anyone else here except you, so catch that traitor for me. Syndrome continued before turning around and sat back down. And bring me another keyboard. Seeing that she wasn't caught, Mirage sighed in relief before turning around to do what Syndrome ordered. Thankfully, she has worked under Syndrome for 5 years, which is enough time for her to get his trust, something that wasn't easy to get considering her beauty. Now, all that's left is Blondie, right? Hopefully, she's just fine because the Omnidroid sent to her is just a normal one with a few more blades than average. Mirage said to herself before exiting Syndrome's office. Chapter 196, ch 189, Why hit a woman when you can hit a man? At the same time as Mirage worried for the Blondie hero, Rapunzel also landed on the island, but after she did, she suspiciously started looking around, as if she was cautious that someone was stalking her. If someone were to see her like this, they might say that it is normal to be cautious when you are in an unfamiliar place, but what she did next differs. She suddenly took out a familiar creature out of her thick braided golden hair. Why'd you take me out, woman? I was living the fantasy inside. It turns out to be the Kraken who has grown large enough to fit inside a Spalding basketball. SHH. Don't attract attention. We're on vacation. Isn't that great? Rapunzel quickly covered the Kraken's mouth and said excitedly. Does this place look like a vacation to you? Isn't this just a normal forest? The Kraken monotonously stared at her after looking around and noticing that they were just in a forest. Nope. We're on an island. An island that is infested with these cool robots that I'm supposed to defeat. Rapunzel replied with fervor. Robots? What's that? Unlike Rapunzel, who has explored most of the human world, the Kraken has been living under the sea for hundreds of years, almost nearing 1,000, so he doesn't have any idea about what she was talking about. Okay, so robots are ... Just as Rapunzel was about to explain what robots are to the Kraken, a robot, much taller than her, pushed the trees aside and showed itself up to her. That? Rapunzel continued while the Kraken stared at the large robot with shocked eyes. SZRZRZRZRZ. The Omnidroid then changed the tips of his tentacles to a spinning blade that is sharper than anything in this world. Did you bring me here to die with you, woman? Get me out of here. The Kraken started fumbling and waving his tentacles around while panicking, coincidentally slapping Rapunzel's face with his small tentacles. Slap, X10. Wait. Rapunzel quickly stopped the Kraken's wavy tentacles before continuing. This will be the robot that we're defeating. Isn't that exciting? I thought you would feel the same too, so I brought you along. Rapunzel pouted. You're really crazy, woman. If it was before me, I might be excited, but look at me, I'm smaller than you. Really? So, if you're back in your prime, then can you handle that robot? Rapunzel's eyes twinkled as she says this. Oh, of course, I can. Vikings and sailors feared me during their times. No matter how many cannons and ships they throw at me, I stood tall and showed them my might. Although the Kraken was weirded out by Rapunzel's enthusiasm, he still displayed and told her about himself. Good. Then you'll fight the Omnidroid for me. Rapunzel loudly declared, and before the Kraken could speak out another complaint, he noticed that Rapunzel's hair turned black while wrapping it around him. What are you doing? SHH. I'm taking your life force away. Which means you'll age, and once you age, you'll be back to your previous self. Rapunzel used her hair to wrap the Kraken's mouth before informing him, this is one of the things that she discovered she could do when using her powers and practicing them daily. In no time, the Kraken slowly got larger and larger until Rapunzel couldn't carry him in her arms anymore. Ha ha ha. I'm back. Soon, the Kraken is back to his previous large size that is 100 times bigger than the Omnidroid that used to be a threat to him. Come here, you. The Kraken then turned his attention to the Omnidroid and picked the Omnidroid with his tentacle. The poor droid tried its best to escape from the Kraken's clutches, but to no avail. The Kraken didn't let go of it. Say hello to your creator. The Kraken yelled before throwing the Omnidroid towards the volcano. Ha ha ha. I am the strongest. It feels good to be BA. Just as the Kraken was celebrating his victory and being back to his prime, he suddenly started getting smaller again before he fell right into Rapunzel's arms, his size being back to basketball size. Woman, what did you do to me? Why am I back to this size? The Kraken immediately complained to Rapunzel. Why? If I brought you to that size with only my supervision, I'm afraid you might escape. Rapunzel replied. What? No. I won't escape, I promise. The Kraken begged while using his tentacles to form a prayer sign. However, Rapunzel stayed consistent and kept refusing his plea. Nope. At least let me feel the sea one more time. Nope. No. At the same time as Rapunzel enlarged the Kraken earlier, it gathered everyone's reaction on the island. Did Rapunzel free the Kraken? Elsa's response. Why does it feel like this is something Rapunzel will do? Tigress sighed and said after seeing the large Kraken covering the sky. That's Rapunzel, all right. Mavis said with a wry smile. That's my girl, I guess. Jin shook his head after seeing how Rapunzel dealt with her Omnidroid. He then looked down on the ground where his white robot opponent was smashed into pieces. To be honest, Jin never had any struggles in fighting the white robot, he was just having fun. Now, let's see what Syndrome is up to. Jin said before using his senses underground. In the movie, Syndrome's secret hideout/base is hidden underground. What makes it more early to find is because in the movie, Syndrome's base is actually under the volcano. Who in their right mind hides their secret base under the volcano? Out of all Disney, DreamWorks, and Pixar animation movie villains, perhaps Syndrome is the only villain who has an underground volcano hideout. It is quite clever if you think about it. Others might put their base on a mountain or underground or even under the sea, but only Syndrome thought of hiding it under the volcano, an active one at that. How is this possible? Syndrome muttered to himself, his previously collected expression with a happy smile is now gone. All that's left is an unkempt hair and scratches on his face, due to constantly scratching his face out of despair earlier. Haha, how can a kraken hide under that hair, and how did no one scan their bodies before entering the island? Syndrome yelled in anger before smashing his fist on the table. Bam! It was you, who said not to scan them because it'll make them suspicious, sir. Mirage said, who walked behind him. Did you find the traitor? Any news about that? Hearing Mirage's response, Syndrome was stunned before embarrassingly changing the subject, diverting the topic away from him. We didn't. I suspect that the mole has escaped. Mirage lied through her teeth without changing her expression, showcasing her professionalism and her expertise in being a secret undercover. Tisk, even if there's a mole, there's no way they'll be able to access my Omnidroids since only my computer has the password. Syndrome clicked his tongue before his mind gears started running as a realization slowly dawned upon him. What are you thinking, sir? Curious at what Syndrome is thinking, Mirage wanted to know about it while a small part of her is afraid that she has been discovered. No one is supposed to know what my password is except for me. Unless I gave it to someone. Syndrome kept muttering to himself as he looked at his blacked-out computer, showing the reflection of his face. Only a drunk person would give such an important. Just as Syndrome was muttering to himself, he just accidentally gave himself the answer. I gave it to someone when I was drunk, and when I was drunk, only Mirage was with me. Syndrome's eyes widened in surprise before slowly turning around to face Mirage, wanting to give her a surprise as he has finally discovered her secret undercover identity. However, what surprised him is that Mirage is no longer behind him, and all he last saw was her running figure before the automatic doors closed shut. Traitor! Syndrome yelled in anger before standing up and clicking several buttons on his glove. Send the goons and the special team. Syndrome was hyperventilating, surprised by the betrayal of his closest assistant. Huff, huff, this can't be happening. First, my Omnidroids failed in their tasks and now my assistant betrayed me. Syndrome kept muttering to himself before anger adorned in his eyes. Swoosh! Just in time, the automatic doors opened and several of his personal soldiers grabbed Mirage by her arms before throwing her on the ground in front of Syndrome. You weren't expecting me to catch you, didn't you? Syndrome kneeled and said while using his finger on Mirage's chin to raise her head to meet his eyes. You weren't me to betray you, didn't you? Mirage smirked and said in return, wiping off the victory smirk on Syndrome's face. You whore! Standing up, Syndrome quickly cocked back his left hand, preparing to smack Mirage's beautiful face. Meanwhile, Mirage closed her eyes and prepared for the impact of Syndrome's slap. She knows that what's coming for her after the slap is much worse after all. No spy came back to their country alive after being discovered. However, 3 seconds gas passed and she felt nothing on her cheek yet. Slowly opening her eyes, Mirage was surprised to see an unfamiliar back in front of her, protecting her from Syndrome's slap. Why hit a woman when you can hit a man? Chapter 197, ch 190, Down Syndrome. Seeing the large back in front of her, Mirage's eyes widened in surprise after seeing that Syndrome was frozen in his tracks, his eyes containing the fear that only a despaired human should have. How dot? What? Cat got your tongue? You didn't expect I'd find you here, didn't you? Jin said with a large grin on his face, clearly finding joy in seeing the fear look on Syndrome's face. You're asking yourself, how did I find this place, right? Jin continued while casually walking across the office while all the special soldiers that are under Syndrome's command are all frozen like a statue as if something or someone is holding them in their place. You know, your inventions are quite fascinating. If only we weren't in different paths, I would have recruited. Jin sat on Syndrome's office chair before stopping right after mentioning about recruitment. I could do that. Jin muttered to himself before looking at Syndrome with a dangerous glint in his eyes. Now I know what to do with you. Jin smiled before standing up and slowly approaching Syndrome, who started backing away out of fear while yelling at his soldiers. What are you idiots doing? Protect me! Syndrome said when he received no response. Syndrome realized that this is something that must be related to Jin. Whatever Jin does to his people, then it is fully effective as Syndrome can't protect himself from Jin with just his cool gadgets. Because unlike the others, Syndrome didn't undergo harsh training on his body or mind. Mainly because Syndrome thought that his mind is enough for him to conquer the world and get what he wants. In his eyes, his inventions could make people worship him. He can make this world a better world with nothing but his intelligence. Something that no supers can do, only him. Unfortunately for Syndrome, he met Lucifer. No one's gonna save you. Jin spoke while slowly approaching Syndrome with heavy steps. Get away from me. Gulping his saliva hard, each step he hears from Jin, adds more fear to Syndrome. Mirage. Help me. Syndrome then saw that Mirage was behind Jin, looking at them with shock in her eyes. Thinking about those years they were working together, Syndrome hopes that Mirage still harbors some good feelings for him and stops Lucifer from killing him. Unfortunately for Syndrome, when Mirage heard Syndrome's plea, she quickly looked away, not wanting it to be associated with him out of fear that it would put a target on her back that would prompt for the devilish hero to make a move against her. You. Despair soon covered Syndrome's face after realizing that no one was there to help him. What do you want? Do you want money? I'll give all of them to you. I'm rich. I could give you anything. Including my inventions. While Syndrome was desperately offering everything he had to Jin, the said person never once stopped in his tracks. Why you're a hero, right? A hero never kills, just bring me to a prison. I'll obediently come with you. Syndrome seemed to have made a realization and tried to use this against Jin, using psychology to save his own skin. But did Jin stop? Nope. A hero that never kills? I'm sorry, but do you see me wearing an all-black batsuit? Jin chuckled at Syndrome's thinking. Hey! Although Syndrome was in despair, he could still understand what Jin was saying, so he was quite confused about what he was talking about. Tisk, can't you have some humor? Jin shook his head in disappointment before grabbing Syndrome's shoulders and teleporting away from the office, leaving Mirage alone. Should I run away now? Mirage whispered to herself before standing up and facing the door. She then looked back at the frozen soldiers who are probably still under Jin's control before running away. Footsteps. Stop, stop, stop. Please, spare me. Meanwhile, Syndrome was panicking as he looked down on the mouth of the volcano, the heat of the lava slowly crawling on his skin. Don't move or I might accidentally drop you. Jin warned while holding on Syndrome's collar. Please. Syndrome gulped his saliva in fear, adhering to Jin's words and stopped moving, in hopes that he would be spared. You know, at first I thought about sparing you since you were betrayed by your own idol, which led to you being this kind of guy, but I noticed that in your mind, you thought that being a hero is just being cool, wearing capes, beating bad guys and stuff. Jin started monologuing, something he shouldn't do, but who cares? It's not like he's in some kind of movie where he's portrayed as a villain. What are you talking about? Hearing Jin talking about his painful past, Syndrome thought that Jin would somehow spare him out of pity, but such hopes were dashed when he heard the last sentence. Jin is indeed right, back even when Syndrome was a child, he just thought that being a hero is about beating bad guys and wearing cool costumes while at it, not caring about saving lives and contributing to society. I'm talking about whether you are worthy of being spared or not. But from what I can see, your path to being an arms dealer is enough to judge your fate. Jin said, and just as Syndrome was confused and about to ask about it, he felt Jin's fingers slipping on his collar. No. 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 Syndrome yelled out in fear as he tried to reach out to Jin to save himself, but to no avail, as if his fingers were limp, he couldn't clutch on Jin's clothes or even his skin, as if something was blocking him from making contact with Jin. No. Before he knew it, Syndrome started free-falling towards the mouth of the active volcano. Staying still, Jin watched as Syndrome fell into the lava, which started burning him from inside out. Ah! Hey ah! Hot! Hot! It burns! Syndrome starts madly thrashing around the lava as he tries to escape, but to no avail. It seems like God has abandoned him. From today onward, there'll be no more Syndrome. Jin smiled to himself. You might be asking why he killed Syndrome instead of using him as a bridge that will cover the gap between the government and the supers, but what's the use of following the plot? In Jin's eyes, both Syndrome and the government held no value. Especially since supers aren't exactly supposed to ask permission from the government just to save someone, right? Only idiots follow such idiocy. Right now, Jin's problem is the threat of the universal gods and the angels. As the Lucifer Morningstar, he bears such heavy responsibility and he must recover his full strength as soon as possible. Now, what to do with this island? Jin then eyed the large island that used to serve as Syndrome's secret base. I know what to do. Jin smiled, however this smile doesn't contain happiness, instead it has a bit of sadism in it. We are now live here at Mount Hass, where a less than a hectare island fell on for some unknown reason. We don't know how this happened nor do we know who did it. But one thing for sure, this is the doing of a supervillain. Watching the news, Bob sighed and massaged his forehead. Thankfully, his wife is outside, buying some groceries, or else he might receive another wave of discussion with her for watching the news about supers again. Ever since Bob was caught doing hero work behind her back, she became more strict on him to the point that Helen suggested to become the breadwinner instead of him. Thankfully, Bob managed to talk some sense into her and retained his role as the family's breadwinner. God knows how embarrassing it is for a man to rely on his wife in today's society. People would look down on him. Ding! Coming! Hearing the sound of the doorbell, Bob assumed that it must be the mailman. However, when he opened the door, he was greeted by an old friend instead of the mailman. Lucius? What are you doing here? What if Helen sees you? And how did you even get out of your house? I thought you were in some kind of quarantine. Upon seeing Lucius, Bob quickly searched outside before sighing in relief after seeing no sign of his wife. I'm just here to catch up with a friend. It's been a month since we last saw each other. Lucius said before showing the plastic bag he's holding that contains several cans of beer. And besides, Helen wouldn't mind us as long as we're within her sight. Surely, she wouldn't restrict you for having a little bit of fun with a friend, right? Lucius said, and Bob finally gave up before letting him enter. So, mind telling me how you got here? Is your wife also not at home? Bob asked curiously, wondering if Lucius used some kind of technique to convince his wife or she's just not at home at the moment. Nope. She kinda allowed me. Lucius replied with a smirk on his face, as if prompting Bob to ask him how he did it. How? It didn't take long before Bob fell to his trap and asked. It's really simple. Lucius smiled and got closer to Bob's ear and whispered. I just showed her who's boss. Hey. I made her realize that I'm the man of the house during the night. You know what I'm talking about. Lucius said with a teasing smirk on his face. Really? Bob muttered to himself, understanding Lucius's words, and pondered if he should do the same. Chapter 198, ch 191, Pregnancy. A few weeks have passed since the incident with Syndrome, and it seems like his death has caused quite a stir in the underworld. After all, despite having a crazy personality, he's still known as one of the most notorious arms dealers in the world, so his death is like a small single drop in a cup full of water, causing waves everywhere. I can't believe we actually inspired other heroes to come back out. Rapunzel was tiptoeing on the ground in fervor. Well, we kind of defied the only thing shackling them. Jin, who just got home after buying groceries with Tigress, managed to get back in time to witness this. He's right, though it got quite annoying as the government is now branding us as a group of terrorists. Though I don't think people will buy their lies anymore. Elsa also added in after Jin, stating her honest opinion on the matter. The government is probably thinking of changing their ways by now, that they can see that the era of heroes is about to go back to the surface again. Jin said while putting down the groceries. Oh right, your phone's been ringing for the past 5 minutes earlier, Jin. I think it's someone important. Without deviating her eyes on the television, Rapunzel suddenly remembered something and quickly reminded Jin. I wonder who it is, thanks. Jin pondered to himself before walking towards the table where his Grapes phone resides. Jin tried to find an Apple company in this world but only found a phone company called Grapes, which is almost the exact same as Apple, so Jin guessed that Grapes is the counterpart of Apple from his previous world. Bob? Why is he calling me so early in the morning? Jin scratched the back of his head before pressing the call back function to call back Bob. Ring. Kachak. Jin. I have good news. As soon as the phone rang, Bob quickly answered and spoke first. Calm down, big guy. What's the deal? Jin chuckled, it is rare for Bob to be this happy after all, so he's quite curious. I'm gonna be a father of 3. Helen's pregnant. Bob continued with a shocking reveal, excitement can be heard seeping through his voice. However, unknown to Bob, Jin is more excited than he is. Fuck yes! Jack is finally here. Jin almost cried by himself just by this revelation, though it is soon replaced with sadness as he knows that what's about to happen next will absorb the joy Bob is feeling today. He's about to take his 3rd unborn child. A child that gave him happiness for the 2nd time this year. Sigh, I should take the child already before Bob could grow attached to it. Jin said with a sad shake of his head. Why are you sad? Shouldn't you be happy for you friend? Mavis popped out behind his left shoulder and asked curiously after seeing the look on Jin's face. As a vampire, her hearings are quite loud, which can also be said the same to Tigress who also casts a curious look to Jin. Bob's 3rd child my other half. Jin revealed, making Tigress and Mavis froze in realization. Elsa and Rapunzel, who were curious about what they were talking about were Alps shocked at the revelation, obviously they know the reason why they're in this world and now that Jin's other half is his friend's 3rd child, they were surprised. I suggest we go there as soon as possible and take my other half before Bob and Helen could grow attachment to it, the more we delay the more painful they'll feel once the baby is gone. Jin said to them. Even though he already expected it as he already placed a mental command on Bobson to tell him about it once he discovers that Helen is pregnant. The girls nodded their heads, agreeing to his thoughts. Let's go to their house. Jin said, obviously they'll sneak in there instead of using the usual way. What should we name our baby? Shouldn't we think about it now? Helen asked while softly caressing her stomach, even though there's no bulge yet, but the pregnancy test having 2 lines says otherwise. I'm thinking of something like mixing our names, what do you think? Bob held his chin and pondered, his eyes never leaving Helen's stomach, clearly excited on having a 3rd child. This is all thanks to his friend, Lucius who taught him how to become the dominant one in the relationship. Now, not only he's the dominant one but he also got a price at the end. It's a win-win situation if you ask him. Bobalin? It doesn't sound good, Helob? No, that also doesn't sound right. Let's just pick a good name, mixing our names doesn't produce anything good. Helen also thought the same, however the moment she tried mixing their names, she finally relented and chose to pick a common name. How about Jack? Sounds average, like how we should be, right? Bob said, and after receiving a nod of approval from Helen, he made a victory pose. Only a husband knows how satisfying it is for his wife to have the same agreement. Sometimes, it's always the wife who's always right. We should go and see a doctor now and file our report to the government. After today's incidents of heroes going back out in public, they became more strict and required us former heroes to write a report to them every week. Bob continued before sighing in defeat after explaining about the misfortune they have to endure. Yes, and it is all thanks to you and your friend. Helen also grew grim after hearing this and quickly pushed the blame to her husband. What did I do? Didn't I already turn my back on it just for you? Bob exasperatedly replied after being blamed. However, Helen simply ignored his complaints and walked towards their room. I'll just change. Start the car. Helen said before closing the door of their room. Sigh, how come it became my fault? Bob sighed in defeat before walking towards the garage with slumped shoulders. Hey, Dad. What's for dinner? Dash then appeared in front of him with a blur before asking. Dash, didn't your mother tell you to not use your powers inside the house? And no, your mother hasn't made dinner yet, so stay put and wait for us until we get back home. Get back home? Where are you guys going? Hearing Bob's words, Dash was confused and quickly raised a question. It will be a surprise, so just wait for us. Bob said no more and quickly approached the garage to start the car while grabbing the car keys at the same time. Inside the room, Helen was changing her garments when someone peeked on their window. Since their house doesn't have a second floor, it became easy to peek inside through the window, and even though Helen closed the blinds before changing, there's still a small gap enough for Jin to peek inside. She's inside. Jin whispered to himself after not staring at Helen's bubbly ass for a good minute straight. Ahem, let's focus on our goal. Jin shook his head and lightly slapped his cheeks. Thankfully, he's alone and his women are hiding in another neighborhood in front of Par's residence. Jin then proceeded to close his eyes and use chi to scan Helen's body. There. It didn't take long for Jin to scan the soul residing on Helen's tummy, which means that Jack is finally existing. But how do I take it? I have to get in contact with her to push the soul out of her stomach. Jin was pondering to himself when he decided to risk it. Quickly teleporting inside, Jin was surprised that Helen was reacting to his sudden presence inside her room, which means she still has some kind of danger sense alarming her. That's awesome. Jin said to himself and decided to make a move now. He can't show his face to her or else he would have to erase her memory and replace it, which is quite troublesome. So he simply used his telekinesis to lock herself in place. Just as Helen wanted to scream for help after noticing that she can't move her body anymore, she suddenly stopped when she felt something pressing her lower back before disappearing. At the same time, the restraint that she's feeling is also gone, so she quickly turned around just to see nothing. Even the curtains weren't moved as if she was alone all this time. Weird, is it some kind of symptom when a child is a super like the parent? But I didn't feel this when I was carrying Violet or Dash. Helen asked to herself before deciding to pursue this matter later. She's excited and can't wait share the news of her pregnancy to her other children, friends, and also her parents. That was close. Thankfully I reacted fast enough to lock her in place. Jin wiped off the sweat on his forehead before raising his hand, where a darkish red orb floats above his palm. The orb looks small like a tennis ball, but if you're in Jin's position, you'll be able to clearly feel the incredible power residing inside the soul. Jin even estimated that if Jack is given time to grow, he'd become a multiversal being, and now that he's going to merge with it, which means he'll become that multiversal being and possibly beyond. Chapter 199, ch 192, The Lost Half. So that's the other half? I feel the chills just by being near it. Rapunzel shivered while saying, showing how much the soul of Jin can pressure someone just by being in its vicinity. I can also feel the same. Elsa nodded her head in agreement, along with Tigress and Mavis. Should we tell your father about it? I mean, we already did, so you should inform him. Mavis asked in curiosity. After thinking about what Mavis said for a few seconds, he made the decision. I don't think we should, if I already got my other half, which means God must have known about it by now, and since he isn't calling me, that means he probably wants me to face this myself. Jin said with a resolute expression on his face, not knowing that someone just lost another bet. Knowing him, I think this is what he wants for me. Jin continued, and after getting no more response from them, he decided to proceed with the merging. I'll leave first and settle this matter by myself. I don't know what will happen to me after this, but if something bad happens to me, you guys might accidentally get hurt. So stay here and wait for me. Jin said before standing up and teleporting. He knew that what he just said would just make them more intrigued and adamant on going along with him, so he already went first and disappeared. See, I told you he's gonna face it himself. Face it, loser. Back in God's domain, Illyria was having the worst time of her life as she just lost a bet from the drunk god beside her. Shut it. Ha, loser. You. Don't fight, both of you. God sighed on weariness, he's like a single father nursing his two indifferent children. Just sit beside me, both of you, will you? As soon as God left those words from his mouth, both childy gods quickly sat on their respective chairs, resuming their watch on Jin, excited on the thought of the long-forgotten devil to finally go back to the living. Appearing in a wide empty desert, Jin stepped on the ground and looked around, checking if he missed something and if it was truly empty. This should be a good place. Jin muttered to himself before returning his attention back on us other half that he is holding. I wonder what will happen once I merge with it. Will I receive brand new memories or will I become a new being? I'm afraid. For the first time since Jin's rebirth, he was nervous. So nervous that he felt like his heart would jump out of his chest. That's how nervous he is. He's afraid that everything that he has and worked so hard for would all be thrown into the window, forever disappearing in the multiverse and never to be seen again. If that really happens, then what about Tigress, Rapunzel, Elsa, and Mavis? What will happen to them? Will they be sad if he's gone? No use for brooding about it. Jin shook his head again and said to himself before raising the soul and letting it flow back inside him smoothly. Since it naturally belongs to him, there's no need to go in any way just to put it back inside him. Thump, X20. However, what Jin wasn't expecting was the moment his soul collided with his other half, Jin suddenly felt a sound inside him. At first, Jin thought it was his heart. However, he realized that the sound beats different from his heartbeat, which means the sound is not something that came from his heart but something more inside of him. What's going on? Clutching his chest, Jin felt a slight tinge of pain along with his vision slowly darkening, as if he was dying. No. I can't die yet. Jin bit his lip in frustration. He felt his body starting to go limp and his heart beating slower and slower as time passed by, as if he was dying. Before long, Jin felt his body going numb and his vision darkening completely. He is scared. Scared for what is about to come. He is feeling regret. Regret for not giving a proper goodbye to his loved ones. And finally, he is not content. He wants more, he wants to be more than he is now. He can't just give up. Your fear is meaningless. Suddenly, in the middle of his monologue, Jin was interrupted by someone. Jin then noticed that his vision is not completely gone, he's in somewhere dark. How did he know? Jin saw someone in front of him, someone that looked at him. Jin can't tell what he's feeling right now. All he can say is that he could feel an indescribable feeling inside him. You are. Guessing what the being in front of him is, the said being interrupted him and introduced himself. Yes, I am you, Jin. Or should I call you, Samael? The being nodded his head and confirmed the assumptions he has in his head. You are not Jin, that is a name you took in order to forget about your past. A past you want to forget because you know that your current life is 100 times better than the previous one. The being said to Jin, or who is now called Sam. How did you know about it? Sam looked down on the ground with a disgraced expression. He knows that there's no use in hiding it from the being in front of him. After all, like what he said, he's him. The reason why he felt disgraced is the fact that he felt like he was ungrateful to his parents and friends that he made in his past life. After all, his last life is not completely that bad and can be said to be above average, which doesn't give him enough reason to forget about it. Perhaps it is because by forgetting about it, he would be able to completely enjoy and immerse himself in his current life. You don't need to be ashamed about it. After all, that previous life of yours doesn't truly exist. The being dropped a shocking bomb on Sam, who was still brooding towards it. What do you mean? Sam gulped his saliva in nervousness, wanting to know what his other self meant by what he said. It's an artificial world that is created by our Father in order to fully accommodate you and grow properly. It's like a chicken in its coop. As the owner of the chicken, you obviously have to make it have a good environment to grow to the way that you expect, right? His other half said, making Jin's blood go cold. Does he mean that God arranged everything in his life? Has he been dancing under someone's palm all this time? Is that why his previous life seems to be so perfect? I'll give you a choice, Sam. His other half interrupted him again and said before continuing. In exchange for creating a world for you, a real world for you where you can resume your previous life where you left off, give me your current life. The being said while kneeling in front of him, to face his eye level. Sam froze when he heard his other half's words. His previous parents, friends, and career flashed in his mind. Take your time to choose. Just know what you will lose if you refuse this. His other half said, and as if wanting to remind him, he created a figure of his parents and friends. All in a single row, seemingly as if waiting for him to come back. Sam. It's time to come home. I made your favorite. His mother yelled at him with a very familiar soft voice that quickly touched his heart. Come here, son. Let's watch some Lakers. LeBron will become an MVP this year, I'm sure of it. Come on, Sam. Let's play some PlayStation. Sam Johnson, I'd like to offer you a role as Deadpool in Deadpool and Wolverine film. Seeing and hearing all of these, Sam felt an indescribable feeling inside his chest. His previous life is so simple yet perfect. So tempting. Sam. You're falling for his tricks. He's the original devil. He's the personification of all sins combined. Just as Sam started to feel tempted in the offer, he suddenly heard a faint yelling voice inside his mind, waking him up from his stupor. Don't listen to them, Sam, listen to me. They're just using you for their own use. You have your own freedom to choose and do what you want. As if hearing the same thing as Sam is hearing, his other half, who is now revealed as the original Lucifer, quickly pushed Sam to make a decision. I refuse. After a moment of hesitation and finally having a clear mind to think carefully, Sam refused. The image of Tigress, Rapunzel, Elsa, and Mavis flashed within his eyes. You refused. Why? You're still dancing on that senile old man's palm. Remember, this is what he wants. He wants you to take over me. This is all going according to his plan. Trust me, Sam. I'm you. Lucifer then grabbed both Jin's shoulders and shook him. Nervousness can be heard seeping through his voice. Why do you even want to live my life? You killed yourself, didn't you? This time, Sam is even more confused. I killed myself because of him. Lucifer then spat with slight venom on his voice when he mentioned him. Chapter 200, ch 193, Lucifer vs Samael. I killed myself because of him. Hearing Lucifer's answer, Sam was both shocked and confused, not knowing if Lucifer is telling the truth or not. I was devastated when I discovered how my entire life circles around his plan. You're listening, right? Father. Lucifer continued, having a heavy mix of venom on his tone, especially when he mentions the word father, as if it is the most disgusting thing to say. My sins, my fall from heaven, me governing over hell, declaring war against you is all under your plan. Lucifer yelled at the sky, signifying that he's talking to God, even though it's hard to tell whether he's listening or not. After everything. Now that I decided to stray from your destined path, you now want to replace me. He continued while Sam stayed in his place and watched his counterpart express his pent-up feelings. Since this is once again part of your plan, then what if I destroy it again? At first, Lucifer seemed to have calmed down a little until his muttered words were heard by Sam. Before Sam could react, Lucifer quickly grabbed Sam's body and raised him up in the air. Thanks to Lucifer's figure being much larger than Sam's, he was able to hold him up easily. Erg. Feeling the intense pain all over his body, Sam tried his best to fight back. However, as if he was Superman near a kryptonite, Sam seemed to have lost his ability to fight back. I'll kill you then. I will never allow myself to be in his control again. Nothing in this multiverse will become part of his plan ever again. I will make sure to thwart it all. Lucifer yelled for the last time with clear madness seeping through his voice. It looks like the truth has driven him into madness. Sam, listen to my voice. Only to my voice. Never lose to him. You are in your own soul. Both of your souls are the same, while at the same time, you're dominant. You just don't know it yet, and he doesn't intend to tell you to maintain his advantage over you. Take my words and put it in your own use. Suddenly hearing God's voice inside his mind and how he informs him about the current situation, Sam doesn't know how to feel about him. He wanted to get angry at him for causing such a mess, while at the same time, he felt sympathy for him, proving that in the entire multiverse, not even God himself is perfect, no one is. He's talking to you, isn't he? Don't listen to High Dot. Before Lucifer could continue his words, Sam beat him to it. Stop it, Lucifer. It's over. I know and understand how you feel, and I also feel the same. Sam said with a soft tone, making Lucifer squint his eyes at him in suspicion, while at the same time, clenching his fists hard, further giving more pain to Sam. What games are you playing? Do you think it'll be easy to deceive me? Boy, I invented deception. Lucifer proudly and angrily said, putting in more pressure on his grip over Sam. Ugh, you invented deception to the point that you think I'm using it even though I really don't. Sam still managed to muster a chuckle after making a joke, gaining nothing good but anger and more pressure from Lucifer. I was thinking of sparing you, but now I decided not to. The Origin Devil murmured. Why do you sound like some generic villain? Aren't you supposed to be some kind of final boss in my story? Sam chuckled once again and smirked, feeling his size slowly increasing. Hey! Ignoring Sam's comment, Lucifer's attention was on Sam's size slowly increasing within his palm. First time. Sam grinned after his size finally managed his reach the same size as Lucifer, while his hand that is previously gripping his entire body is now gripping his chest. Guess what? You're in my house. Sam's grin turned into its peak before Spartan kicking Lucifer on the chest. Boom. Due to their sizes, Lucifer was thrown not that far from Sam. Since this is my world, then. Sam looked around at the dark space around him and felt that it was a little bland, so he decided to change it a little for the incoming boss fight. The dark space then trembled and changed from the gloomy and dark room to a fresh urban-looking city devoid of any life, as it is simply an imagination made from Sam's mind, so he couldn't possibly create life inside it. As for why Sam created it? Well, I kinda wanted to feel how it feels to fight similar to Superman whenever he's fighting with his enemies in his city. Sam whispered to himself before shifting his attention back to Lucifer, who is slowly standing up from the ground after patting off his chest. I don't feel a thing. Just because you increased your size doesn't mean you're the master of our soul. I am the dominant one and the strongest. You're just a mere clone of mine. Lucifer loudly declared before running towards Sam and delivered a kick of his own. Knowing that in his own soul he doesn't have his strength except for his soul itself, Sam could only defend himself by crossing his arms and letting the kick connect to his arms. Boom! Unlike Sam's kick earlier, Lucifer's kick packed a punch or kick since Lucifer kicked instead of punching. Sam's body was thrown away and due to his large size, he was like Godzilla when he collided with the large structure behind him, causing immediate damages ranging from $500 to $600 million of collateral damage. No wonder the government hates beings like Superman very much, just their battles alone can drill a large hole in the government's pockets. If there was no Bruce Wayne protecting him, Superman might have been sued several times and brought into custody by it. Back to the battle, Sam didn't manage to get up in time as Lucifer didn't intend to give him space to have a breath. Quickly arriving in front of the fallen Sam, Lucifer stomped his foot on his chest several times, causing the ground to cave in as more and more stomps came in his chest. Eventually, Sam was just feeling a slight pang of pain in his chest before having enough of it. Using a timing, Sam quickly grabbed Lucifer's solace and immediately raised his legs and kicked Lucifer on the back of his head, causing him to fall past him. Bam! Colliding with a tall structure which was fortunate enough to endure the weight of Lucifer and didn't break. However, the said building was soon broken down when Sam got up from the ground and delivered a drop kick towards Lucifer's unsuspecting back. If someone were to see them right now, they would think that two gigantic men were fighting like the wrestlers in WWE. The structure that was fortunate to stand from the first clash finally broke down under the sheer weight combined with Sam's strength. Boom! This feels fun. Sam assumed a kung fu stance and faced Lucifer. Although he doesn't have his powers and physical strength, seeing as Lucifer shares the same predicament as him and unlike Sam, Lucifer doesn't have a fighting style, Sam saw this as an opportunity to have an edge against him. Grumble! Standing up from the ground and removing the debris from his body and stood up before facing Sam. You think this is fun? I'll show you what fun is. Striding towards Sam with heavy steps, with clear indication how angry he is at being played like this, if looks could kill, he could have killed Sam 100 times just by the glare he is giving him. Watching Lucifer having so many openings, Sam couldn't help but shake his head. From the looks of it, Lucifer was only feared across the multiverse because of the powers he gained thanks to God, which means if Lucifer were to become a normal human, he might be a bit above average than a trained human. Why a trained human, you might ask? It's quite similar to Thor's situation. Although he lost his divine powers, Thor still managed to overcome and defeat several heavily trained humans thanks to his hundreds of years of experience in battle. And this time, Lucifer might be stronger than that due to the fact that unlike Thor's 100 years of battle experience, Lucifer has lived since the multiverse was first created. Which God knows how many years was that. Which means that Lucifer's battle experience is much higher and probably higher than the most skilled fighter in the multiverse. So Sam knew that this incoming battle would be serious. Their previous fights earlier were more like warm ups or assessing each other. Swoosh! Taking the initiative to strike, Sam launched a fast blow towards Lucifer's left abdomen, intending to incapacitate him through it. However, Lucifer has long predicted this just by looking at his shift in posture and moving of muscle. Lucifer might not have a proper fighting style like a martial art, but Lucifer has developed several visual techniques through years of fighting, and one of them in reading the enemy's movements, which is akin to seeing the future. So, the moment Sam delivered his punch, his fist met with air while his face was the one who met a fist. Boom! Curving his face slightly in order to lessen the blow, Sam felt a pang of pain on his jaw and nose. That kinda hurts. Sam commented while fixing his nose back in place, not expecting to receive the first blow of the fight despite striking first. Chapter 201, ch 194, Battle of the Wills. Come! Lucifer proudly challenged him while his eyes fixed on Sam's. Sin of pride? Sam asked in a rhetorical manner, which means that his question is not intended to be answered. Still, Sam liked the feeling of physical fighting and getting actually hurt again, not that he's a masochist or something. So, Sam took Lucifer's challenge and slowly approached him with a cautious demeanor. 10 seconds has passed and Sam is still assessing any openings that Lucifer has, and speaking of openings, Lucifer himself is also watching out for Sam's opening, and although both of them could see each other's openings, they didn't dare to take the initiative in fear of being countered. So they stayed that way until Lucifer grew impatient, and mixed with his sin of anger, he decided to bite the bullet and rushed towards Sam, going forward on one of his openings. Swoosh! Delivering a punch towards his left cheek, Sam quickly reacted to this and stepped back to avoid it, only for Lucifer to reveal this as a feint as he has already crouched and swiped his feet over Sam's. Swish! Much to Lucifer's surprise, he failed to swipe Sam off his feet for some unknown reason even though his feet came in contact with his ankles. Sorry, but my stance keeps me rooted on the ground. Sam grinned to himself, finally finding a way to show off his unmovable stance, that prevents from getting off in situations like this. Before Lucifer could stand up, Sam had already rooted his feet around his ankle before twisting it very hard. Crack! Hearing the sound of Lucifer's bone cracking, Sam smiled to himself, finally gaining an advantage towards Lucifer. Meanwhile, Lucifer ignored the pain on his foot, normally because he's already immune to such pains. Imagine living in hell for so many years where your skin always burns 24/7. It won't be a surprise for someone's body to adapt in such time. Using his body to forcefully remove Sam out of his way, Lucifer rolled backwards and stood on his 2 feet. Before Sam's eyes, Lucifer grabbed a nearby pole and uprooted it from the ground. Seriously, using weapons now? Sam raised an eyebrow and also looked around to see which he can use as a weapon. The moment his eye laid upon 2 police cars on the ground, a glint flashed within his eyes. And much to Lucifer's stunned eyes, Sam grabbed the 2 police cars and inserted both of his hands forcefully inside, making a DIY boxing glove for himself. Alright, let's continue. Sam smiled and smashed both of his fists coated with the police cars, against each other. Bam! Bam! You think that thing would be of any help? Lucifer grimaced and yelled. He felt like his opponent and other half was just making fun of him. I'm serious with this. You might not know this, but I know someone who used this as a weapon and almost won against his opponent. Sam said while shrugging his shoulders. Lucifer's mouth quivered in both confusion mixed with anger before deciding to take the initiative to strike again. Phew! Jumping from his position, Lucifer reached a height of 100 meters before bringing his pole down towards Sam's position. Seeing how Lucifer's shadow is covering him, Sam whistled to himself before deflecting Lucifer's pole strike with a punch of his. Boom! Shockwaves soon occurred around them, destroying several structures and blowing the cars away from the initial shockwave. Sam felt the pain on his knuckles and could tell that it is bleeding profusely, and although he's inside his own soul, Sam could still inflict pain on Lucifer while at the same time, he could also be inflicted with pain at the same time. In this soul space of his, both of them are equal. Seeing the blood on Sam's knuckles, Lucifer took this as a good sign and continued smashing his pole towards Sam several times until it snapped in half. Meanwhile, during the barrage of pole strikes, Sam kept either dodging or parrying it with his fists, mostly parrying as dodging the strikes were very hard considering that Lucifer could somehow predict his movements and act in advance before he could make the said move. Sam felt his knuckles shivering from pain before tilting his head slightly just in time for the other half of the pole to strike where his head is supposed to be. Just as Sam thought Lucifer would throw the other one at him, his eyes widened in surprise when the ground where he was stepping on suddenly moved out of Lucifer's will and snapped his foot on the ground, locking him in place. Which gave enough time for Lucifer to use the pole to stab Sam on his shoulder. Puck-ha! Erg! Resisting the urge to shout in pain, Sam glared at Lucifer while cursing himself at the same time for forgetting something so crucial out of expectation of being able to fight Lucifer toe-to-toe. He should have expected such a move coming from the origin of sins. That's right, moan in pain. Like the ones I used to torture in hell as part of my daily routine. Lucifer went closer to Sam's face and whispered to him with a hint of insanity in his voice, clearly indicating how he's taking pleasure from what he's doing. Any last words before I send you to hell? Don't worry, I'll prepare an exclusive place for you in hell. Lucifer nodded his head and declared. However, Sam's next words that are supposed to be his last were out of his expectations. You should have gone for the head. As soon as this sentence left Sam's mouth, his arm quickly moved on his side and grabbed a nearby metallic lamppost and uprooted it from the ground before using it to stab Lucifer on his neck. Puchat! Splurt! Feeling the sudden feeling of pain in his neck, Lucifer gulped very hard and used his free hand to touch his neck, only to feel his warm blood touching his fingers. At the same time, his grip slowly loosened on the pole that he used to stab Sam on his shoulder. Standing up properly, Sam gritted his teeth and pulled the pole out of his shoulder before using them to stab Lucifer once again, but this time, right on his chin up to his skull, stabbing his head vertically. This is how you do it. Sam breathed heavily and muttered to himself, watching as the light on Lucifer's eyes slowly lost its shine. Assuming that Lucifer is dead and killed, Sam finally sighed in relief and slumped down on the ground. However, he suddenly heard a shout inside his head. Sam, he's not dead yet. Hey, dash. Confused at the words in his head, it was already too late to be ready when the ground that he was sitting on suddenly formed a spike and stabbed him on his nape, piercing through his entire neck. Splurt. Cock. Muttering the last sound his vocal cords could utter before being destroyed, Sam's eyes were full of surprise. Did you really think you'd win by killing the body? Then you're a fool. We're inside our soul. Only our will here matters. Sam could hear a shout coming out of the sky, although he wanted to retort, but his neck has been pierced and any moment now, he'll die, so he can't reply to Lucifer's provocation. At the same time, the entire urban city that was already destroyed thanks to their fight slowly turned into burning ruins while the sea turned red. If an avid gamer were to look at this scene, he might think that this world is the world of Doom Eternal just by how similar it is to the world of Doom Eternal. Son, don't lose hope. This is your soul. What he can do, you can also do it. Before completely dying, Sam heard God's voice for the last time before the light on Sam's eyes also lost its shine. Before long, Sam found himself waking up again, but this time, he wasn't in the urban city that he created anymore or the black space where he woke up earlier. Instead, he was in a white space facing someone in front of him. You look like me. Sam muttered loudly while looking at himself in front of him. If it wasn't for the difference in clothes, whereas Sam was wearing nothing while the person in front of him wore his Jin Kazama black trench coat suit. That's because I am you. Or at least the personification of your existence. The clone Sam said to the original Sam, giving him slight confusion. Hey? Personify what? Sam tilted his head and said in confusion, not understanding the words of his clone self. That's not important. What's important is that you are losing your battle. The other Sam said while staring deep in his eyes. Of course, I'll lose. I'm just a mere half while I'm fighting the original me. Sam sighed in defeat before crouching and sitting on the ground. You can clearly see the look of giving up on Sam's face. Is that why you're losing? The other Sam tilted his head and asked for confirmation. After a few seconds and receiving no answer from Sam, the other Sam took this as a sign of a yes. If that's what it is, then you're an idiot. Hey. You're an idiot. Yes, I heard you. I'm confused. Why are you calling me an idiot? That's because you're not Lucifer's half. Sorry, what? Sam cleared his ears with his pinku before asking for a repeat. I said, you're not Lucifer's half. You were created using half of Lucifer's soul. That's a fact that cannot be changed, but the moment you gained your own consciousness, made memories, experienced emotions, and such, you have long ascended and became a separate person away from the original. You know, we are Samael. Chapter 202, ch 195, I am Samael. I am, Samael. Sam spoke with unsureness in his voice, not quite believing what his personification of existence is telling him. Yes, yes, you are Samael. You are not a half nor a clone, you are your own and you must be proud of it. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire space where they reside started to rumble as if an earthquake was occurring inside. But how can an earthquake appear inside a soul space? That's Lucifer. He knows that you're now a separate being that uses half of his soul, so he intends to erase you and take over your body to resurrect himself. The other Sam looked at where the rumble was occurring before shifting his focus back on Sam. We both don't want that to happen. So make sure to turn the tables. The other Sam said for the last time before approaching Sam and touched his forehead. Now wake up. With a gentle push, Sam found himself standing back in the desert where he absorbed Lucifer's soul. In front of him is a pure purple ethereal being in the form of Lucifer, looking at him with desire and a couple other sins that exist. A fresh and untainted body, enough for me to become stronger than ever. And you just have to give it to me, but instead, you want to resist, you mere half. Lucifer yelled as a huge pressure descended on Sam's figure. More like on his soul, but his physical body is the one responding to the pressure. I am Samael. Not your half. Gritting his teeth, Sam unleashed his entire soul power back towards Lucifer, instilling the same amount of pressure back to him. You. Lucifer gritted his and tried to input more pressure on Sam when he suddenly felt a stab on his chest. What? Normally, nothing should be capable of hurting Lucifer considering that he's in his soul form, but the moment he stares at the large red blade sticking on his chest, Lucifer finally knows what despair feels. What is this? Lucifer mustered the strength to speak while trying to remove the blade sludged on his chest. Don't bother removing it, because if you do, the more pain you'll feel, Sam said while throwing his other blade to stab Lucifer's left chest. Ka-chok. Followed by the rattle of the chains, Lucifer's left chest was stabbed with yet another red blade. How can such a weapon hurt me? Lucifer muttered while using his hands to remove the blades, disregarding Sam's warning on him earlier. Ka-kick. Arg. True to Sam's warnings earlier, Lucifer felt more pain the moment he tried to release the blades. I just noticed earlier that you can't seem to use your powers. And I wonder why. Sam slowly approached Lucifer and spoke, which prompted Lucifer to stare back at Sam. It turns out you have all those powers in yourself, but you can't utilize it without a physical body, or at least you need a complete soul along with a physical body to use your powers, right? Sam stated his deduction, which made Lucifer gulp down very hard nervously, something that Sam caught in his eyes. So I was right. It turns out, it's just Sam's assumption and he's not entirely sure. Now, Lucifer's anxiousness just confirmed his suspicions. Sam then coated his hand with soul energy, a thing that he just recently mastered during his encounter with Lucifer inside his soul. Erg. Lucifer breathed heavily while feeling Sam's grip on his neck. Any last words? Sam said back to Lucifer. I know about you being hunted by the gods and their alliance. I can help. As long as we merge together, we can have great power to overthrow everyone. Lucifer tried to speak, but due to the grip on his neck, he was unable to. Thankfully, Sam noticed this predicament of his and quickly loosened his grip on him, allowing him to speak freely. What do you mean we? However, Sam's next words went out of Lucifer's expectations. He was either expecting being accepted or straight out rejected with a no. What? I said, what do you mean we? There's no we, only me. As for knowing my situation, so what? Do you think I can't handle it? Sure, I can't handle it in my current state, but once I'm done with you, I'll be able to handle it just fine. Sam grinned while stabbing his blades more deeply inside Lucifer's ethereal body. Noticing something wrong, Lucifer could feel his soul strength slowly diminishing from his soul. Looking down, Lucifer finally noticed his purple ethereal soul slowly being seeped by the blade stabbed on his chest. What's going on? What are you doing? Lucifer stared back to his half-counterpart and fearfully asked. Oh, this? It's nothing much. I'm just taking back what's supposed to be mine. After Sam said those words, he noticed that Lucifer quickly tried to merge his soul back inside Sam, in order to escape and hide back inside Sam's soul. However, would Sam allow him to do that? Once Lucifer went inside him, it would become hard for him to dispel him back out and would have to resort to fighting him back inside his soul. And unlike Sam, Lucifer obviously has more experience in controlling the soul energy, so Sam would be at a disadvantage once he allowed Lucifer to fight him inside his soul. So, before Lucifer could get in and proceed with his devious plan, Sam quickly grabbed the handles of both his blades and spun them inside Lucifer's chest, causing him great pain and stopping him from entering inside Sam. Sam then coated both his hands with his familiar red chi to intensify the absorption rate of the blades. No. No. You can't do this to me. Feeling his strength losing much more faster, Lucifer knew that his doom is nearing and he can't do anything to it. If only he could use his powers despite being a soul, but unfortunately, he was an idiot and thought that he would be able to fight Sam more effectively outside his soul space. He was wrong. So wrong. He just doomed himself by thinking and proceeding with that idea without thinking of the consequence. Was this also part of his plan? Lucifer then felt his strength finally losing more and more until he couldn't raise his limbs anymore. So he could only look up in the sky and surrender to his fate. It's quite ironic that a being like him who values freedom and hates being controlled the most is now suffering due to his fate, a concept that was created by none other than God himself, the person he doesn't want to be controlled by. Everything is falling back into place. His second death and replacement. It's like God planned all of this. I curse you, God. I curse you. Mustering his remaining strength, Lucifer yelled on the top of his lungs, full of anger and wrath coming out of his voice. Crack. Following that was the sound of a thunder, as if fate had acknowledged his anger and curse. Although that's a story for another. At the same time, the blades of havoc glowed intensely that if someone were to look at them, they might think that the sun has appeared in the desert. The glow was so intense that it immediately caught the attention of the governments through their satellites. Before the light could further intensify, the light suddenly disappeared as if it wasn't there in the first place. All that's left are pieces of glass on the ground, which used to be sand but were turned to glass due to the heat. They just disappeared like that. Back in God's space, Illyria and Callias, who have been watching the fight between Sam and Lucifer from the start, were suddenly left blue-balled when Sam disappeared after completely absorbing Lucifer's entire being. "Father, do you know where he is?" Seeing as both of them have no idea where Sam has gone to, they decided to ask the only person present with omniscience. "If I'm not wrong, then perhaps he has traveled to the place where Samael died and Lucifer was born," God said before closing his eyes. "You're thinking what I'm thinking, right?" Looking at each other after hearing God's answer, Callias said to Illyria. Meanwhile, back to the real world, Tigris and the rest of Jin's women were pacing back and forth in the room with worry-stricken faces. "It's been a few hours and he's not coming back yet. What happened to him?" Rapunzel bit her nails while stating her worries. Elsa and Mavis share the same worry as her and regret not forcing to go with Jin. Out of all of them, Tigris was the only one with less worry on her face. Not because she's not very worried, even though she's probably more worried than the three of them combined, but she knew herself that she needed to stay strong. Stay strong to maintain stability among their relationship, especially now that Jin is gone and his whereabouts are unknown. If she also panicked like them, then they all might start to crumble. "Where am I?" Waking up from a seemingly deep slumber, Sam noticed that he was floating once again in a deep dark space. His blades of havoc is nowhere to be seen along with his clothes. He was buck naked. "You are in a place where the dead go after their death." Hearing the familiar voice, Sam quickly turned around and saw his personification of existence once again. "What do you mean by that?" "What I mean is that you are in the world of the dead, hell. A place where you died and where Lucifer was born. In short, this is your home." Chapter 203, ch. 196, Hell. Hell. As soon as Sam heard this word coming out from the other Sam's mouth, a flash of memories that is unknown to him suddenly struck his mind. This must be the original Lucifer's memories about hell. After a few minutes of clutching his head and digesting the newly received memories in his mind, the sensation in his mind soon disappeared and he could finally view his new memories. "I didn't expect Lucifer to have this kind of power." Sam's mouth twitched slightly after seeing how the previous Lucifer could control the entirety of hell and its inhabitants. Hell is quite similar to Earth, but the only difference is the race living inside along with their belief. If humans believed in gods, then the devils in hell believe in Lucifer as their one and only god. Tigris will definitely like this place. After going through all of his new memories, Sam finally sighed. Everything Lucifer knows about hell is now in Sam's possession. So, Sam is technically the new ruler of hell and none of its inhabitants know of it yet. Though Sam doesn't intend to announce himself yet. Mainly because Sam discovered that Lucifer has several strong demons who can be regarded as the generals in hell, which is also the reason why he felt like this place would be suitable to Tigris, who likes fighting the most. And one of the reasons is because Sam wanted to assimilate the raging power inside him first. After absorbing every inch of Lucifer's being, Sam could feel a force raging inside him, and if Sam doesn't control it in time, he might fall and Lucifer's personality might overtake him. Obviously, Sam doesn't want that. That's good thinking. And here I thought you're thinking of facing hell on your own when you don't even have control of yourself yet. By the time you do, I'll be gone by then. The other Sam then said, interrupting Sam in his thoughts. Would it take a long time to calm it down? What if 100 years have passed and Tigris and the others have already grown old? Sam then remembered about his women waiting for him at home. He felt guilty for not telling them about his current situation and that they shouldn't worry about him. If only you've brought them. In this small space around us is your personal dimension inside hell. If you could retain your powers back, you could have detached this place from time so the time outside wouldn't pass no matter how many years you spent here. But since you're already here, then you have no choice but to make them wait for several years. After the other Sam finished his words, Sam then froze in shock and wanted to get out of this place as soon as possible to get back at his women. When suddenly, Sam heard a familiar voice inside his head. Consider this as my welcome back gift for you. Before Sam could discern what God meant by those words, a flash of bright light suddenly appeared in front of him. When the light dims, Sam was suddenly brought down on the ground as four women suddenly collided themselves with him. Jin. You've been gone for a whole day. Where were you? Rapunzel was the first one to express her worries and asked. I'm fine. Something unexpected just happened. Seeing the worries and relief looks on their faces, Sam could only sigh and reveal the truth to them. What? Then why didn't you call us then? We could have helped. Hearing that Sam fought such a strong opponent, Tigress immediately disguised her worry as an excuse for complaining that she didn't manage to fight a strong enemy. You won't stand a chance, and besides, we mostly fought in our soul forms, so we only had some physical fight. Sam patted her shoulders, understanding her worries before remembering something, and continued. How about this? I'll let you fight to your heart's content in this place. This place? Now that I remember, I was just about to ask you about this place. Where are we? Tigress then remembered something and scratched her head. We're in a place called Hell. It's where sinful people end up after their deaths. And although I now have the full authority of this place, that doesn't mean the other demons, especially Lucifer's generals, allow this situation. Sam explained. According to the memories he got from Lucifer, his generals would definitely tear him into pieces once they discovered that their master is dead and a new one has replaced him. So, Sam's plan is to keep beating them up until they surrender and change their loyalty from Lucifer to him. Lucifer's generals are his most loyal subordinates and followers after all, so it would be hard to influence them. So if things didn't go as Sam liked, he would have to resort to killing as much as he doesn't want to. How strong are they? A gleam of excitement flashed within Tigress's eyes as she immediately asked the question. Hearing Tigress's question, Sam's mind immediately wandered to one of his memories towards Hell, specifically on one of Lucifer's generals, Beelzebub. In this memory, Belphegor used planets as his snacks. Even going as far as eating almost dead universes just to satisfy his cravings. To Sam, that's enough to discern how strong each general of Lucifer is. Aside from Belphegor, the rest are 5 devils, and along with Belphegor and Lucifer, they're known as the 7 demon pillars in Hell. Lucifer himself governs on the sin of pride, while Beelzebub governs the sin of envy. Satan, who lords over the sin of wrath. Abaddon, the sin of sloth. Mammon, governing over the sin of greed. Belphegor himself, the sin of gluttony. And finally, Asmodeus, the lord of the sin of lust. Combined, they're the 7 devils that governs over the entirety of Hell. And although Lucifer is among them and looks like he is the same as them, but don't be deceived by that, as Lucifer is the one that the 6 devils follows. Is this really Hell? But where's the fire and demons? Also, isn't there supposed to be a place where sinners suffer? Looking around and seeing only the dark, Rapunzel was curious and asked the question. We're indeed in Hell, but not exactly in the center of Hell, we're inside a dimension inside Hell. It's kind of similar to a room inside a house. Sam explained to not only Rapunzel but also to the others that were confused. While in the middle of explaining, Sam suddenly remembered the other Sam, so he quickly tried to introduce him to them. But when he searched for him and noticed that he was gone, Sam stopped and sighed. Why does it feel like he has some kind of multiple personality disorder combined with an imaginary friend? Is something wrong? Anyways, can we leave here? Mavis noticed the look on Sam's face and quickly reacted. I'm fine. And I don't think we can leave here in the meantime, there's actually a reason why God brought you here. Sam then proceeded to explain the reason to them and why they were brought here. Shoo. Then we'll stay here with you for as long as you want. Tigress smiled and kissed him on the lips. Maybe I should retain my full control over this small dimension first before anything else, so they could get out as they please and roam around Hell. Sam could see that his women would definitely grow bored by being inside this dark dimension, and as their man, he doesn't want them to experience that. So he made a goal for himself. After preparing and explaining everything, Sam sat on the ground and closed his eyes, starting his journey to self-discovery. The first thing that Sam did is to view everything in his new memories, and soon, one by one, new memories worth trillion of years right from the moment Lucifer was born, Sam started to experience it all, as if he was living in another life, except he can't control this life and can only view it like playing a character in a video game who is in a cutscene. And so, Sam started to view everything in a different way. If he sees Lucifer as some kind of boss level in a video game, then now he sees him as a respectable person that deserves his respect. Lucifer is not exactly a bad guy. It's just that his overthinking made him a bad guy and God didn't do anything to clear it up. Lucifer started overthinking that he's dancing on God's palm when they last talked about the war between their sides. Lucifer wanted to stop the war, mostly because he felt like the war is meaningless and also because he felt bored that he can't fight anyone on his level, not even his brother Michael, who used to be on the same level as him. And so, Lucifer approached God and offered a truce with him, expecting him to agree to his truce and stop the war. After all, Lucifer has already successfully convinced his side that the truce would be made, but God's response shocked him instead. "We must continue the war until the end of the multiverse. It's what we're meant to do." Those words shook Lucifer to the core, driving him to think that everything is according to God's plan. The overthinking grew so much worse that he decided to kill himself and be reborn in order to defy God's plan. Normally, this plan would have succeeded and Lucifer would stand as the winner, but unfortunately for him, God also has his plan. And that's Jinn, or in his true name, Samael. Chapter 204, ch 197, The Awakening. Thankfully, it didn't take long for Sam to finally review the memory about the hell through Lucifer's memory. Mainly, the reason is because hell is Lucifer's home, so the hell at least reserves half of his entire memory, making it quite easy for Sam to trace and track how he managed to take full control of the hell. With that being said, Sam soon opened his eyes for the first time after a whole week where he was met with Tigress and the rest playing jump skipping using Rapunzel's long hair. It looks like they managed to keep themselves entertained while being all alone inside this dimension. "You guys seem to be having fun." Sam's voice seemed to surprise them and they quickly gave Sam a hug. "Is it over? Can we get out of this boring place now?" Rapunzel, the most energetic among them, looks like she's about to die from boredom. "Yes, but only you guys. I finally mastered a little bit of control over hell, so I could mark you all to allow yourselves to enter and get out from hell to here as you please." As soon as they heard the first sentence, they were about to complain and ask why, but after Sam finished his sentence, they finally calmed down. "But why only us? How about you? I'm still weak and I'm afraid assimilating Lucifer's entire being would take me a few years. Don't worry though, I'll try to wake up from time to time to make it up with you guys." Sam smiled and finally used his authority over hell to mark their souls, giving them access from Genesis to hell. Yes, the original Lucifer actually named his private dimension as Genesis, like the one in the Bible. I guess he wanted his private place to be unique, and knowing its many features, it probably deserves its name. Try to come back after a month. I have found a way to empower you all. Among the memories that Sam found in Lucifer's memories is the ability to improve someone's strength by giving them certain abilities in exchange for their soul. Obviously, Sam could bypass this and bestow it to them without going through such a process. Sure. They didn't bother to ask why, not because they don't care about it, but because they trust him wholeheartedly. If Sam told them to kill themselves for his sake, they would gladly do so without hesitation. Sam doesn't know of this yet, but if he does, he'll definitely notice that it might have been influenced due to his race as the original devil, who used to be known as the most beautiful angel in heaven. And the term most beautiful angel doesn't only speak of his appearance, it also contributes to his personality and charm, making it entirely different from mind control. After giving them the marks and teaching them how to use them, he proceeded to give them warnings. "Never, ever approach these guys," Sam said while transporting the 6 devils inside their minds, giving them a rough description of who they are and what they can do. "Tigress, I'm specifically talking to you. Do you understand?" Sam then stared at Tigress after sensing a hint of bloodlust coming out of her eyes the moment he told them about it. "If they discovered you, you'll not only kill yourselves but also me." Though Sam is not sure about it since it's been a long time since Lucifer had died, but it's better to tell them as a warning just to make sure. What? Feeling like a child being lectured by a parent, Tigress was about to retort when Rapunzel nudged her and grabbed her shoulder with a smile. "Don't worry, Jinn. I'll put a leash on her, ha ha ha." After having a good laugh and Tigress growling at Rapunzel, Sam finally sighed in relief and trusted that they won't get themselves in trouble. Although hell is a very chaotic place, probably the most chaotic place in the entire multiverse, but the average devils inside won't pose that much of a threat to them. Aside from the 6 devils, they probably would only feel trouble once they encountered a higher level of devils. Once that's done, Sam returns to his state of trance, compiling and recovering himself back to his peak. A/N, you guys would probably get bored if I know focused on the girls and their adventures to hell, so I'll just time skip to Jinn bringing himself back to his peak. Many unknown years have passed in Genesis and Sam finally opened his eyes and breathed in power. At the same time, the entire multiverse shook. Every living being on the same level as the universal gods or has some connection to a higher form of power all felt the aura continuously pressuring on all of them. They felt several things. Fear. Power. Heat. Along with their thoughts turning almost evil, prompting them to do the worst and darkest things they could do. Meanwhile, God noticed this and quickly suppressed it back to Sam before it could affect everyone and turn the entire multiverse into darkness. Lucifer is back. Opening his eyes, Buddha noticed the sudden shifts in a dark and very powerful power eroding his mental mind, telling him to do evil. However, with a single thought of his, this eroding power was quickly suppressed. The multiverse would once again fall into chaos. Buddha shook his head and thankfully, he has long sealed himself and hid in the darkest corner in the multiverse. Not because of cowardice but because Buddha felt like the war between angels and devils was a hassle and meaningless. Sometimes, I can't understand why you are even doing this, my friend. Buddha shook his head again and said, referring to a certain someone. For the sake of the multiverse, my friend. Prolonged peace can be both good and bad. Trust me. Suddenly, God appeared in front of him and said, before sitting in front of him. I don't understand what you mean and why you kept saying that, and I don't want to know the reason. Keep me out of it. Buddha resumed his meditation and closed his eyes once again, which he would probably not open again for another trillion years. Looking at his only human friend, God sighed. Long ago, he sensed a disturbance in the balance of power in the multiverse. And when he searched for it, he found Buddha. A person who he hasn't seen despite being omniscient. In the entire multiverse, Buddha is the only person who has transcended his human limits and turned into a living multiversal God. Something that shocked God. Buddha is the only one besides God himself who has mastered the true form and power of the soul. Many underestimate the power of the soul and only see them as their true selves, a thing that occupies their physical body. However, the truth is, the soul is the most powerful blob of energy in the entire existence. One can become a god through the mastering of the soul. Sigh. Alright. Let's see each other again for I don't know, a billion years. God chuckled, and after receiving nothing but silence from Buddha, he sighed again and returned back to his place. Unknown to him, Buddha released a sigh after he left. What is this power? Lucifer. Inside heaven, Michael was doing his everyday tasks when he suddenly felt a wave of pressure washing over him. Noticing the passed out angel in front of him, Michael realized that he's not the only one who felt this. I need to tell Father about this. Quickly dropping whatever he was holding, Michael quickly flapped his wings and flew up in the sky. He kept flying and flying until a bright light covered him and he was transported to a familiar white space. God's domain. Father. I have brought bad news. Michael quickly dropped to his knees and was about to address to God about what he felt earlier. I already know, son. Much to his surprise, God responded to him. Michael then recovered and continued. Should we send someone to stop Lucifer before he could bring chaos again, Father? Just tell me and I'll even do it myself and bring his head back to you, Father. After all these years, his strength must have diminished. He's probably weakened and this is a good time to completely kill his physical body and erase his soul from existence. Michael continued while clenching his fists. Last time they heard that Lucifer died, they were too late and his soul had already escaped, making him and the other virtues alert and cautious that someday Lucifer would come back and continue his spread of chaos. Due to this mistake of not telling the rest, the angels grew arrogant and seized themselves as the most powerful race in the entire multiverse. One might think that such things are impossible considering that angels were supposed to be pure beings, but there's a reason why hell has so many devils. Back when Lucifer first fell, he didn't like being alone in hell, so he created a very powerful artifact using half of his strength. Every angel that would feel or do any of the sins would immediately fall into hell, and the artifact that Lucifer built would turn them into devils whose minds are full of nothing but pure evil. However, that's not the point here. The point is that after Lucifer's death, the artifact stopped working, but now that he's back, the angels who have sinned but didn't fall thanks to Lucifer's death would immediately fall into hell and turn into devils. The question here is, how many angels have sinned since Lucifer's death? Chapter 205, ch 198, The Angels and the Devils. The moment Sam opened his eyes once again, he has officially turned into the new original devil, or the first devil as some might want to call it. Samael Morningstar is my true name. Although knowing my true name won't become my weakness, I would still prefer to be called Jin, it kind of already sticks to me. Sam, or now called as Jin again, muttered to himself after feeling the power that his name brings. I wonder what happened to them? After strengthening them, they rarely visit me. Stretching his limbs, Jin was thankful that integrating Lucifer's power into him was easy. He already occupies his other half after all, so there's nothing hard to merge the rest. The morphic shifter. Jin then gulped his saliva while muttering the name of the artifact that became the reason why Lucifer became so strong. Lucifer actually dared to kill the one and only person that loves him and used her soul to create the morphic shifter. An artifact that converts all angels who have sinned into devils that are loyal to hell and evil. It's somewhere in this personal dimension. Jin continued while closing his eyes and willing the dimension to reveal its true form to Jin. Whoosh! With a single thought of his, as if the light bulb had turned on, the dark and damp dimension suddenly turned bright, revealing its true form to Jin. However, after seeing what the dimension truly looks like, Jin only has one word to describe it. Bland. Jin's tone contains disgust and spite towards Lucifer's taste for a living quarter. How can you live in a place full of torture tools and skulls embedded on the walls as if there's some kind of achievement? With another thought of his, Jin quickly erased all of this, leaving him with a large space with red walls and no ceilings, leaving Jin to freely view the dark red sky. This looks even better than the previous one. Does that mean I'm a bit of a minimalist? Jin said to himself with a raised eyebrow. Before Jin could further facilitate his actions and proceed with the preparations, he suddenly sensed 4 people entering his private domain. Guessing who they are, Jin smiled and turned around, expecting to feel something soft pressing against his chest. However, much to his shock, the force turned out to be too strong and Jin's body skidded back several inches. What the hell? Jin quickly looked down and saw that it was Mavis. But how come she's this strong already? Sure, he gave them some power-ups that made them almost reach the level of a universal god, but that's not a good enough reason for her to be this strong. Just to remind you, Jin is now a multiversal being similar to God. Being pushed back like this is a huge surprise. Hehe, you're shocked, right? Last time you upgraded my bloodline and now I can suck someone's strength and make myself stronger. Mavis revealed, shocking Jin greatly. Who knew Mavis would be able to do that just by enhancing her vampiric bloodline? Hell is so fun. We encountered so many devils and we have to kill all of them because they want to do bad things to us. This time, it was Rapunzel's turn to report to Jin and she was very enthusiastic about it. Behind her, Tigress and Elsa simply kept quiet, as if everything they wanted to say was already being said by Rapunzel and Mavis. Meanwhile, Jin listened attentively to them like how a good husband should be. But as soon as Rapunzel got to this point, the other girls got tense, signifying that they did something that might make Jin mad. What is it? We kinda encountered the 6 devils and made a mess. Rapunzel continued while scratching the back of her head, making Jin squint his eyes at her. What kind of mess? Well, there's this one devil named Asmodeus who thinks that we'll get into his bed and we kinda killed him. Rapunzel tapped her finger against each other while looking everywhere but Jin's eyes. You did good. After hearing Rapunzel's explanation and the reason for it, Jin's stern eyes softened a bit, much to everyone's surprise. What? Rapunzel was the most surprised out of the 4 of them as she was actually the one who was being hit on by Asmodeus. Due to this, the 4 of them went into rampage and killed Asmodeus out of anger. So what happened next? Although Jin felt like he could just use his omniscience to get the information he wants, but hearing it from their mouths is much better. We ran away, of course. It was until the other 5 devils heard about it and now we're being hunted in hell until everyone suddenly felt a pressure that weighed over every devil we came across. It also prompted us to come back here and visit you to see if you're affected by the pressure. Hearing Rapunzel's words, Jin knew they must have misunderstood the so-called pressure as it actually belongs to him. That pressure is mine and you don't have to worry about the other devils. I'll handle them myself. And while I do my things here, I'll send you guys back up to our previous world. Jin announced and no one among them complained. After all, they have already explored most of hell and experienced nothing but a burning feeling combined with continued battles with the devils that tries to find trouble with them. So, not only they gained strengths but they have also gathered a huge amount of experience thanks to hell. Are you sure? Maybe we can go to hell and do what you're going to do together. No need. You guys have outdone yourselves, so you deserve rest. Jin shook his head and refused. He can handle things by himself and besides, he wanted to see if their devils would still maintain their loyalty towards him despite not being Lucifer himself. And besides, after what Asmodeus tried to do with his women, Jin doesn't have good impressions on them. If necessary, Jin might be forced to replace them with someone new. Okay then. Besides, I'm kinda itching for a normal conversation with a normal person. Rapunzel nodded her head and didn't pursue it anymore. These girls behind me are terrible listeners and hard to talk to. Rapunzel continued while mustering her strength to hold back her chuckle. What did you say? Tigress quickly grabbed Rapunzel by the collar of her dress and pulled her close to her. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Jin, help me. Being shaken by Tigress, Rapunzel called out to Jin for some help. Sigh, you girls. Seeing that nothing has changed between them, Jin sighed. Though it's not like he doesn't like this kind of interaction between them. At least it's much better than them fighting over his attention like those other harems. Jin, after you're done let's do it again. Mavis approached Jin and started drawing circles on his chest while biting her lips. Looks like years of not being able to be there for their pleasure is driving them insane. Don't worry, I'll be there as soon as I can. Jin grinned to himself, liking the fact that Mavis is the one taking the initiative instead of him. Hearing their conversation, the other three soon sent their glances towards Jin and grinned, making Jin shiver from their predatory stares. Alright, off you guys go. Jin said and gathered the power of the space concept in his hands before snapping his fingers, transporting them all back to the Incredibles world. It's my first time using it as a person, but thanks to Lucifer's memories, it became a muscle memory to me. Jin said to himself, liking the fact that he now possesses incredible powers beyond everyone's understanding. Now, it's time to go to hell and meet those devils. According to Lucifer's memories, their personalities heavily align with the sins they near. But first, I have something important to do. Jin cracked his neck and said out loud, but before all that, Jin used space energy once again, but not to teleport to hell, instead he used it to transport the morphic shifter near him. Where are they? Reports. Sitting in a throne-like chair, Satan asked his subordinate about the band of lady misfits wreaking havoc in hell by not only causing a widespread massacre of devils but also killing one of the pillars of hell, Asmodeus of the Lust. Although they have a little bit of bad blood against each other due to having different sins, they still consider each other as comrades due to the fact that they fought side by side during the war with heaven. However, after Lucifer died, all devils, including them, were weakened severely, forcing them to retreat back in hell and swallow their pride as the angels took the victory from their hands. That was many years ago when suddenly, the entire multiverse once again felt the presence of Lucifer, giving the devils a brand new hope and despair for the angels. Any moment now, my lord will be back, and soon, we shall take back our glory. Standing from his seat, Satan gripped the armchair tightly. Unknown to him, the population in hell started to increase while the situation in heaven is very worse. Help! One by one, Michael watched as each angel who was just having fun and playing instruments earlier started to fall one by one. A dark reddish portal opening up at where they were standing before pulling them inside. Lucifer. Chapter 206, ch 199, Under Attack. We must hold a banquet to welcome Lord Lucifer. Shouting to his subordinates, Satan hurriedly fixed his looks, before turning to a devil on his right. How do I look? You look very wonderful, my lord. The devil quickly paid his flatters, though what he didn't expect was his lord's hands to smash his head into a pulp, effectively killing him. Fool! Only Lord Lucifer deserves to have the most wonderful look in this multiverse. Not even me. Satan growled, and his face was full of wrath, which is aligned to the sin he bears, the sin of wrath. All of you! Hurry up! Satan then noticed that the other devils had stopped what they were doing and now they're staring at him after killing the devil on his side. Hearing him shout at them, the devils quickly averted their gazes from him and resumed doing their work. Afraid that if they slack off even a second, they'll meet the same fate as the poor devil who had his face smashed into pulp. Humph! Satan scoffed and flared his nostrils, blowing out a dark red flame out of his nose. A dark red bird then appeared with a flash of dark red flames on his shoulder, perching on his ears. They have come. Satan then smiled in glee after hearing that the other pillar devils have now arrived in his domain. Let's meet them and greet the Lord after he comes back. Satan said to the bird, who then nodded its head and disappeared with the same flash of dark red flames similar to when he appeared earlier. Meanwhile, Tigress and the rest just appeared back in the world of the Incredibles, only to be met with destruction and a city in ruins covered with flames. What's going on? As soon as they saw this, they were shocked, especially after seeing several devils that they used to see in hell causing chaos around the street. The devils have invaded this world. Tigress was the first to notice these devils and she quickly came up with the conclusion. What? Hearing her words, the others quickly increased their guards up. Let's find Bob and the others. They might be in trouble. Although Tigris doesn't know when did the devils start the invasion, but after analyzing that the devils would only be arrogant to invade the world of humans if someone or something gave them the confidence to do so. What else is there in this world that can give them such confidence but the awakening of Lucifer or Jinn, as most didn't know? He's right there. Pointing at a single place, the four of them noticed Bob was fighting with devils around him. However, instead of wearing his costume as All Might, he was wearing a brand new red spandex suit with a letter I on his chest. However, despite the new look, Bob's appearance is very worse. Bob is bleeding all over his body and there were several cuts on his face, giving him a tired and almost dying look. They saw how Bob tried to protect himself by throwing several cars towards the ground devils and the flying devils. It might look like Bob was fighting them, but from Tigris's perspective, she can see that the devils were merely playing with Bob like how children play with their toys. We need to help him. Elsa was the first one to move and she quickly blasted a devil with an ice blast, though her blast was so strong that it quickly froze the entire west side of the street, including the devils who were on the said side. Snow. Seeing the appearance of a newcomer, Bob quickly recognized Elsa as Snow, as he sometimes saw her on the news. Though he was surprised to see Snow without a mask. Are you okay? Elsa asked with worry. As someone that became Jin's friend, Elsa had a good impression on Bob and also his friend, Lucius, who actually shares the same power as her. I'm fine. Thanks for the help, but there are still so. Just as Bob was about to finish his sentence, the rest of the devils that he was fighting earlier were either blasted away with a punch from Tigris, or had their life sucked out until they turned into a skeleton, while the rest were killed after a black blur flashed past them. Sorry we're late. Tigris while approaching the scene before stomping on the head of a devil who tried to get up from the ground. It's fine. But there's still more. Hell, Elastigirl and Frozone are already fighting them along with the other supers. Bob gave his gratitude before remembering his wife and almost slipped up by revealing her true name. Though looking at their current situation, keeping identities hidden might be useless. Then what else are we doing here then? Let's kick some ass. Rapunzel grinned and excitedly said. Cannot wait to kill devils once again. Even though they already did such things every day when they were in hell, but now they're with someone and it's much more exciting to fight to protect people rather than just mindlessly killing devils for the sake of experience. Bob then decided to lead the way and started running and jumping from house to house, not wasting any more time due to being afraid that if he wasted a single second, he would never be able to see his wife again. Thankfully, Edna is understanding and helped us to hide Dash and Violet inside her impenetrable home. Thinking about his children, Bob sighed in relief. At least he can trust Edna when putting his children at her care. Not because Edna is a strong super, but because her house is built to withstand nukes and probably even stronger than nukes in reason of her cautious nature when it comes to supers. What worries him the most is his wife. She still haven't recovered from the death of their unborn child, Jack. When they first discovered it, they were so devastated that Helen turned mute from the shock and had to be put in with a therapist, and although she had recovered after a whole year, he could still sometimes hear her crying in the bathroom. Right there. After 5 minutes of continuous running, Bob finally saw his wife and Lucius holding off several devils from invading an elementary school. Guessing what is happening, Bob quickly jumped in and punched a nearby devil that was in his way, announcing his arrival to the others. Bob. Not being able to control her mouth like Bob, Helen unconsciously shouted his real name, much to Bob's sigh of defeat. Though he can't delve much into it if he doesn't to have a devil slice his neck from up close. Watch our. Helen quickly yelled at him with worry, but thankfully, Bob still had his reflexes during his prime thanks to his friend, Jin, for letting him go back to being a superhero despite only lasting for 2 months. But still, that was enough for Bob to refresh his rusty skills and reflexes back to his prime. That's my friend, right there. Wearing his old uniform instead of his Admiral Cuisin's uniform, Lucius praised Bob for his quick reaction and reflexes. Bob then punched the devil who almost decapitated him before throwing the devil up in the sky. The devil's fate will remain unknown until someone discovers its body a few days later. Look! The other heroes are also here. Flying and landing near Lucius, Downburst pointed to Tigris and the other 3 who were decimating the crowd of devils as if they've been doing it for years, which is somehow the truth. Ha! Covering her entire body with chi, Tigris started bulldozing over the devils like some kind of truck speeding in a crowd. No devils could stop her, and nor could the lampposts or electric poles. Remind me to not get on her bad side after this. Laser beam soon caught up to them and witnessed Tigris's feat of bulldozing the devils in her way. At the same time, a black blur flashed in front of them, and every devil she passed by, had their heads decapitated along with their dead bodies being sucked off of their blood. Bob and the others quickly shivered by the scene, and they immediately told themselves to not mess with them in the future. While the Incredibles world is being handled by his women, Jin suddenly received bad news from God's voice, though instead of suddenly appearing in his mind like the previous times, he sensed him asking for permission to speak in his mind, making Jin realize how close the gap between them just became simply by absorbing Lucifer's soul. Fath yes. Just as Jin was about to call him father, his instincts suddenly told him not to refer to him as such. Jin knows that the reason for this is simply because of absorbing Lucifer's memories and because Jin has also become suspicious of him. No, the suspicion wasn't triggered by Lucifer's words or memories, but because Jin discovered it and analyzed it by himself. Realizing that everything he did since being reborn felt so natural, as if it was meant to be that way. Son. The time in the previous worlds you've gone into started running again. 3 of your pillars of hell invaded them with the help of the alliance of the universal gods. Hearing his words, Jin's blood quickly became cold as his eyes flashed in red. He suddenly remembered Master Shifu and the other friends or acquaintances he made along the way. And now they're in danger.
Thanks for listening.